Well, let's call the roll then.
Here.
Here.
Here. Scott.
Here.
Good morning.
Okay, are you leading off? I mean,
I
Moore's
am.
got a lot of comments. I don't know who I want to go first. You go
Well,
ahead.
I'm leading off.
Okay, go
So
ahead.
I'll give you a small overview this morning, and then we'll
Okay.
move into all the projects. So good morning, Mayor and Council.
Morning.
Good morning.
Teresa Fitch, the Finance Director. First, we'll just talk about the budget review. Today, we'll go through the CIP hearing. We will have wrap-up on February 10th. We will also have a secondary hearing on the 13th for the operating budget, where we'll go over that budget in detail. The wrap-up for the operating budget will be March 3rd, and then hopefully a budget approval on March 15th. This process is a long process. It starts in July. It's already been through the departments. It goes through a peer review. It goes through a finance review. It goes through the manager review prior to it getting here today. So there's been a lot of work that's put into the budget today from all the departments and the manager and finance. So we hope it's a good budget for you this morning. In this budget, some of the things that we've seen, both favorable and unfavorable, we have seen increases in the road use fund. We've also seen a growth in taxable property values of about 1.45%, which is good. We do not have a water rate increase for the Sioux City residents scheduled for this year. There also is not an IPERS increase within the FY22 budget. And we did see sales tax growth. We did have a surplus in our sales tax that we were able to program into this budget of $1.8 million. So that helped significantly in balancing the budget. Some of the unfavorable budget impacts, we had subsidies that were required for both airport, transit, and our events facilities. We used a significant amount of fund balances. In this budget, to balance this budget, we used roughly $7 million in fund balances, with our employee benefits and debt service being the highest. MFPRSI, we had an increase of not quite 1% in this year. We also unfavorably have the multi-residential and residential rollback, which is always significant. And then we do have a programmed sewer rate increase for the FY22 budget that's already been approved. And additionally, that was a 3-year increase that will occur also in the 23 budget.
Teresa, just for, I think everybody knows, but if you don't know, MFPRSI is the Police and Fire Retirement Building.
Yes, thanks, Bob. This here just kind of goes over the overview, which we've talked about every year with the rollback and the multi-residential continuing to roll back to the residential state and how detrimental it is to our budget. In the FY17 budget year, they capped out the backfill, so we will never be able to exceed that amount, which is always of concern for our budget. On this slide here, we'll talk about kind of in totality where you'll see most of the CIPs. This year we did increase our full program increase about $10 million. Most of that increase is funded by grants, so we don't see a significant increase in our debt service, so that was good. Probably the largest increase was in the transportation area. It increased about $18 million this year, and later you'll hear about those projects that are programmed. Economic development also increased a little over $2 million. Parks and Recs was down $4 million, and utilities also decreased about $6 million. And these are the CIP funding sources, where you'll see how the CIP is funded. Again, grants are up significantly. We were about 11% of our budget funded last year with grants, and this year we're about 29%. So that is a huge help to our budget. And here's our major list of projects. Most of them remain from year to year. A lot of them are annual projects. There are a few that are new to this list. Our aquatics plan, it is not programmed in the 22 budget, but we start planning for it in the 23 budget. It does fall within the CIP plan. And airport had some large increases in this year, and the annual sanitary sewers. So those are the three projects that were not on this list in the prior years. And the part everyone's been waiting for, the levy. This year, we were able to decrease the levy to have a minimal impact or zero impact on our residents this year. So our goal was to try to balance this budget without having an impact to our residents. Of course, that gives a decrease to our commercial properties, but we thought it was important for the council, and we've in prior years wanted to keep it at a minimal impact to residents. So this year we were able to do so with the usage of a significant amount of fund balances. So you'll see zero impact to the typical $100,000 valuation on the residents, and a decrease of $34 per 100,000 on commercial properties.
One thing to add, in the past we've used a typical homeowner. We've abandoned that because, as you know, for a while the typical house was $100,000, and then we increased it to 108. But that just created so much confusion because there is no such thing as a typical house. Every house is valued different. The 100,000 didn't tie to what our average home was. It didn't tie to anything. So we chose to just go to per $100,000 evaluation, and then a homeowner could take their own valuation and determine what it meant to them. And I'll use my house as an example. Between last year and this year, the assessment actually went down. So in my case, my tax is based on what's being presented. I think the
Your assessment went down
Yeah, it went down about $12,000.
in your neighborhood.
What's that?
In your neighborhood.
I just looked at my particular home. It went up substantially. I think that maybe was the equalization order in the last budget. It went up substantially, and now it's ticked back down. Not a lot. I think it went down about $12,000, which would equate then to my taxes with the new proposed tax rate would go down about $37.
Went up, didn't it?
I was gonna say, I gotta move into that neighborhood.
Wow. Fancy neighborhood, and you're going down, and us poor people in Leeds are going up. Unbelievable.
Does anybody have any questions this morning?
I do.
Yes.
I know it makes absolutely no difference, and I'll irritate every cop and fireman, but I don't care. 0.87% increase in their pension plan continues to be unacceptable. IPERS doesn't have an increase. When are we going to finally convince the state legislators that this system, they keep expanding the benefits there. And so it costs more to expand the benefits where nobody else is getting expanded benefits. This 0.87, how much does that translate to?
About $350,000.
Exactly, every year. I know Pete needs that COLA, but come on, there's a certain point in time where if you couldn't invest your money correctly this last year to not have this increase, then those guys should really be looked at as far as their fiduciary relationship, because obviously they're not doing something right. Am I right?
I agree.
What
Why
expanded?
do we sit and take it every year?
I can't help but ask, but what expanded benefits have they gotten since 2001? Because
I don't know. That's my whole point.
It all stopped with-
they've got.
it all stopped with 9/11.
No, they got something in that time frame. I guarantee it. But that's not what's causing it. My point is they're not investing their money obviously correctly, or they wouldn't be having
Well, that
to have an increase like.
Shortfalls, yeah.
I know their average. Well, I just saw.
What is
do you
their
get?
average?
Pardon me.
What is their average?
Well, usually it's 7%. Above their investments generate 7% increase. This year, I think it was it 2.3 or 4
Yeah,
or 5?
how do you have a 2.3 with that market?
It went down. It was below 3 that much. I think.
Yeah,
but
that's
the record
my whole
stock
point.
There have been people realizing increases in growth up to 20% off of the market. So I don't understand how that went down. I agree with that.
But yet they are in the legislature right now trying to get different things added to it too, so.
works. If I sit here and I'll say, let's take street improvements, for example, and asphalt overlays and utilities and updating those. If I sit here and say, 2022 doesn't have enough, I want to move some of the 2023, 2024 projects into 2022, first of all, we're going to increase taxes, or at least we'll increase, it'll result in an increase of the tax levy, unless I propose another project to decrease that amount.
Yes,
Am I
correct.
basically correct in that?
Yes.
So that's something else to keep in mind. So it's not like, at least for this council member, it's not like these are good enough. We can always do better, but it comes with a price. And I just want to make sure we're all on the same page for that, because I think sometimes we get in the weeds on these projects, and it makes it look like there's an appearance of we don't want to have that kind of improvement, but we do. But we also want to be have a sound fiscal policy and be financially responsible. And I think we will accomplish that with this proposal that's before us. The other thing to keep in mind that I think staff and the city manager did a good job on is to tie in these projects and how they affect the operating budget. Because we can walk out of here today and say, oh my goodness, it's going to be zero for residential properties with the proposed tax levy, but we still have the operating budget
Right.
to come before us. And that's a real tough one. That's a real tough one. But they all tie in. So I appreciated how, Teresa, you and your team tied that in with how does this affect the operating the budget? What impact will it be? You also did a good job this time, and you probably have every year, but it just jumped out at me. This year was the enterprise funds, the airport fund, parking fund, sewer fund, stormwater fund, and the water fund, and how that supports 27% of the proposed fiscal year 2022 expenditures. And that's a big deal, but as you pointed out in your introductory remarks, the airport fund is going to call for a subsidy this go around. So, but overall, I'm telling you, we're solid, and as we go through these projects, just keep those four components that are labeled on our first page of our homework, just keep those in mind. Thank you.
I just want to go to the fund balances, because, just real fast, sit here a couple years ago when we were doom and gloom and we were all going to be broke, they all look to have healthy fund balances. Am I missing something?
No, we're actually using fund balances to balance the budget this year.
I know, yeah, but if you'd have been here 3 years ago when Dr. Death would give the review, it would appear that we were on the verge of bankruptcy without lots of rate increases, but that did not bear out in this budget.
No, it did not. You're right.
And to go back, you can have a few more projects, and people in South Morningside probably won't experience a tax increase, but the rest of us obviously will, because we didn't get valuations that went down.
We did feel it was then that $37.
Just make it out to the city treasurer, Bob. All right, let's start with
Okay.
the
First department up.
IT.
Hold up. We do this every year, but I want to say special thanks to Sarah and Teresa. We lost our budget manager, so we are down a full FTE. And yet, this past year, they put together a budget without the normal panic and hysteria that sometimes can be created. It was a very smooth process. They came, I think, right before Christmas with the proposal and had it balanced and said, we need to make these few decisions. And we're done, and we have a budget that holds the line on taxes. So I know the extra work that those two in particular put in just to get this to you today. And so I just want to, and add to that.
Oh, yeah.
Sarah's doing the job of budget manager now and her old job. Teresa's been in her job a little over 7 months. So just all the extra work they did to get us here today. I just want to say a special thank you.
I think a
Thank you,
gift
Bob.
certificate to a nice restaurant would be in order for you to take care of that, Bob.
If you want to get that, I'll get that.
With
I'll throw in 37.
With his rate.
I'll throw in 37 if you throw in 37.
Yeah, right.
Thank you, Teresa and Sarah.
Yep.
Thank you.
No
Thank you very
doubt.
much. We appreciate it. Okay, the first department we'll hear from this morning is WIC IT, John Malloy.
We got the mayor all warmed up for you, John.
The IT
Yeah, no
Gestapo's
kidding.
in the house. I passed your stupid test yesterday, did you see?
If you don't mind.
No, I don't.
The first project is project number 859006, WIC
You
info
did. I appreciate it very much.
service upgrades, page 486.
Mayor, I want to note it for the record that I did not have a decrease in my home assessment, so we're all aware of that.
You did not have what?
A decrease.
Do you even live in the city?
I live on the north side, not too far from you.
Okay. Well, see, you gotta live in Morningside, I guess.
Hey, mine went up. Come on.
Just a quick recap, current year, 45 projects we're currently in process or nearing the end of. Our major initiative for next year will be enterprise storage. And we have a slight decrease in our asking this year, we carry over a little bit from this current year to next year. And that's going to be our main focus.
You're gonna have a carryover, why is it not showing?
Which one are you on, John? Are you on the security? or-
486.
You're carrying over projects you're currently working on, right?
Right.
No.
So he's in the process.
I noticed this year the department has got a lot more creative. They showed they weren't gonna have any money left over because they don't like to.
Or we took it from them to balance the budget.
Okay, all right, good. Good. All right, any questions, for John?
No. Thanks.
Thanks, John.
Always good to see you.
The next department, WIC Com Center, Glenn Sedovy. The first project is project 149007, Security Institute Building, page 478.
Yeah, I was off on that one.
Hi, Glenn.
Tell you what, you're gonna be fired already, Dan. 470.
No, wait a minute, it was not an overrun. Well, I mean, we didn't know how much it was gonna be. It was one of those where we just had to do it, so I don't say overrun to the public, because then it looks like we just didn't know how much it was gonna be. We knew it was a big project. Right.
Project was split in three ways. The city's portion for FY '22 is $66,993.
The next project, project 859043, Annual Fiber Optics, page 480.
Yep, now we made it. Exactly.
This next year, we need to connect the new expo center and the Floyd sewage lift station to the I-29 fiber connection. They did the I-29 fiber, or the I-29 reconstruction. The DOT installed fiber optics.
Fun.
DOT and also provide fiber for the city within that project. So this is to connect the Expo Center and the Floyd sewage to I-29. And Sunnybrook and Perry Creek lift stations, we have fiber optics close by that was put in years ago that we need to get those two facilities connected. And then Harbor Drive to Seaboard Sewage Lift Station. That was a priority for the sewage plant. And then South Lakeport Street fiber replacement from Grayson Cemetery to Sergeant Road. This spring we will be building fiber down to Grayson Cemetery on a current fiber project. We want to continue with that replacement project. And then Riverside Park, Aquatic Center and traffic signals. We have fiber optics on DOT fiber on I-29 by the Floyd River. I'm sorry, by the Big Sioux River. We want to expand that and continue up, pick up those facilities.
And tell me why they need fiber to a lift station?
Currently, they use a radio-type connection to monitor the flows, and so they can adjust. I'm not familiar with what the sewage plant does, but they have to monitor all those lift stations to make sure they're functioning properly.
And no other carrier has fiber in any of these areas?
Pardon me?
No other fiber carrier has fiber close to these areas that we...
No.
I just want to make sure that we're utilizing this to our advantage. You know what I mean? If we're running fiber all over the city, making sure that if are any other uses or any other way we can use it in industry or anything else that we're taking advantage of that. I know that we're going down some of those paths, but I think we're connecting the city very well and have all of this network of fiber, and sometimes we don't take advantage of that. You know what I mean?
Correct. And I think that's another CIP that's being presented as far as creating a utility
We have two things
to utilize.
in the CIP, there's a utility discussion CIP.
Yeah, I saw that.
I know we are working with FiberCom.
Yeah.
An agreement for them to rent excess fiber.
Yeah. No, I understand all those things are in play. I'm just saying I really think we need to have a concerted effort if we're making that investment, or if we have some of this already in the ground and we want to put more in. I just don't want it to sit there and go dormant or have space on it, or you know what I mean? Like we should be capitalizing on that. So I want to make sure that staff has direction, that we are continuing to do that. I mean, I know these CIP projects, and I think in conversations are going well. It's just, I think we need to know that I think there's an appetite on the council to really make sure that we're pushing that and taking advantage of that.
And that's why when we're building these routes, we're adding additional duct and we're adding more fiber capacity than the city will use for,
That's what I was gonna
these
ask.
particular facilities. So then it's put in place so you can use it for those type situations.
So they're hopping on and utilizing that rather than in placing or replacing or putting more in of their own. They're just piggybacking,
Because in the past, with all the extra duct that we put in the ground, we've been able to make fiber exchanges with the long lines and FiberCom to expand and double or triple the city's fiber capacity just with exchanges that we've done over the years.
Yeah.
2023, you're going to run to the ballpark, it looks like. When we did all that construction, I hope we put conduit in the ground, otherwise we're going to be tearing up brand new paving.
We're at the parking lot in the new ticket office. I'll find out, but I believe we did.
We should never put a street in, I've said this, should never put a street in this town that we don't put that fiber duct in. It costs nothing.
Yeah, at least get the duct and
Yeah, at least get the duct in. Who cares what we do
locate
with it afterwards? Because you can always sell that duct to a carrier.
The next person. Mm-hmm.
I hope. Why do I sense that we didn't, Bob? Okay, so then tell me how we're going to get it to there if we don't. It better not be tearing up new pavement.
Well, at least we have that north end that's not. I was going to say the north end isn't done, is it? If you ran that way.
No, they're done. It's done.
The far north end, it will stay, it's in good
It'll
shape.
stay the way it is.
Yeah. But it's paved,
Okay.
Isn't that the same case in 2024 with the Riverside Boulevard West 19th to Riverside Park, since they're doing Riverside Boulevard?
I hope but we're only doing an overlay on Riverside Boulevard, so they can't they got to go deeper than that.
Oh.
Before they,
Well, they're not going to do this. You're probably going in the right of way on Riverside Boulevard, I guess, and aren't
yes.
they're going the right of way
off the
street.
street.
Yeah. And actually, we're coming from the south.
Yeah, they're coming up.
Under
They
the-
got it.
under the
They got it by the
interstate.
river there.
We'll go through the park, the soccer fields in that area without obstructing any of the streets on those paths.
I miss being on the WIC board. I miss coming to the WIC board meetings.
You're not on that anymore?
No.
Oh, aren't you? Take my place?
Pardon?
You want to take my place if you miss them? Okay.
Notice that it wasn't mutual. Glenn kept pretty tight lips about
I
that,
know,
Dan.
yeah, Glenn.
He's like, stone face.
All right, thank
Any
you.
other questions?
Okay,
Thanks, Glenn. Thanks,
moving to
Glenn.
events facilities, the first
can't tell
facility
with
we'll
these
discuss
masks
today will
Exactly.
the Tyson Events
Yeah,
and Spectra.
exactly. We missed you too.
We'll hear from Tim Savona and Nate Miller.
Sorry, Teresa.
The first project is project number 379010, Tyson Event Center remodel and repair, page 166.
Yep. Look at that.
Morning, Tim.
Good morning, Mayor and Council.
Morning.
Appreciate the opportunity to be here and present this. If I'm looking at the proper one, for FY22, we have a number of projects in this category totaling approximately $438,000. The description is relatively straightforward. I would just add that the sound system upgrade is something that has been discussed for a while. And we have made the recommendation to push that back another year so that we can accomplish all these things you see here in lieu of a single project. Just trying to get more and more done to help the body and well-being of the facility.
I can hop in. I just had one question, and I apologize. I meant to call you or Jess or someone yesterday, so I apologize that I didn't get that done. My questions are fairly straightforward. The one was on the north entry doors are not working correctly. I believe you had $80K for that. Is that right? Yeah.
Yep.
My only question about that one, and I understand, like, if there's water getting in and stuff like that needs to be handled, needs to be addressed. My question was, we had a vision for what that would be at one point in time. I know that would be a much more significant investment. Where is that, or what is the thought on that? I almost don't know if we want to do $80K and then have like a grand entrance down the road, or is there anything that can get us until we're ready to do kind of a more concerted effort on that north entrance?
Yeah, I think I know where you're going with this. And what I would add is this current year we have a rekeying and RFID system budgeted.
Yeah.
What's happened is that's kind of been reallocated to help projects like the fire alarm that needed extra help.
Yeah.
So this line item will actually encompass also the rekeying project. We have a handful of doors at the north and the south entrances that, maybe they're a little off keel. The borders or what have you need replaced. Possibly an awning to help, because in that area we get a lot of really wind and water blown. And so that's kind of what's affecting a lot of this, water coming into the building underneath those doors, and then they don't seal properly. So what we did is we identified this issue and said, we don't want to get a rekeying process in place when our doors are messed up. Then we got to come back and do the doors. The concrete work isn't too substantial. It's mostly sealant. So this line item will actually encompass quite a bit of stuff, much of which is related to the rekeying from this year. And to answer your question that you alluded to with kind of a primary entrance, we fundamentally don't agree with that approach. We have a wonderful entrance on the south side. That north side is a usable entrance.
Just kind of secondary.
But it's secondary. And venues of our size and caliber, quite frankly, venues larger than ours, especially in the region, it's rare to have two box offices, very rare, especially when you have a capacity of 8 to 10,000. So we would just feel like that would be respectfully an irresponsible spend of taxpayer dollars at this time.
To more focus the energy on the other box office, or making sure that entrance, rather than focusing more on the other side. That makes sense. And then are you anticipating kind of an awning to protect that area? I mean, is that, or hoping possibly to prevent that in the future?
Yeah, we've looked into that because it seems like it's coming in from the top and the top of the doors. So the recommendation early here in the early phases is if you repair the doors, a couple doors maybe you need replaced, seal up the concrete, and then we put an awning that would really help protect, that whole frontage. So that's something we'll be looking into. And
Is the awning in the 80K?
I'm sorry?
Is the awning included in the 80?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
that's good.
Cool.
You didn't spend a whole 110 on other stuff, did you? Because if you did, we should know that.
There is a little bit of money that we anticipate rolling over from that, but that project is in motion right now and being worked through between the fire alarm and the roof. Those are the two items, kind of holding a few other things kind of on standby until they come to final fruition. Big projects.
Makes sense.
Next project, Project 379013, Annual Tyson Event Center Maintenance Improvements, page 168.
How big is that turf vacuum? And I'm not asking for myself, I'm asking because I don't want to see that we're buying one down there for the expo center. If we have, you don't use one very often, so if we've got one, we ought to be able to haul
Use it at multiple places.
Yeah,
Sorry, I was on the wrong page.
169.
Yeah, I got you. I'm not sure. I believe that's for it's for the Tyson for sure. Is
I
ours
know,
out?
but I don't want to have to
Can we
buy
share
two for.
We don't have one currently.
No, I get it. Do they have one at the expo center, those I'm asking?
Yes, I believe they have what's called a billy goat, where it's made for like outside lawns and stuff like that.
It's made for what?
For outside lawns and stuff like that.
Billy
So-
goat's like a vacuum, so
Yeah.
you run it over like a ballpark field or something and suck up the cigarette butts or things like that through the grass. That's what they use there.
It's also gas powered, which they have a lot bigger area.
I'm not being smart. Can you take a mask down? It's really hard to, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, I mean, why can't you share is what I'm asking? Are they
just-
that big that they're hard to transport?
No, it's just all about timing. And a lot of times we will do an overnight changeover. So we would have to make sure it's on site and everything. It's also gas powered. We really like to stay away from gas
You
powered.
only use the vacuum on a turf 6 times a year.
Yeah, I think what he's saying is the turf vacuum that we would recommend for our purpose isn't aligned with what they currently have at the expo. Could it be done? Yes, the answer is yes. So it could be done. It's not an ideal circumstance, and the fumes of the gas and stuff is something that we shy away from. But yes, it could be done.
Yours is electric?
We currently don't have one. We just
I
have,
mean, the one you're proposing?
yes.
It wouldn't hurt us to strike that. I would also like to add in this fund, this is related, much is funded by the facility fee dollars. And so this year, we have actually not really done any of those items because the facility fee fund has been not supported very well this year.
Yeah.
So we have tried to be very responsible and cautious and kind of hold back instead of, kind of wiping the fund out. We're kind of waiting to make sure nothing more urgent pops up and, perhaps, see where we land this year. But worth noting is we haven't touched this year yet on purpose, trying to be protective of the dollars.
The only other question that I had about this one, and it was kind of taking a step back, and it was more kind of in line with what the mayor was saying, just the utilization or cooperation with multiple facilities and what we're doing. I think it was on the convention center one as well, to look at tables, if I'm not mistaken, and then we're getting tables here. Is there any good money to be spent on bulk buying? I mean, if we're, buying them as one cohesive unit and getting them, like I even think wasn't there, I forget if there was like goblets and water pitchers and other stuff that we were going to get them at the convention center, but then also get them here. And then you see pipe and drape, here, and then you saw it at the expo center. And I just think that we need to start bulk buying these things if we're going to be one unit, especially if it's going to save on the bottom line. Is there any thought to that? I mean, what are your thoughts?
Some items would benefit from that. Something like pipe and drape, I don't think would. You're not going to save dollars if you buy more. Is that what you're alluding to? Tables, possibly, I could check, but some facilities use different style tables.
Yeah.
So we probably
And I get
all
that
need to
too.
put our heads together and see what fit. I know our biggest motivation is our tables are really old and really heavy.
You have those old wooden ones?
Yes. Yeah. So we're trying to chip away,
How many tables are you getting for this 10,000? Are they the 8-foot?
Yeah, the 8-foot, like light style ones with the cart. Yeah, that's, I don't know, what is that, about 60 tables, $8,000?
I believe it
4,000 a cart?
was around 40, it was 30 to 48-foot tables plus some round tables and possibly some new cocktail tables as well that bring
Yeah.
So.
And I know that we have to upgrade the stock. I totally get that side of it. I just want us to have some cohesion in that, you know what I mean, when we're purchasing these, because if we think of us as an overall entity and where we can use all of them, there should be like a master rotation plan. Otherwise, we're just wasting. You know, if we can have some similarities between our different venues, and when we're buying them, then you rotate them a little more seamlessly. You know, they go from the newer ones here and then rotate through. And I know that you don't have your hand in all of those properties. Like, I understand that. I'm just more thinking as a city, I want us to take a step back and really think when we're making that investment, how can we better utilize those funds if we have multiple venues asking for similar things? Is there a master rotation that we can go through?
Yeah, no, we could look into that. We could talk to the other venues and just kind of analyze what are your round tables and what are your 8-foot needs, what are your 6-foot needs, and I know from our standpoint we can find the convention center is probably more specific with what they need.
Yeah,
we're easier to conform to that, so that's something we can
I
look
just
into
wonder
and make sure
if
we're getting on the same page.
I would appreciate that.
Are you talking about hauling them back and forth?
I don't know. I don't even know if it's
the price of a table. You got a lot of labor hauling them back and forth.
I understood it as more of making sure at least we all have the same things.
Okay.
Exactly, so that if it's like, gosh, we really need different ones at the convention center, well, can they be repurposed to utilize at Tyson so we don't have to spend the money buying brand new? We're just shifting that stock, or, if they have to have something new. Yeah, I'm not saying necessarily like shift them every single time or use them in different spaces, but just having a master plan for a better rotation of them. Just if you could have those conversations and see, so we're not spending 10 grand here and then spending another 10 grand there. We're buying the same dang thing. Like,
if we could have bought them together, maybe we got them for 18 instead.
I don't know. It's just, again, I'm not in that business. I trust you. We hired you to trust you. So it's like, I just wonder if we can have that conversation.
Project 379025, Tyson Enhancement, page 170.
What I'd point out here is last year we had a dressing room line item. We put it again this year, or for next year, sorry. This year's monies were spent on COVID preparations, things like plexiglass, signage, sprayers, things that were necessary in order to become compliant with various guidelines that were set forth. So that's why you see that project again proposed for 2022. The other 3 items pretty straightforward. Hockey glass, I would point out, is a significant ROI long-term. We think that would be paid off in about 2 years with labor. Just to kind of use round numbers, it takes about 10 people, 6 hours to bring that glass down or put it up. With this new plexi, you're looking at about 4 to 6 people for 1 hour. So it's a substantial decrease. It's also a safety, significant safety.
For people putting it up and for patrons, yeah.
Right, both, yeah. We did have just this year, just a couple weeks ago, had a shattered piece of hockey glass during pregame warm-ups. So what we're proposing there is what the NHL and AHL standards are. I think it'd just be a healthy way to grow and evolve, and it would pay off on the operating side over the next few years.
Last question I had down for you guys was, and I tried looking back at my notes last year when because I think I might have asked something like this. But as far as the dressing room renovations, I agree they're needed. Like, we definitely need to upgrade that area. But my question is carpet the way to go with that? Like, I mean, yeah, you have to clean it all the time. There's spills and other things. Like, is it decorative concrete or anything else that's a little easier to maintain and you don't have to replace or clean it? Or do any other venues do that? Or is it one of those when you have artists and people coming through, they expect kind of the softer touch rather than a place? Is that silly? Again, I trust your expertise.
That's a good question. I mean, every venue is different. Some venues use locker rooms and put down rugs. Given our situation, we have quite a few dressing rooms, and so what we're focused on here would be the ones that are primarily used for special guests and things of that sort. It's just a warmer feeling. I don't know that it's a lot more money here or there in the way that we use it, because it's not that you have thousands of people on foot traffic every day. So it would kind of provide a warmth and a non-echoey kind of feel.
Yeah, you want it to be warm and not cold. Like, I understand those types of things. I just didn't know if, because even like at Morningside, right? Like we're renovating office space and trying to think of how can we reduce carpet when it's like, well, it gets dirty, you have to vacuum, you have to clean, then you have to replace. Whereas if you do a stamped concrete or if you do a, patterned something, you can make it look a lot better and then it's less upkeep.
Yeah.
So I just wondered about if that would be an opportunity. The other question that I had with this one was with the TVs. I know you guys have partnerships with people that do that. If there was an exchange or any way you could do a partnership, advertisements for TVs for a deal or on anything, I didn't.
One of the benefits of working with us is we are always wheeling and dealing.
Yeah.
So if it's
And
not
that's
TVs,
kind of what
then we can make our, money go further with paint, decor upgrades, whatever, so. I think
That's what I was thinking is some of your advertisements already you work with people in that. So if there's a way to
We always
we'll
remain
advertise, use your TVs, that type of stuff. So again, I apologize. I usually try to get everyone called before, but I
problem.
appreciate it.
Good questions.
Tim, I wanted to say again, we had really, really close friends come in from Chicago with the hockey team, and they were really impressed with Tyson. And they take their hockey seriously as we do, and they not have only traveled in various cities throughout the United States, but they've been to Europe. And they just said, our facility is really top of the line facility. And they were, like I said, they were really impressed. Hockey players were impressed. And what really impressed her was that you were there on location when we came in.
Thank you.
That really meant a lot to her to see that management's there, they're making sure things are running smoothly. Thank you for that, and I was very proud to be sitting there with their compliments of Tyson, and
Well, thank you.
just what a great
Thank you.
facility it's becoming.
Thank you all for your support of these projects. A lot of investment put into these venues to keep them that way, and it doesn't always happen, so. No doubt. You all should be commended for that.
Thanks, Nate.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Next up is Matthew Robinson with Kenseth, presenting for the Convention Center. Project 379051, Convention Center upgrades, page 172.
Good morning. Thank you for having me.
Good morning.
So this is my first time here. Appreciate your time. With the CIP budget, we do have some priorities that we put in place. So in case some of these can't be obtained, that we can still proceed. But with the kitchen being one of the first ones with the dish machine, the dish machine is old, and obviously we do quite a few covers. So we would look forward to, and some of the parts are no longer provided, so we're using replacement parts. Meeting rooms 1 through 10, we feel like we could improve our wedding services and gain more weddings with the upgrades to meeting rooms 1 through 10. Banquet and meeting room spaces, plating belts, water pitchers, goblets, you all have the information, but anything that we can do closer to the actual dinner time makes the food fresher, better. The plate belt that they have right now is the one that's been there for quite a while. And the doors and locks, obviously the doors are been around for a long time and need some major repairs, some just the frames and some just the locks. So I'm happy to take any questions.
What doors are those that you're talking about?
Pardon me, the doors?
Yeah.
The doors to the exterior to secure the facilities.
Oh, yeah. And you were talking about handicap accessibility and those different things. It's a nightmare. That thing is always down. Oh my gosh. I'm always struggling. First off, what did you say your name was again?
Matthew.
Matthew. Nice to meet you. Welcome.
My pleasure.
Welcome. The other thing that I was just saying, and it's not as much for you, I mean, I know you heard the conversation just take place. I would also just say, Jess, that's where I'm really talking about those cocktail tables and even the portable bar. It's at Tyson, we just put a more standardized bar in. Surely there were portable bars that we utilize that now are not. Like if they could be repurposed for the functionality, maybe it's not exactly what you were asking for, but gosh, if we can save $3,000 here or there, like we might as well reutilize or repurpose those things.
Yes, and I think to Tim's point, I think the convention center will be more specific than Tyson will be. So I think a starting point will be to talk to Kenseth and say, what are you exactly looking for? And then it'll be one of those things. Then we talk to Spectre and say, well, let's work at your facility. Okay, great. So kind of start the process with the convention center because I think they have to be a lot more specific than Tyson.
Yeah, and a little more finished. You know what I mean? Like if you're doing a wedding, it has to look a lot more classy, so to speak.
So I think
than if you're going to a hockey game.
The hand-me-down process you talked about, I think it would be the convention center, maybe going that way. But I can definitely ask them about what they were using for bars prior to that. I think they're still utilizing a lot of those since the bar we did put in is more of a fixed thing. I mean, it can be portable, but the intention is for it to stay there. So I think they're still using some of those portable ones in other areas on the concourse.
Oh, okay. Yeah. And they could be totally.
Like I
said, this is more your baby. I mean, you know more about that than I do. I just saw some of these similar items and I just wanted to say, make sure that we're working together. And when we see the expo, you know what I mean? Start holding more of these events. It's like, we need to really get our arms around what stock do we have and where can we utilize them so that we're not like, I think we had it on an agenda recently for pipe and drape at the expo. You know what I mean?
Yes,
it was not in the CIP. It was on in a RCA. Yep. So it's like, gosh, where can we utilize? Well, we didn't need brand new pipe and drape here. It's where can we kind of shift some of those things around of what we have and what we can utilize?
Yep.
Matthew, I have a question for you on the exterior artwork that you have as a line item.
Okay.
And your coordination with that with the Sioux City Art Center. Can you further explain your thoughts or what
I can kind of take point on that one. This came up in discussions with Alex and with Kenseth about that new area along the 4th Street where we added all that storage. We have that large brick wall and it's just kind of empty. And if you look at the other areas of 4th Street, it's just really coming alive and it's very nice in that area. So there was discussion on some sort of artwork piece, whether it be sculptures in the grass area in front of the brick wall, some sort of interactive artwork, something. I have had discussions with Todd Behrens at the Art Center. He gave me some recommendations on some grants we might be able to do. I had discussions with Bob about possibly doing something to expand Sculpt Siouxland if we did sculptures there. I think we're looking into alternatives, but most of the grants are going to want matching funds. So we wanted to use some of our existing year-end balance to maybe set aside for that so that we just have a starting place for this project.
That brick wall is so stark, even if we could paint, do some artwork.
I'm hesitant on that just because there's a lot of upkeep with that then in the future, and we don't want to hang anything on that wall either just to have structural issues down the road. So we were kind of thinking something we can put in front of that wall and then use creative lighting and more of like a sculpture piece, but we're open to it. We're looking into it. We just want to be conscious of money to the future and how much upkeep it'll be.
Was the $100,000 based on some estimate then?
No, we looked at the existing year-end balance and what we were comfortable with asking for bonds and things like that, and just as a starting place, because honestly, we're not sure what it will cost at this point. And then talking to Todd, he said it's best to let the artists take, to give you their interpretation of, kind of like, hey, what could we do in that area, and then go from there on what pricing might be. So at this point, no, I couldn't tell you what it'll cost because we honestly don't know what we want to do yet.
It'd be nice to tie in the artwork with other art features that are throughout the community and have some kind of a unified.
Yep. So I definitely planned on leaning on the Art Center for direction and help. I've been in discussions with
I know the youngest council member and I will disagree on this, but $100,000 in art when we're already kind of up against things, Alex, is too much money for me. So I want this brought back at the end. I don't have a problem with putting artwork around downtown. Obviously, I voted for every one of them, but when you start talking 100,000 and then you're matching that, you're talking a big piece of art. And we saw what can happen when we let artists decide what we want at the police station. It grows and grows and grows. I mean, I'm all for putting some sculptures around downtown and putting them around this building. I don't know why we haven't already, to tell you the truth. We put them everywhere else, and we should. But $100,000, it could be $250 when you're done if you're going for grants. My God, that's gonna. I don't know, just,
It's our hope to not spend that. I mean, I would prefer to go the Sculpt Siouxland route and
Yeah.
have the least amount of financial impact for us. And that is our lowest priority. Like he said, that we have a prioritization list. That is our first, like, one of our lowest ones. We understand that that would be the first thing to be cut. We just wanted to be cognizant of the request that we had received, that we were looking into it.
And honestly, my feeling, Bob, is exactly as if it's a 20K match, hey, all the better.
Perfect, yeah.
You know what I mean? That's all the better. I don't think it has to be $100,000. I don't want to spend $100,000. But I know that a lot of these projects cost a lot of money and then require a match. So if we reduce that and say, hey, in anticipation of, we think it might be a $25,000 match, I just think having some placeholder to have that available would be important. No matter what that number ends up being, what people are comfortable with, I'm okay with. But I agree the Sculpt Siouxland route, because one of the things we talked about was even something similar to that was discussed on the riverfront is almost like the Hollywood sign, you know what I mean? Like bigger letters out front. And then we said an interactive piece where you leave the eyes out and then you have a person that can stand where the eye is of like Sioux and Sioux City. And then you have an area where it says, okay, now take your selfie here. And you have someone take your picture and you're the eye in Sioux City. So we talked about some of those things, but that requires a lot of money that we don't need to invest in because we invested in the convention center behind the wall. So that's where we just need that fund to match. So I agree with you. I don't want to spend $100,000 of ours, but if we can at least hold some of that for matching funds for a grant, I think that's what's more important. So it's kind of what
The other
you're
huge
comfortable.
thing to keep in mind, is you have to maintain what you
Yes.
put in place.
Yep, so that's why I
You
wanted to be
can't just
cognizant
put
of
it
that.
there and say, good enough, and we've had enough of that, and I'm glad to see we're ending a lot of that type of practice, but
Like the mural
Yeah.
on.
Yeah, I'm very hesitant to do that. I think
you have
sculpture.
to have a fund for maintaining, because if you don't maintain it, it's gonna really defeat the purpose.
Yep.
Okay, we'll bring
Alex
this,
is right, I'd rather put the money in the walls behind the convention center and really bring it up to first class, like we've been doing. Good job.
Yes.
All right, so much money.
we'll bring this back to wrap up for further discussion.
I really thought the mayor was putting me on the spot, and then he was referring to Alex's. I'm so
Right.
disappointed.
I thought he was going to you, Dan. I wasn't sure,
one of
man.
you two came up with the idea, but I knew it had to be one of you.
Next department is airport.
Thank you.
Mike Collette, project 749084, annual
Let me
airport
throw it to
capital
the younger
project,
council members.
page 77.
Good morning. Just for your awareness, on YouTube, there is sound and closed captioning. So that's out there for the public at least.
Sound and
And closed captioning.
closed caption.
For the
Thank you.
public. You bet. So in each of these departments, there is a fairly large project within each department. So airport being first, the main large project that it takes a while to bring these things through the discussions with the FAA to get them this far. They are a 90% partner in these projects, and they go through quite a bit of condition assessment to have those discussions with the FAA engineers and the funding people at those places. This is the main runway, and what we're trying to do is get us in a place where we can have a period of time working with the Guard to actually fund the full replacement of the main runway.
Now,
So
is
Go ahead.
this the main runway, north-south, though, isn't it?
This is the main runway, 1331.
East-west?
It's a northwest, southeast.
The one that comes down from the river?
Yep.
Okay, because you did the other one
We
last.
did the other one, yes.
Okay,
The crosswind's been completely.
okay, all right,
done.
go ahead, I'm sorry.
So this is just basically the shoulder and lighting complete replacement, which wouldn't be needed to be disturbed when the full runway does get replaced. That won't be, just lost work. The $2.5 million for the rehabilitation basically buys us time until you can see 4 years from now, we're just kind of putting a place marker there at $50 million total project. It's quite extensive. And we anticipate our share in that to be at 4% because the Guard and the FAA will fund the majority of that project.
I think we did that in my other life on the council, and it was only like 25 million.
Yeah, that's the current estimate of where we're at right now for talking
Our estimate of our share will be 4% of the 54 million.
of the 50 million, when we get that far, yep, 2 million. So what we're asking for is to basically buy us some time to get there and the Guard to get funding because they're also having those discussions with who they need to.
Okay,
The ceiling is the other piece of this. We're trying, we did this about 5 years ago, so all the major asphalt pieces we do have on the runway, we do a seal coat to that about every 5 years to try and extend the life so we don't have these large projects, that we can keep extending those at the same time.
Seal coat, you actually seal coat, because your engineering department will tell you that doesn't work,
It's worked very well the last 5 years.
I just threw that out there because you must hire a different engineer than your own engineering department.
He saw a pot, he had to stir it.
Well, they tell you that around here that seal coat doesn't work, and the whole state of South Dakota is a seal coat state. Why does South Dakota cities and counties and highway departments spend millions and millions of dollars every year on seal coating asphalt streets if they don't work, if it doesn't work?
Yeah, this is the GSB product that.
Right, but it's the same principle. You put a little grit down, a little red rock in with oil,
and this doesn't have any rock.
I did my driveway this year. It seals it off and seals all the cracks, and the water can't penetrate, and it extends the life of your driveway.
So this doesn't have rock to it, but the water penetration is the main.
Well, same thing,
issue.
same difference.
Yep.
Next, Department Transit, again, Mike Collette. First project, 739020, Annual Transit Capital Projects, page 358.
So the maintenance garage, we put in a grant last year. When we had our last joint meeting, we talked about that potential, just planning for that. And in talking to Teresa even recently, we decided we could phase this out. So based on the grant cycle, we want to make sure we take an opportunity when those funds are available, which they have been in the FAST Act. We can't always guarantee that grant program is going to be there. So we would ask that we would apply again this year. We were not successful in the last grant cycle. But for this, I would propose we change this $9 million for the FY22 to be a $2.5 million, and the balance would go to FY23. That would get us the design and the site prep. So if we were successful, we don't find out until probably July on our grant acknowledgement. So that will get us through design and then site prep the following spring to be back here next year then if we're successful to ask for the building piece. And then we'll talk about the campus on there when we get to administrative services, because Stan oversees where the utility building is going. So that kind of comes in line with where we would move new city facilities at the same time.
We'll bring that back as a technical change. That wrap up.
We are holding, when you look at cash, the FY21 plan, we had transit maintenance parking lot. We had funding in the last couple cycles. I have not spent that in anticipation of. We've just patched, and we're trying to get by until we know if, long term we're going to move. I don't want to put it in concrete.
Yeah, where you're going to go or what?
What's that for, Mike?
That parking lot at transit maintenance now, that $345,000.
And you're pushing that in case you know you're going to build something new,
Exactly.
right?
What about the electric bus charging then?
Yeah, that would be part of the grant to go in the new facility as well.
And where are we at on I apologize for taking a step back. It's not exactly with that. With as far as electric buses, or you and I have talked about compressed gas, you know what I mean? The stuff that we're collecting now at.
The whole industry is going electric.
Yeah.
And so far now, the technology is they're starting to put solar on top of buses.
Yes.
To capture.
Yeah.
Because of climates like ours in the wintertime, they struggle with the amount of hours they can run.
Yeah, I get that.
And so we applied.
That's why you have to have a hybrid. You know what I mean?
We applied for a hybrid last year. And
yes.
They didn't issue any grants with hybrid in them last year, only electric. The whole industry, that's what transit's focused on for their grants.
And what? No, it's not. I know the answer to that. Okay. Yeah, I just think we need to keep pushing that, man. I mean, I think whether it's electric or whether we go to some of the compressed gas of what we're using, I don't care how we do that. We just need to be pushing that as hard as we can. And I think we're set up well to do it. You've been proactive on this stuff, so.
I agree.
I appreciate that.
Next project, 739021, replacement of transit rolling stock, page 360, which we've kind of discussed, but.
Yeah, the bus money basically comes to us in form.
Hey, I want to go back.
Yep.
I want to go back one. I know this is not anything to do with capital, but I'll forget if I don't. Biden did something yesterday that said if you get transit money, you got to wear masks. Okay, I don't want to hear from any citizen that your drivers aren't wearing masks, because I understand yesterday that is not an option anymore. I don't care if there's 6 foot of separation. Is that right?
I think that's for interstate bus travel.
I don't think so. I think if you're getting money, I think it includes you. Will
But-
you please check? I don't want
will.
to hear, I don't want to hear from citizens that your guys aren't wearing them if that's what that said yesterday. Can we make sure of that?
I will make sure of that.
Thank you.
Just to let you know, they do have a plexiglass barrier also.
I
that
don't think
isolates
it
them.
matters from what was said yesterday, Mike. I know what you're saying, but I don't think it matters as of yesterday.
I think the one of the concerns safety-wise is that people with glasses, who wear glasses know when it's hot and cold, the fog, and that is a
Listen,
concern.
I
That's a
don't like
concern.
coming in this building and I'm all fogged up either. I get that. I don't like it, but
Well, and one thing that I would do and look into, I can send you some links, but I know there are products that are really helping with that. You know what I mean? There are a lot of products out there that you can wipe your glasses so that they don't fog up in that way. I've thought about it with members of council. Well, I look up here and you all have glasses. So it's like of trying that and seeing, because I've had to wear sunglasses before in a mask, and I get annoyed with the fog as well. Like, I get that. But yeah, I'm with the mayor that if we need to be wearing masks, and I have heard reports where they're not, and different patrons have not felt as safe as they would maybe want to. So anything we can do to, whether we're buying just another cleaning solution or looking into different masks, I mean, anything that you can do to be proactive.
Sure, I will check.
That'd be cool.
Yeah, I would agree with the mayor that my interpretation of that was any federal funding involved would require a mask. But I will say this, every bus I've passed since I heard that, the bus driver is wearing a mask.
I would say most of them do.
Yeah.
I saw a couple
Did you?
last week that weren't, but it doesn't matter. I just want to make sure we're complying with that order.
I agree.
Very good.
I thought it was a requirement before President Biden said anything about it. No. I thought we had to wear a mask on the buses.
Patrons do.
Patrons.
But they have a plexiglass
So
now,
drivers have a
and
exception.
they don't come in the front door anymore. They come in the back door.
So they're not
So
passing
they
it
were
by.
they had 6 foot of separation is how they were getting away with it.
And the barrier.
And the barriers, but yeah,
I see. That must have worked for him. Have you had
like a
anybody
barrier
get
right
sick?
here.
Right.
Yeah, exactly.
Administrative
Have
Services,
any drivers get sick?
again, Mike
Except for when
Collette.
I need all the help in the world.
Project 889001, annual city building repair, page 66.
What? I don't know. I don't.
So
think
the balance of this, we're asking for the LED piece, so Stan would go out and bid this as a complete LED update for City Hall.
Where are you at, buddy?
Page
Page
66,
66.
annual city building repair.
Thank you.
This is where the city really should have been out front, because now there's no Mid-America grant for this. If we'd have just done one big LED bond 5 years ago, we'd be paying a lot less for this. It's too bad we just didn't see that coming, but who did?
What kind of a grant was that, Mayor?
Well, if you,
Mid-American used to offer it, just like in your house.
Oh, sure.
In your house, if you upgraded your lights, they basically gave them to you for free. So he's saying if we would have been more ahead of that, they would have let us do it for.
That program, are they done?
done. Warren doesn't get a tax benefit for that like he does windmills, so we don't do those things anymore. And I know Alex is a wind guy and so am I, but I don't know why, because when they tear them down, we have to haul those blades to a landfill, which makes absolutely 0 sense to me. I'll get on my soapbox early today, and then,
They don't decompose?
no,
They-
no.
You can't recycle
Now we've,
Why can't
no,
we
you
grind
can't,
them up and
you
chip
can't,
into something?
can't do anything with them, and there you are, and not
Or
only
the
that,
ash.
if
what I keep
the tax benefit ever went off, Buffett wouldn't build one of those things, so he's not the great liberal that he wants everybody to believe. He wants to save taxes is what he's doing, so. But there's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, 66.
Next project, 889003, annual city roof maintenance replacement, page
Hold on.
69.
What?
Can I talk about, or I just have one question. And while we're on this project, because I think it would ultimately come back to this, and we're talking lights, and it got me thinking a lot about this. So I really think that, to the mayor's point earlier about statues and different things outside of the building, especially like City Hall, we have such a beautiful building here that I just don't think we showcase enough, especially at night. And especially, I think you see the uplighting on SNB and then the lighting on now Warrior Davidson and then the Commerce, all that stuff. I've always wondered, two buildings in particular, number one, City Hall, and number two, Tyson Event Center, is it's like, I wish, and this is a bigger vision, it's not going to happen right here, I'm just putting it out there for the world to hear, is I think we should look at doing uplighting on City Hall to, rather than just the clock tower. I mean, focus on the architecture, the building itself. I really think that that would showcase this structure. And then the other thing is on Tyson Event Center or Long Lines, gosh, the curves and the features of that building, if you did that, even like did rope lighting, outlining the curves, you could get that fairly cheap. And then you'd be able to change colors, you know, green for hockey night, red for bandits night, you know, like all of these different things. And then it's so visible from the interstate, because right now you drive by the interstate, we just don't have a lot of light features that really showcase that building for what it is, especially the old versus new. I mean, the Long Lines, the auditorium, and the brick curves of that, and maybe uplight that, and then do the lines and the curves that are on the newer part. A couple of people in the community have talked to me about like a light up Sioux City, you know, opportunity that it's like, gosh, just showcase some of that stuff.
You're right. Those facilities are beautiful that have the new uplighting. And we can get quotes just so you know kind of what kind of approximation you're talking about.
Yeah, because now and I hope that now we see that around the city of really how beautiful that can be. I mean, with those projects that I mentioned, it's like, gosh, City Hall, we should be looking at that brick. And then from the interstate, now more and more people with that project done are going to be driving by. And if we can showcase that property and draw people's attention to it.
Project with the Vets Bridge. You know.
Well, they used to have that purple one. They're talking about redoing it, but the problem is it's the old technology. I mean, today with LEDs, you can do those. You know, we were supposed to. Did we do the Anderson Dance Pavilion where it changes colors? Right. Yeah, they do. The technology now allows you to do an awful lot of stuff for not a lot of money.
Those bridges, you can program them red, white, and blue.
Yeah. And that's what I'm thinking for Tyson, is it's like, gosh, different programming, having the lights run.
You ought to look at doing the expo center. You talk about visible.
Yes, yeah. I don't know, I just really think that
Why don't you get somebody to look into that?
We will.
Set it apart. Please.
I want to backtrack one last time as well before you move on.
Yep.
I want to go back to the being so mindful on that 345K with the parking lot. Just thanks for babysitting that. I mean, so many times we tear something up and replace it. I know Mayor, for lack of a better word, gripes about it and reminds us.
I do gripe about
You're
when
right.
they don't fix stuff fast.
Right, you know, and thank you for being mindful.
Yeah, I
and
think
holding on to that and just dealing with it until we figure out what's happening.
I think we should all look at it as if it was our own driveway.
Right, it's your driveway. If you're thinking about doing something, you're not going to tear it up and throw, you know, even if it's a $10,000 driveway, and then next year rip it up and do something else. I mean, we wouldn't do that at home, so we shouldn't do it here. So thank you for that.
Welcome.
Which is the big problem with like CMG, and you know what I mean, is throwing bad money at it.
For 003, if that's where we're at, we're really not asking for anything. I think the roof projects at this point, you're seeing the last of them come through council, you know, in these last few meetings even. So we're not asking for any property taxes in that project.
We like them.
Next project number 889012, annual field services facilities maintenance, page 70.
And this is where Stan maybe can come up too. I'll bring up the image here. Oh.
Why do we have to hire an appraiser and research? What the heck is that? $1,900 twice? What is that?
I know. Yeah, if you want to get a bottle, if you don't mind.
Well,
Yeah,
this is
I don't know.
Why we
I
even
don't remember
spend,
the last time we drank out of a
that
bottle.
for air.
I don't know.
No, I'll drink it up.
Mike, what's the 1,900 twice for Iowa appraisal and research? What is that? Under encumbered expenses.
I do not know.
I can look into that.
Is that one of your phantom companies, Mr. Moore?
We'll make sure it's not.
They're not donating the property, are they? We have to have an appraisal done for IRS?
There could have been an initial appraisal, but then we were looking at different properties contiguous to our property. So I don't know, we'd have to look. This file is not cooperating, no?
Help. Never heard that before.
I don't know why this folder, so that's unfortunate.
Where you at, Bob? What'd you see?
What's that?
Well,
Where you at, or what were you asking about?
Page 70, you got under encumbered expenses, you got 1,900 twice for Iowa appraisal and research. I have no idea.
you're
who
just
that-
logged in as the presentation screen.
I hope that
It's in
when they
presentation
move the
mode.
utilities, I hope it's over to a very hidden, secluded spot so those ugly green trucks are not seen at night.
know what that money is for and let you know. Yeah, unfortunately, this under council.
We used to have the ugly yellow trucks, and we figured out they didn't bring as much on resale, so we went to white. Now we're back to even an uglier green.
I think you've seen the map or the utility. We just want to have
Ugliest trucks you've ever, you think you want to buy one of those on a resale auction? What's that, Mike?
I'm sorry, the file's not opening up on there, but just wanted to have a confirming discussion on the utilities building process. So we are looking to go for site preparation and bring that to council in February and move ahead with that. And so that is the plan currently, but before we did that, we just want to know if there's any following questions on where we're going with that.
$1,600,000,
$1.6 million roughly, I think, $1.6 million is the estimate.
boy, once you commit to that, then you're committed to that new facility.
That's
So
why we wanted to have this before we put it out there.
I'm not sure I'd be, it's just a tragedy we didn't buy the land across the street from the existing one. Just an absolute big mistake on the part of.
Because who's there? Isn't it?
Everett bought it. Everett bought every bit of it, but it was all for sale. But we sit on our hands like we always do, and you could have moved just utilities across the street, and then utilities is the only thing that's fallen into the ground.
Currently, yes.
Now everybody wants a new building, so you're looking at $15 million. Well, you're looking at a lot more than 15, but you're looking at least 15. I mean, when you're all done, you'll have 30 million in that campus, I can guarantee you. And for what? And then we've got an old campus to get rid of besides. That's what doesn't, this project has never made sense to me.
Tough.
Well, what would an alternative be? Is there anything?
We should have bought the land across the street. It would have worked out fine for him. It would have been across the street. He could have got fuel right there. It wouldn't have mattered where his buses left from. That would have been an even better location to leave from because it was more centrally located.
But now we're landlocked, so there is no alternative.
Well, yeah, because, I mean, unless somebody can go to up to the Everests and talk to them about selling us some of that ground, I don't know why they need that much. They own where Udell stores rock and that he buys from them, but they don't. I don't know what they need all that land for. I have no idea what their long-term plans are, but I still think we ought to at least explore that opportunity because you've got a lot of infrastructure to put in place to put this thing out there at Headed Ballpark that's all in place at the existing site.
Across the street.
I'm not proposing you try to rebuild it. They didn't work real well rebuilding it on that landfill it's on now, but you could use that for outside storage and those sort of things, salt storage and those sort of, I don't know.
Has anyone had the conversation then with Everett?
That answer?
Anybody willing to do it?
Well, I think I got one of their emails somewhere in my office. I could ask them. I'm sure they don't want to sell it, but I guess my disappointing part is we never really made an effort to buy it. That's what.
Mayor, those two encumbrances, one of them is for 1823 18th Street land survey, and the other one is for 2220 Hawkeye Drive land survey.
What is that for? I have no idea. Hawkeye Drive would be the
Park area.
That'd be the park, right?
Yeah.
What's the other one?
But the other one's off 18th? That I don't know.
1823 Hawkeye?
No, 1820.
18th.
18.
What addresses?
1823 18th Street and 2220 Hawkeye Drive.
Well, that's up there.
No.
So I don't know if that's when we were looking to swap properties with somebody.
I mean, we can all
to do a couple different.
Someone can reach out, but.
Okay.
Nothing has been spent out of it, so it's possible that that would need to be on.
I know.
Anyway, I don't care. I'm just not for this. I know you guys need some newer facilities, but you're putting this thing way in the back of a lot. I'd be all for it if we had an extension of Hooven Drive to 28th Street. But you're going to be as landlocked up there as you are now. You're not gaining anything as far as being landlocked. In fact, I'll make an argument you're going to be worse because 31st Street's never open.
They wouldn't have been landlocked if they'd had a viaduct. I just wanted to point that out.
Well, you'd be a long ways away too. Your guys wouldn't be going out that way.
Not
Well,
half a mile out of the way, less than that.
We wouldn't have had any money left in the treasury to do this project if we did the viaduct. I could support this, Mike, because you have in your justification that the existing facility is 25 to 35 years old, so that's served us for a long, long time. I don't know what the maintenance on it was like over the years, but we're not building. The reason you're rebuilding this, Dan, is it's built on a landfill, and it's a death trap. Well, I understand. We should have been out of there a long time ago, but I get that. But I think what we're planning to do will last how many decades? I mean, and it's going to be more.
Well, your facilities you have there's nothing wrong with the other facilities. It's just the utility building that's the problem.
Yep.
Everything on the east end, the fire tower, everything they built there, the animal shelter was built on a landfill.
Yeah, there's no current plans to move anything else at this time.
Well, but there's once you start, that 15 million becomes reality.
But once we go there, you've made a commitment to that space long term.
Well, I guess
because the other facilities, we've maintained those. They're
right.
And we knew we were building on a landfill, correct?
No. Well, they did, but they didn't think back then.
Because now we're asking developers to, clean it out before they build on it.
Well, you're never going to sell that.
No, but I mean, developments today, it's pretty much.
Right, but I'm saying you'll never sell that piece of ground, so you're always going to own it. You own that piece, nobody's going to buy that. They'd have to dig down probably 30 feet to get
a lot of soil.
Get it out, yeah.
Version, yep.
I've been involved with the project where you had to do that.
Yeah, so you're just not going to ever sell it. That's my whole point. You're going to own that piece, and at least it's good for outside storage in the shape it's in.
Yeah. Well, I just wanted to state my position on it. So you have it.
So is there any way, at least, Julie and I were kind of talking just a second, to talk about buying anything across the street and see if that's a possibility, at least to extend that?
I can meet with Bob and we can visit and see what the options are.
You know what I mean? Just to at least to explore something.
Bring back some options that wrap up.
Exactly. Just to at least say, here are three options of what we could do, what we would maybe envision, and just see. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Because I don't think anyone's opposed of thinking that we can't do something, we shouldn't do something, we will do something. It's just we want to make sure that, like the mayor said, once you start committing real coin to something, you're going to be invested.
Yeah, once we go there with this facility, we're going there. And we
Right.
have ball fields to relocate, and it's a complicated move.
And you're relocating, it's not on here, you're relocating at least 5 baseball fields too, don't forget that. It's not in here.
There are 5 out there? Or
Yes.
Yes.
Right, Matt? You got the big one, 3 small ones, and you got that little bitty one. There's 5 fields there you're gonna replace when you do this. With there's no plans in here to do that. So it's deceptive of what this cost is gonna really be. I don't know where you're gonna put the bus barn out there.
Yeah, it's on the picture, which I wish I could show you today.
Right.
But we can email it out.
When are you taking the baseball fields out then, as part of these 2 phases?
The utilities would not impact the baseball fields.
And the bus
would.
The bus barn would, so
it would impact the big field.
The bus barn, when do you feel that is going to happen?
Next 2 years.
In reality, 2 years from now?
Probably, if we're successful in the next grant application. All competitive grant-based.
That's a big one.
Were there any other options for the bus barn that were looked at?
I guess we were centralizing on this just because that's where we saw the momentum heading with utilities and future buildings, but it doesn't have to be there.
You'd have enough room on that Evers property to do both, I would almost guess.
Bob, is that lots or is that acre size across the street?
No, it's acres. It's J. Myron Olson's old construction yard, and then some. It's a big piece of ground.
Well, let us look at that.
Does it affect utilities and the bus barn then?
It would.
You'd have to build
Your
it.
fear is that it'll grow into something else and we'll be putting other facilities there? Is that the concern?
I'm sorry, say it again.
Is the concern on the part of some of the council is that it'll grow and you'll be putting other facilities at that location, so it'll grow to 15 million plus?
Yes.
We don't have any way of just saying it's utilities and bus barn?
If you lose all your synergy, that's the problem.
But ultimately, when those other buildings are replaced, it makes sense to centralize them into one campus when you replace the old ones eventually, if it's 20 years from now or 10 years from now, to not have that separation that we have today.
Stay where we are, we'd have to take the landfill out, remove it. And do we have any estimates on what that would cost?
Well, and once you start, gosh, where would that go?
That's a door you might not want to open.
Oh, no, it is. It is. They do it all the time.
What's that?
Open the doors to removing landfills, to take garbage out.
Oh, yeah, it's just an expensive process, then you haul it out to the...
That's what I mean, it's just so expensive.
But it might be way less than 15 million plus. I mean, just an idea.
Sure.
I mean, because it's possible, because we do that. We had to do it on one of our other projects.
We'd have to identify a temporary spot for a while at the same time.
Because
it's just an idea. If you really want to save some money, you just use the existing site and do the work and at least get an estimate of what it would take.
Okay.
But I'm just saying, I'm going back to.
You're going to have to do some soil boring, because I don't think they know the outline of all.
That's what I was going to say, is I don't know how big.
But that can be done.
That can be done, and the soil borings always don't tell you the exact location. You get surprised when you actually start digging it up.
Yeah.
I know that from experience as well. Mike, don't get me wrong, I'm in favor of what's proposed here, okay? And I would like to have you email out the map.
We will.
I'd like to see that.
Yep.
But I'm supportive of this, but I'm thinking if we're looking at other options and trying to buy out Everest for whatever amount that would be, and whether there's even a willingness there, then at least look at, well, what do we have to use?
Yeah, it appears this has been out there as, a project for a while.
Yeah.
Well, it's because we don't have a real safe situation, do we?
The project actually, until you got a bad guy elected 9 years ago, was to go do that grandiose plan out there on 28th Street where you're building the jail. That's where all this was going.
Yeah, that building is not moving. We check it every quarter, every 6 months, I think, with an engineer, and that building is not moving a lot right now because they put in some pier supports for a temporary fix.
All right.
All right, we'll bring back some other information for you to consider.
You're scheduled for a break. Do you want to
Yeah.
go to break?
Absolutely.
Okay,
Absolutely.
we'll take about a 10-minute break then.
Okay.
I'm a union guy. You should know we take a break.
Mind if we hit the restroom?
Okay. Let me get my deal turned.
Just keep up the good work.
Okay, hi, Tom.
Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning.
Dan.
Chief Tom Everett with the Fire Department. Our first project will be Project 159018, Fire Apparatus Replacement, page 184.
On this project, the apparatus replacement, this was an area that after talking to my assistant chiefs, basically we took a close look at the 3 fire engines that were due to be replaced in the next 3 years, including one this year. And we felt that based on the maintenance that had been done on them, and the repairs, the cost of the repairs, the mileage and the hours, that we could push these out. So engines 7, 4, and 8 are in very good shape, all out 1 year. So that's what's happening on that project.
Appreciate it.
Next project, if you don't have any questions, Project 159019, Fire Station Improvements, page 186.
One that is how we keep our stations in good shape. Basically HVAC replacement, concrete replacement, things like that. I do want to point out that in FY22 we have, I believe it's 20,000. It is 20,000. $40,000 for Fire Station 8 engineering. This reflects a project next year to expand Station 8, which is on West 19th. It's a very small station, it's not female friendly. And so part of what we want to accomplish is adding some private lockers and bathrooms for females next year. This project's been pushed out a couple years, and it's just time to get it done. There's no room for example, the exercise facility is in an old gear storage locker off of the apparatus floor. It's really been kind of a make-do type thing out there. We just want to add about 30 feet off the back of that station next year. So this does reflect $40,000 for engineering costs for that project.
Got the space there to do that, Chief?
Trying to think of where that one is.
Right on 19th.
That's 19th.
Right up on the hill.
It was built at the same time Station 7 was built. Station 7 was in Leeds. Station 7 was completed a little bit earlier. During the tour, it was decided to scale down Station 8, and it got scaled down, frankly, to a point that's a little too small to try to make any changes to accommodate females in a proper way. Other than that, it's just normal HVAC, furniture, water heaters, that kind of stuff.
Next project.
Oh, I got it. And you're doing the engineering then this year, and then looking at the 310 or whatever for next.
Exactly. So if you were opposed to the actual.
Yeah.
Next project, Project 159032, Sioux City Fire and Rescue, Major Response Equipment Replacement, page 194.
Project rotates fire, special operations, and emergency medical services equipment. And this is where we purchase our larger items that we need to respond to emergencies. So this year it's fire, and what we're doing is we're buying turnout gear, which is the pants and coat that firefighters use when they're on emergency.
And I thought some of these I read them and I like, gosh, I thought we've done RCAs or grants or different things. Haven't we purchased this stuff? Like, I guess that's where you read so many things, man, and your mind gets jarbled of what in the world we've already paid for or requested for. So I just thought we'd had grants and other things we've had RCAs.
Recently had a grant, I think it was 2 years ago, we put into service all brand new self-contained breathing apparatus. That was about $300,000. We do everything we can to get grants. Fortunately, these, you don't have success getting grant on turnout gear. You don't.
But we haven't done other, just like throughout different council agendas and stuff, you haven't brought forward anything on turnout gear, I thought.
Well, we did. We had recently, this is what you might be thinking of, we purchased emergency medical services for the EMS division. We purchased them some EMS turnout gear, if you will.
Okay.
The purpose for that was when we have a car accident and we need them in the car, it provides flash protection and some of that.
Chief, does this buy turnout gear for all the department?
Yes, we do have.
Not just for fire though, right?
Yeah.
This is fire.
Yeah.
Right, but you got to do that. You got to do that every 4 or 5 years?
The turnout gear, I believe the lifespan on it's 10.
Okay.
But we do have, I think it's right around 20,000 in an operating line for replacements, repairs, and to purchase for new people that come on. But that's what this line is this year. And then, if there's no other questions on those two items, we have, just since I know you guys don't have a lot to read, I did bring along strategic plan addendum. This just outlines, just really quick, 36 things that are in our strategy, and on 12, 13, 14, an additional 27 things we're able to do this year. I'm just real proud of everybody on the department and what they were able to accomplish with considering everything else. That is just a report for your leisurely reading.
Did you say page 12, 13, 14?
Yes, sir.
Mine goes 12, 13 to 16.
Oh, my goodness. I'll get with,
You can have mine.
Mine the only one?
Yep, mine's in order.
you know what, they kind of stick together, Pete.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Next up, we have Parks and Recreation, Matt Salvatore. The first project is Project 459005, Annual Athletic Maintenance, on page 210.
The COVID relief money sure helped these associations, so we're just proposing the $3,000 each this year.
Matt, 28,000 Siouxland Youth was because they were gonna build a new complex, which died.
Not died, it's on hold. COVID affected their planning and construction.
Have we given
plan.
them 28,000 or are we holding it?
We are holding the next 28,000. They have the 25, or the 23 is just for their general maintenance. The 25 was for the project. That has been expended, but they're holding it in account, and any time we want that money back, we can get it.
Okay, because my understanding is that doesn't have the legs that they want to have it. I don't know if it's COVID or otherwise.
Yeah.
My understanding is there is a different project that is getting a lot more momentum moving forward with the expansion of Little League parks out there or Miracle League, adding those things. I know that there have actually been fundraising meetings already where there's a lot more interest in doing that. I was going to have Kevin Negard, he's available to come and speak today, or I told him probably at wrap up or something like that. Because my hope would be moving that 25K, if they haven't utilized that and don't feel that they're prepared financially to really push that and get that going right now, that we could maybe move it to that project.
Yeah, if their project comes to fruition, we can budget that money at the time that it happens, so that wouldn't be a problem at all.
Because that's the plan and the vision for what Kevin is laying out and what these other investors that he's met with, that they're on board for, would be the addition of like 3 more ball fields out there. And what they're asking, what their vision is if we can get the city to commit to $25,000 per ballpark, that would be able to get them there, because they think it's going to be overall, I forget, again, I think it's like $500K per or something like that. But they want a private fundraise most of it, but we're asking, he just came to me and said if there's any way that we could do a 25 for the city's portion or something to show good faith and show our investment, that they thought that would go a long way. So I was talking to the mayor earlier and just said, yeah, if we can use this, if they haven't,
No, yeah.
I think that would really help them.
I think that would be fine.
Okay. So I guess,
So we have budgeted 25 last year that you say we possibly might get back if we ask.
If we ask for it, we'll get it back.
Okay.
And then 25 this year.
Yep.
That'd be 2 fields of the 3.
Which I think is a good start. I think let them see if we can get momentum going to build this one then.
Well, you might want to that's why I know that we'll be discussing that at wrap-up, just so they can come and plead their case, I guess.
And I know that Kevin's been in touch with Jess too, so hopefully they can.
Yeah, and we're working on amending the lease for Miracle Field, and SYA will be bringing that forward, because SYA will be providing some additional property from their lease for Miracle Field for that expansion.
And Floyd Softball pays us rent, and then we give it back to him?
For capital.
Correct.
The 3 additional fields, who will they serve?
It could be for just any type of youth tournament or specific special needs.
So it's an extension of Miracle.
Correct.
And
they
their
have some
vision
private
is-
money going into the project and some grant money.
Weren't we also considering consolidating other fields into one complex?
That is the next sheet.
But this is strictly for Miracle League. then?
Correct.
So the fields will be the same size?
They have a couple different sizes.
Do they?
Yeah. Mostly, they're youth sizes though. And they're, from my understanding, is that possibly other associations would be able to utilize those fields for tournaments.
Yes.
What was the city's prior contribution to the Miracle League?
I believe it's 500,000 between two projects.
Was it that much?
Yeah.
Over.
I can get you that exact
Yeah,
number, but basically
it could've
paid for the
been.
concession restroom building and then paid for a portion of the splash pad.
Period of
It was two different budget cycles.
two different.
And multiple projects, like you
Yeah, could
said,
we get
Matt.
that
It
in?
wasn't just the field.
Right.
If you could please get that information.
Yep.
The next project, project 459026, ball field relocation, page 213.
So Dan, yeah, the original idea behind this project was consolidation. That project doesn't necessarily have a lot of legs, but this one in particular has kind of been modified in the event that transit happens. They would need to be, headed would need to be relocated. So this would be just some seed money to start that process if we keep moving forward with the relocation of transit.
Did Center Street shut down?
They are in the process of having West Side Little League take over their lease. So they're transferring leadership.
So are they going to keep the ballparks there?
West Side Little League would take over their ballpark.
They will take them over?
Yep. That'll be coming up here shortly for council action.
So the leagues are still keeping their own ballparks then?
Correct.
Headed would be relocating somewhere.
Correct.
Okay, because I might have misunderstood the idea or the concept of a complex, that there'd be several of those combined.
I think that was the original intention for this project, predating my time, but the major issue is a location and an amount of acres needed to accommodate all the different associations and all their needs. And then what do you do with the other ball fields after they've been vacated?
Well, you got that plus making sure the players have access.
Yeah.
Players from all walks of life have access to those fields.
And the other component that I wasn't aware of, Matt, maybe you are, and those that know a little bit better, too, is like you get bids to go to national tournaments and you have to be in different areas or different things. So it's like if you're at a complex or only one facility, you can only get one bid to nationals. Is that true? Do you know what I'm talking about?
I'm not exactly sure what that Little League
I was gonna say, I was really confused and trying to get brought up to speed, but. Because I think the better we can do to invest in a complex or something where multiple teams are going to one area where we have to make that investment rather than trying to be everywhere would be my preference. But I also understand that you want to have them in the neighborhoods so they're accessible for everyone as well. It's just striking that balance.
Right, location to, because the geographic boundaries kind of dictate what Little League they're involved with.
Yeah.
And then there's each individual identity, and trying to bring those all together in one complex can be challenging.
Yeah.
We don't want to underestimate the work and energy of all the volunteers over the several decades that we've had that, made the improvements themselves.
Yeah.
Yep.
For everybody. So we don't want to underestimate that either.
Next project, 459039, tennis, pickleball, basketball court replacement, page 214.
Yeah, Riverside pickleball parks, pickleball courts have been quite the success. So we just have a couple of small projects proposed for next year for some crack sealing at Leaf and to put some pavement between the fence and the courts at Riverside.
Next project.
Thanks, Matt, for all you've done for the pickleball
Yeah, you're welcome.
Pickleball Association. I know they've asked some additional questions that you're addressing, and that's a good thing. They can ask. But
Yeah. Yep, and those pickleball courts at Riverside have been an overwhelming success, a lot of use.
Project 459040, park signage, page 217.
Got nothing planned for the upcoming fiscal year?
Why is that?
We're just looking at some signage for FY '23.
And you already have done a lot of it.
We've done a lot.
You've already
We've done
done a
all the
lot of
parks.
it. Like I've seen the different or the new signs and stuff
Every
like that.
single park has the same branded style of sign now.
Yeah.
We've done a lot over this over the last couple of years, so this would just be EMS trail signage and aquatic signage. We
I
want,
love the uniformity.
yeah,
It says this is a Sioux City park.
yep, it's all branded together.
Do we have a thank you? I can't recall when I exit the parks. Do we have a thank you to those that have visited the parks? Like was suggested about, what was that, 7 years ago?
Yeah, that was before my time.
Well, who did that study? They came to town and just really went through it with a fine-tooth comb.
We spent a lot of money with Robert Brooks.
I was going to say, are you talking about Roger Brook?
Oh, yeah.
I don't
Yeah,
know.
but he said that was real important in a
Great.
community to have the.
Had a lot of great ideas that we didn't.
Since he's came is when we did all these signage.
At the parks or at the exit?
At the park, the parks. Yeah. I'm trying to think, what's the one out, Dorothy Pico Center? When you exit there, they've got.
The county's always been on the cutting edge, so.
Yeah. We haven't annexed that yet?
Next project, project 459055, annual IBP Ice Center maintenance.
These are just some
Page
items that
218.
Todd has identified for the
No,
upcoming
you're
year.
back. You're back. Back one more. I did have a question about this one. We're on 218, right?
Yep.
IBP. My question was, and this is, I apologize, man, I should have called you, but it was about sponsorship of the IBP Center and kind of where we are on that, because my question was more specifically on the new exterior sign.
Yeah,
I know we've talked about that. It's $22K here. I think it needs it desperately, but that's where I was saying that it's like, if you have a sponsor, if you have a branded location, is that what's going to cover this, or what?
Yeah, that's what that 22 is for. Now that the naming rights have been renewed, that 22,000 is for the exterior sign, now that we know that it's going to remain IBP.
And is that money being put towards this, I guess?
No, that's another project that we'll get to in about 2 pages.
Oh, okay. I must have missed that then.
And do we sell anything on the inside?
We think we have a couple smaller, like scoreboard sponsorships.
Okay.
Yeah.
Next project, project 459102, Long Lines Family Rec Center, page 220, oh, I'm sorry, I skipped a project. Project 459058, Emerald Ash Borer, project 221.
I'll have Kelly come up and just give some stats on EAB.
Hi, Kelly.
Morning, council.
Good morning.
Parks Maintenance Superintendent, let's call me that today. EAB has not been identified within Sioux City yet. We're proactively, we look at trees that are exhibiting the initial symptoms, and we have not identified it yet. Been working on the plan, basically, and hopefully I can hear it now.
Gotta get a mic.
I don't talk loud enough. Right now, I have a 19-page rough draft of the plan, and then we'll start working on a web page for the second portion of information for citizens to access and use. We've been proactively removing ash trees that wouldn't normally meet the criteria for removal, but we haven't been real selective. If there's a need or a close need, we've been taking them. If they're extremely healthy, we've been still leaving them, just so we don't take the canopy too fast. The good news is, with removals, we also are planting. We put in 126 trees within parks and city facilities between last spring and this fall.
And we are diversifying. Not too many people see alders or hornbeams. A lot of the oaks we're putting in, ginkgos, some new things coming in as far as London plane trees. There's a regal petticoat maple that we're trying that was planted with a cooperative with Earl May at one of the parks. So as we remove trees, we're putting quite a few back. We do, when we run our actual numbers, it's a little higher than a 1-to-1 ratio, but with our method of reporting, we count a tree removal as any kind of tree that we remove. So if we're working along, if you've seen us, we've been trying to, since the Riverfront Trail is open, the interstate fence was a little bit overgrown, and you get a lot of silver poplar growth. Well, if the guys cut down a silver poplar that's just sprung up for no reason, it's counted as a tree. So in actuality, we're removing basically a 1-to-1 of if you have a tree in front of your house, if there's a tree in front of your, in the park that's actually been planted, we're replanting at about the same rate.
That's correct.
A little difference, you're gonna see a higher number, but it's just the method that we use for accounting for work done each day. So, you know, if you're in that rough area and you just have a lot of wolf trees that sucker up, they're still counted because we do the work, but in reality, we really shouldn't be counting those when we're looking at the 1-to-1 ratio of removal and replacement. So
That's great news. 126 trees, you said?
126, and we've been at that mark quite closely for a number of years. We're at 125 to 160 trees every year that we're putting in. Some years are a little more, some years a little less.
And Kelly, that's where I would just, I always feel like the negative sometimes, and it's just like I'm trying to just push. Like, I really think that this is where we need to be aggressive. You know that, especially with Emerald Ash. Like, I know that you understand the urgency, especially. My biggest thing is, if that's where we've been in previous years, now we need to hold our feet to the fire, that it's like, gosh, we should be ramping that up, if at all possible, to try to do more. You know what I mean? And especially with the introduction of new parks or wherever we're going, whatever we can do. You know, my pet peeve are the trees downtown, you know what I mean, of what we can do to actively replace those or get the, I mean, they're just looking really bad. So I would just urge you to think creatively of what we can do to keep pushing that number more, especially now with EAB. I mean, if we were planting 160 to 125 in previous years when that wasn't as much on our radar, you know, I would hope that in the next 2 years we would double that number, that, you know, we really start actively doing that. And I know you're doing a lot. I would just really ask you to think, what can we do differently? And I know I get pushback from Kearney and Dave Kearney sometimes, you know, but when we're redoing those streets, especially like up on Pierce Center or other areas, or Pierce Street or other areas, that we take out a lot of tree cover, you know, and then it doesn't look tree lined, or even on Morningside Ave. And if there was a program that we could more proactively reach out to homeowners and offer them, look, you'll have to take care of it and maintain it, but we want to give you a tree, and here's how you do this, and here's what would need to be done. Because I think that really builds those neighborhoods. Thank you. That really builds those neighborhoods up, and creating tree line. I mean, there are a lot of studies with it, tree lined roadways, you know, reduce speeds and other things like that too. So I'm just saying, I'm happy with the work you've done. I appreciate it. But if we can do anything to really push that and increase that number, I think it should be pursued.
Yes, and this is on our portion. These trees are on our properties. That's part of the stipulation of the grant that we've been receiving, is it has to be on public property.
Okay.
Now, in the past, we partnered with the IDNR and Mid-America on Plant the Shade program.
Yeah.
One of the last years that we administered that program, because we kind of were part of it, America provides funding, DNR would do the initial purchase of the tree. We had trees for Sioux land, and we bought trees. We were averaging between 250 and 400 trees that were going out each time we had that sale in the fall.
Mm-hmm.
With, you can see I have the replanting here. With that, we can either do a program like that on our own, where it's only Sioux City residents. At that time, it was for Mid-America customers. So if you were a customer in a different close community, you could take part of that. But we can work with a program like that, or we can do, it'll be it's in my rough draft, but if you have a tree that's removed, we give you a voucher to have plant a tree, and you go to a business that's, a local, and that increases, business for them, and then they work with us, we refund, the amount of the voucher, and then you have a tree to plant, and there's, a certain amount of money parameters. So those are the two options we've been looking at.
Mm-hmm.
Those are in the EAB plan. So yes, we plant as a city in that 125 to 150, but
push to the public
as a
to really
department, until the program was discontinued, we were also working on the private side.
Gotcha.
Helping distribute trees. Not all made them into Sioux City, but it's a greater good in the Siouxland area. So
This go around, you could limit it to Sioux City.
yes, because it would be solely on us to do this. So if you are a Sioux City resident, you would be eligible. Outside, no. So
yeah, I hope
those
you
are the two
continue to
options we're
pursue
looking
those
at.
and see what we can do. I just think I know you're acting aggressive as far as, what we can do for prevention and then taking out of emerald ashes that are, at risk or whatever, or dying. But I just want to push us and think creatively about different programs as much as I can.
And your downtown things, we're looking at a few options at that point. Reagan and I have been having a few discussions. Some of our options are limited because of the increased numbers of fiber going through.
Yes, I have a note to myself for Virginia Street to talk
That's
about.
specifically what we're talking about,
I got the landscape program now. Now it's just teaching myself to use it and see what we can pop in, so you have an idea what it could look like. Or we can meet with the property owners and say, hey, for this amount of dollars, probably make it look a little different than it does.
And that's my big thing, is you need that uniformity. I mean, I've been harping on this for a couple of years now, especially with the interstate, off-ramp right there. It's almost like you need a welcome to Sioux City project in the CIP that says, in these off-ramps or in these areas, we want to create a welcoming presence where the sidewalks are all uniform. Because right now you have properties that are tearing them up and replacing them, and it's like, they want to do the right thing, but if we don't have uniform lighting all the way through there, those properties on Ho-Chunk side, aren't going to make sense because they're not extended all the way up to 4th.
Right, and they're building luxury, condo
Spaces.
there,
Mm-hmm.
and the surrounding area is not so luxurious right now, so. And are we finding a solution to the roots that are wrapped around the utilities underground, or, is there no solution, just cut it off and then figure out something else? Maybe some massive above-ground planters with some nice ornamental trees or something, that then we wouldn't have to worry about it,
Yeah. And
I don't know.
That's part of it. If, we start looking at what can we do, where it's appropriate, sun and shade are a big thing. We have to look what plants we can plant downtown just annually.
Is this going to include the Pocket Park on the corner of 4th and Virginia? I know Reagan's talked to you about that before.
We have talked, and it was left that I would walk through with some of my staff that have landscaping knowledge and see what we can do there. Bring it back to a little less, but a little higher look. So, all things on my list of things to do in between Cole
Yeah,
Park
you have a
and the
big
Expo.
list. You have a big list, I understand that. That was brought to my attention by the owner of the property. So I just wanted to make sure that I followed through on it. I did speak to Reagan about it. She said she did talk to you, so that's cool.
Kelly, you may have mentioned this, but your cash or your balance at the end of the year, that $645,000, what's that representing? Or what, can that be used? Or has that already been spoken for?
We have a cash balance. With my input, I would say we'd want to keep a cash balance just for when it does arrive, so we're not playing catch-up. Okay, we need to hire some contractors, have funding in place to do work before.
But wouldn't we be better off right now using that, and, because it's the old, if you space the tree so much, the chances of it getting it go down, right?
EAB can move 1 to 2 miles generally, so spacing.
Or would we be better off to treat some trees that we want to save?
That
Some of that money
is in
could
the
be used for-
program. Some towns are going to, they treat trees so you don't have such a high end on your removals. Treatment, yes, is an option. There are some trees within the parks, and I do have staff that know how to do it and have been certified.
I'd like to see us spend that now rather than get in the tree and we lose the tree, because it'll cost as much to take that tree out as it does to treat it.
Treatment, yes, if it's a candidate, but it's a continuum.
Always treat it.
It's using emamectin. One of the more common names is triage. It's a 2-year. Every 2 years you need to treat. And the cost, so we can delve deeper into that once I prepare and give you an updated draft of the EAB program management. Hopefully I can have that done in the next 2 to 3 weeks, depending how fast I can type.
So it's gonna get worse before it gets better.
As far as
as far as the emerald ash borer.
you have that death curve. Yeah, you're not going to catch it on day 1,
right,
but it's very slow for your first roughly 8 years, and then you exponentially grow and it explodes till you have, if you do nothing, you have a final, everything's dead. So it's not a quick, like Dutch elm was a fairly quick process. It can be 10 to 15 year process between the time you identify and when you're fully dead. So it's kind of like the COVID, taking the ramp out and leveling it out to where it's manageable.
One thing I wanted to say about Kelly. Kelly has been instrumental, something near and dear to my heart and all of us, the Riverfront Development Project. Kelly sits on the steering committee, and he has been extremely knowledgeable and helpful when it comes to maintenance of a development project. And Kelly, I want to thank you for that, because your input was just invaluable, because a lot of us look at the pictures, we know what we want it to look like, but you're the one that has to get the trucks, the equipment, and the people in there to maintain it. So thank you for your input on that, and I'm just really excited about our riverfront development that's coming up, and you've played an important role in that.
I would echo that, Dan. Thank you.
Next project, project 459059, IBP Ice Center Enhancement, page 222.
So this was the new project that I was referring to. So this would be proposed project utilizing the naming right money. And Siouxland Youth Hockey's had a major need for some additional locker room spaces for their programming at the Ice Center. So at this time, I'll invite Kirk Lukehart from the Siouxland Youth Hockey Board to come up and talk a little bit about their project. You've each received a packet that talks a little bit more about the project, and he can explain that in more detail.
Morning, Council. Thank you for your time, and I won't take a whole lot of it. Youth hockey is looking for matching funds from the city to embark upon a locker room addition to the Ice Center. The scope of the project is to add high school locker rooms, showers, restrooms, girls' locker rooms, showers, and restrooms, a coach's room, a small equipment room, and add 2 additional youth locker rooms inside the rink itself. Our need is basically primarily driven by our girls program. 2 years ago, youth hockey started a girls program at the Ice Center. In 2 years, our numbers have gone from 12 to 25, doubled in 2 years. We do not have a girls' locker room at the ice center. Currently, we found an office space that youth hockey used to utilize that we've put the girls into for a changing room. No shower capability. They must use the public restrooms if they have need for a restroom. And we really feel good about our girls' program and where it's heading. Secondly, on the boys' men's side, when we built the facility in 1996-97, at that time, all we installed were 4 what I would call youth locker rooms. 2 of those 4 locker rooms do not have showers. The other 2 have showers, but it's a single head shower. And that's where our high school and Bantam age, junior varsity age players must shower one at a time. Very inconvenient. It hasn't worked out very well. And as our youth hockey program has continued to grow in numbers, it's become problematic. We're almost a victim of our own success. 2 years ago, we started the girls program. 2 years ago, the high school team won a national championship. And as a result of that, we've seen our boys' numbers grow as well. And we really are at the limit of what we can accommodate. In your brochure, there's a couple things I'll reference for you and ask you to take a look at. There's some additional information there that you can look at your leisure. First thing I'll draw your attention to is the 2-sided blueprint. Side with the yellow on it gives you an overview of where that locker room would be constructed, which is on the east side of the building. And it shows also inside the rink the 2 youth locker rooms we intend to build inside the rink itself. The need for additional youth locker rooms really comes to the fact of tournaments. When we have tournaments, it becomes very problematic in accommodating the various teams. We have a lot of players that are dressed in the parking lot, in their cars, in the hallway, in the lobby. So this will provide us an opportunity to enhance the flow of the kids dressing. On the back side of that is the blow-up of the project itself, showing the various locker rooms, both the varsity, junior varsity, the girls' locker room. In addition to that, just for your brochure, I've included the funding where we're at right now. I started the fundraising process back in 2018. We got with a couple of builders. I have an estimate from L&L, construction estimate for about $964,000. That was 2018, so that may change a little bit. In addition to that, I have a second estimate from L&L, which would expand the project to the north, to the front end of the building. That project would come in at about $1.2 million. The need there is that the lobby area and the ice center is very small, and this would give the city the ability to double the size of the lobby area coming into the building for whatever needs the city might have.
Well, for example, with that, like when we have birthday party packages for open ice, we literally put people in a vacant locker room to have their birthday cake and whatnot. So this would expand for a party area and just expand the lobby.
What part of the map is that, Matt?
That would be up front in this white space.
Be included here?
Yep. So that's the one.
The yellow would be extended all the way out to here.
Take a look at the yellow copy. That extension out there to the north would be that expanded.
This second piece you're talking about would make this.
It'd just make it a square, and yeah, that whole thing would be
And
yellow.
that's where the 1 million.
1-2.
To do all of this.
The 1-2 is the yellow. The 1-2 is the yellow. On your left-hand side of that chart, there's a blank area. That's right. Go left. Right there. That blank area on your print is where the expanded lobby would be.
Oh.
You
Matt,
had
what
it,
were
you
you
had it.
talking
Yeah,
about?
you had it right, Julie. Right there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
What was this? Nothing?
That's the Zamboni entrance to the
Oh, yeah, you're
facility.
right. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
That's where the HVAC system.
So this really didn't have, okay.
Yeah,
So
that's not part
the
of it.
first bid that you got from L&L was this right here.
Yes, for $964.
then it'll be 1 point something.
Yeah,
if you do this.
1.2.
What was that?
1.2.
Is that also bid back in 2018?
Yes.
Oh my gosh, I'm gonna really recommend that you ask them to update those numbers.
We will.
The construction costs have skyrocketed. I think that will be a little bit of a surprise.
Well, we started the fundraising really in 2019, as we all know what the pandemic has done to us since then.
Right, I'm just saying that construction costs
I agree.
so high.
A question I would have is, I'm pretty sure, just from my limited time that I've been able to spend there, the concessions are right when you walk through the door, and then they're up there on the left just a little bit, right?
Yep.
So my question is, if you're doing the party room, so to speak, or expanding the lobby off towards Combe Park on that side, right? Are you going to have an opening on that side for concessions to be sold over on that side, or like an opening on the wall, or is that wall just going to be like a closed off area where you would have private parties?
It'd be private parties, and there'd be some overflow lobby space.
Okay.
So the room is just basically a rectangle?
Yep.
It's just a shell at this time for the 1.2 million. Now, what the city might want to do with that expanded area is really up to them. It'd be a separate project, as he said, to improve the canteen area, and whatever else the city would like to put in there.
One other thing I was going to mention is that Siouxland Youth Hockey actually has engineered stamp drawings for all this. So the money they're raising is for the build out itself.
So I'm just asking so we can keep moving. What are we at? What are we here for? I guess we got an idea.
Well, youth hockey would be looking for the city to commit to a matching funding. I would say right now the matching funding is at $455,000 is where we're at on commitments between what the youth hockey group has been able to accumulate over the years for the project. Tyson's $150,000 to renew the naming rights for the IVPI Center.
Yeah, but you're taking that.
Yes, that's all part of the project.
Right, so the city can't, I'm trying to just get in my head. You can't use, even though that money's coming to the city, because we own the building, you're using it for your project, so we can't use it for the match. Is that correct?
I guess, I would assume that's one and the same thing.
No? You want that 150,000 that's in the book?
Oh, yes, yeah, the 150,000, yes, that's part of the fundraising
plus
project.
460,000.
Yes.
For me, but okay. At least I just want to know. I want to make sure I understand.
Where are you getting?
It's a $960,000 project. They're taking in their fundraiser brochure, it shows 150 coming from the city. That's part of the naming rights. So you got to come up with 460 besides, and more than that if you want to do the $1.2 million. You've got to come up with 600 and.
So what the mayor's saying is that the 150.
$700,000.
The 150's gone already.
The 150 is, already part of the city's match, is what the mayor, I think, is saying.
No.
No, he's
No, it's
saying
not.
it's
You're on page 2.
outside.
No,
of
it's
it,
already
and then
pledged.
That he's doing another.
Okay, sorry, I misunderstood that.
In their 455 is that 150.
Correct.
Yes.
So it's not in there, so we've got to come up with $700,000 match, basically, because if we want to do the addition.
Well, and what's really tough, at least just, I'm not saying I'm opposed, I'm just talking
No,
out
I am
loud about
too.
it.
I'm just saying
is
that-
that it's like, what's tough is the only reason you're getting the 150 as a naming right for the match is because it's our asset. You know what I
They
mean?
put a lot of money in that, I was here, they put a lot of money in that asset when it started, in their defense.
The youth hockey, you mean?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, but that's where it's
I
like
agree.
actually try to leverage that side of it.
I know, I agree.
But that's not shown on page 222.
No, this is.
You got to disregard it, here's their budget.
But Mayor.
Nothing is in,
Are we
nothing
coming
on
back?
222 is,
Yeah.
this 150 is this
Platinum.
150.
Yeah, but you're saying it's additional monies, but it's not in the out.
It's not in our budget.
Not in our.
No, the 460 is not in your budget, that's what I'm trying to tell you. They're here to ask for that today, it's not on our sheet. That's what I'm trying to clarify.
This isn't a city project. This is a Siouxland Youth Hockey
Right.
organized
I
project.
just wanted to clarify what their expectation of us was. So it's that 150 plus 460 plus another 250 if you want to do the
room.
The room. That's what I'm trying to tell you. It's $700,000. That's all. I don't care whether you're for it or against. I just want everybody to understand where we're at, right?
Well, if we want to do the room, is that all on us? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
The whole room? Can I design it?
Oh, yes.
Just kidding.
The more Corbett Law Firm meeting room?
Exactly.
Yeah, Matt's going to call me on Monday.
They don't, listen, you don't have to have a call on Monday. I went through the whole thing here. All you have to
Where
is
do I
just-
sign?
There, you just fill that out.
Thanks, Mayor.
I know you'll shake even at the $1,000 over 3 years.
That's not a bad idea,
but-
though, to have another name on, have the meeting.
Yeah, I think the mayor's
Well,
onto something here.
I'll put up to council that pandemic really has cut short everybody's fundraising capabilities.
absolutely.
And we are still in the midst of fundraising.
Mm-hmm.
But to your point, we're hoping to find a donor that will donate in the neighborhood of $100,000 to have the arena named after themselves, the IBI Center, something arena. So the inside is like the Robert L. Peterson Arena or something along those lines. So the fundraising hasn't stopped. It's slowed down. I'm the only one raising money right now. I firmly believe that there'll be more money coming. The last 2 donors on there for $2,500 each happens to be Jebro and Knife River. Knife River has committed that they'll sit down with me this spring and we'll fill out a fundraising request for their foundation. So I fully expect more money to come in.
And those smaller donations, they really do add up. They're contagious when people see that you don't have to have 50,000 or 25,000 or 100,000 at a time. Sometimes when you see other donors, and this is a small business saying this, you think, oh, well, they probably don't want my $250 or whatever, but a $2,500 donation, by 10 other donors makes a difference.
Mr. Scott can attest to, I sat up here in 1996 asking the council for money for the ice center itself, and there were a significant number of small donors, $50 donors, $100 donors.
Right.
So the fundraising will continue. I'm
Do you have a
confident we'll be
Facebook,
successful.
social media presence?
Sorry?
Do you have a Facebook or social media presence for your fundraising?
Not at this time, no.
Let me say this, and you touched on it earlier, and I thank you for that, but I want to say the enhancement of the ice center is critical because you do have a successful program, and it's growing by leaps and bounds. And from experience, I know that the kids that are in youth hockey, it changes their lives. It really does. It touches them in a positive way. And I'm so glad that you're coming before us with improvements to build on that success, keep that success going. And it's so good for the community. It's good for Sioux City. It's good for the youth of Sioux City. And it's good for the ones that come in and play at our facilities. So I know we're talking a lot of money. I'm glad the mayor clarified it for me. I get it. But it's a successful program. Don't let it slide. Don't let it go downhill.
And youth hockey is really growing in our area.
Well, and that's actually where I was going to kind of shift to, was asking you to maybe talk with the team at Tyson Event Center a little bit. I don't think it's like they're going to necessarily bolster your fundraising efforts or anything like that, but they're starting to have a lot of large scale hockey tournaments come through, and it's one of those things where I don't know enough about hockey. I flat out don't. But I'm thinking some of those brands or those hockey equipment distributors or all of those things, if you talk to them about, gosh, look at the tournaments, the national tournaments that Dan was talking about earlier that are starting to come through our doors and into our community, and then you said help us foster kind of that development and that growth, and really kind of pitched it on that angle of, gosh, we're getting a lot more tournaments that are going to be held at Tyson for hockey, if you're going to get more of a focus on that, how can we continue to grow that with our youth here in our community? I don't know if some of those national brands would be interested in helping out or naming the arena side of it, like you mentioned.
Well, we've got a beautiful facility down there if you haven't been there, and the way the city has maintained that over 25 years is beyond belief. I mean, following my son in hockey throughout the years, we've been to some places that are very sad condition after 10 years. But the extra money we spent to build it and build it right, you know, unfortunately in building it right, we got to a point in the fundraising back in 96, 97 that we had to start cutting things out, and locker rooms were cut. Lobby size was cut.
Right.
Second story mezzanine was cut. So there are a lot of things that were cut to get the project going. The only thing I'll say now, I guess to conclude, is with us, it's really a time crunch issue.
What is your timeline for the project, if I could ask?
I wish I could start digging tomorrow.
Yesterday.
Yesterday. I mean, I would be bold enough to ask the council if they approved our matching, and we'd have to work out the matching issue as we continue to raise more money. The council's commitment would go down, but I would be bold enough to ask for half of the commitment in the 22 fiscal year and the other half in the 23 fiscal year. I hate to wait that long, but I don't know how else to get, you know, the city to commit the money we need to start sooner rather than later.
Well, it's very crowded up in there. My grandson is on the ice there, so I feel your pain.
Youth hockey is also contagious. It's not only good for the youth, but it's also, as you see firsthand, and as I've seen firsthand, it's great for the parents and grandparents. And I can remember back in the day before there was the IBP Ice Center, going down the long lines at 6 a.m. for practice because that's the only time we could get, and we didn't care. They could have said 4 a.m. and we'd go down and practice for 2 hours with those kids. And it was a lifesaver for a lot of them.
I remember kids skating in the bubble across the river in South Sioux.
Yes. Oh my gosh.
I can attest to all of that. So
So
I do
anyway,
have a kid plays
thank
hockey.
you for
So
your time. I want to thank for everything the city has done for youth hockey, and hope we can do something going forward.
Thank you.
Thank you.
do you want to bring this back for wrap up, or do you?
Yes.
what do you do? Okay.
Thanks for doing it right.
Next project, project 459102, Long Lines Family Rec Center, page 225.
I have a question before we even start. Am I the only guy who wonders why you'd have 3 different electricians? Do you bid those jobs, and how is it you've encumbered 3 different electricians in the same building?
Nice Room Electric is for the fire alarm project with Tyson.
Okay.
Odell Electric, I'm not quite sure on that one.
I'm just curious how you get...
It's 3 separate projects.
They're all good guys, don't get me wrong, but...
Metro Electric was the exterior, we redid the light poles along the sidewalk.
Okay.
So there are 3 different projects essentially.
Okay, there are actual bid projects.
Yeah, bid projects with 3 different, yeah.
Okay.
And then nothing real significant this year, just some money for emergency repairs.
Project 459136, Riverfront Recreational Upgrades, page 228.
So update about phase 2. The way things stand right now, we're looking at doing the adoptive plans and specs on March 29th. The phase 2 would get bid in May, and it would have a November of 2022 complete date. So phase 1 is May of 2022. Phase 2 would be November of 2022. So actually similar timelines, even though they're bid at separate times, about a year apart, almost exactly a year apart.
Project 459140, Annual Park Road Lots Trail Improvement, page 230.
Nothing for the upcoming fiscal year, but we have a lot planned for FY23.
What is your vision for this? What does this consist of?
This is just hit and miss all the different parks and trails and areas we have to just continually maintain parking lots, park roads, trails.
Okay.
Well, people do want them. I was just in a long range, I don't know if you were on that call or not. for Simcoe, and they put a questionnaire out that, and I cannot believe, I mean, I believe it, but I was very surprised, as were they, the importance of bike trails and roadways that they called it's bicycles or even electric, scooters and bicycles. The rating, they gave people each $100 to spend on what they'd like to see it spent on, and a good share of it went towards that.
Wow. I didn't see the results on that. I remember taking it, but yeah, I didn't.
I'll send it to you. It's very, very impressive that people want to walk, ride their bikes. They want to be on I think they call it micro-transportation. It was just unbelievable. Maybe $38 or something of the 100 was spent on that alone.
Wow.
Spend it. And another, for council's FYI, was beautification of our city, was another substantial amount of that $100. So it's very important to people that we have a cleaned up, good looking city.
Sure. Yep.
What are you doing at Hubbard Park for $40,000 this year?
Go ahead.
Hubbard Park's parking lot is in dire need of some subsurface prep and then an overlay.
Where's that? Where's Hubbard?
28th and Jones.
The oldest ball field we have.
I'm not opposed,
Best pit softball.
but I'm just curious how this ballpark, who caters to one group of kids that are actually a select team, basically, select teams play there, that's all that play there. And if any other park would have to do their own parking lot, I don't get.
Now we got Westside Little League, Kirk Hansen here as well. We're per the lease, we're responsible for the parking lots and roads within the complex.
Okay. Okay.
Project 459179, annual swimming pool maintenance, page 232.
Nothing real significant here.
How's Leaf doing?
Good. We survey it every spring and fall and staying put. It's not moving, or if it is, it's
not moving
very,
at all.
very little. We do it every spring and fall.
Thank you for checking that.
Yep.
That's good news.
Project 459180, annual park improvements, page 234.
As you can see, is for upcoming fiscal year and the one after, we're looking at some cool ideas for Cone Park that we're proposing for FY23. So we're waiting to get some cost estimates back on those ideas, and then we would like to formally present those to council at the appropriate time after visiting with the city manager about it.
Because what's the 38?
It would be some design money if we would need it.
Okay.
I'm not sure that we will.
There is so much excitement around Cone Park, Matt. I just can't tell you enough. I mean, it's electric. It's electrifying how people talk about Cone Park. And it's in our community, and the music and the lights and.
Just think what would be if we had zip lines down there. Oh my God, that's all they talk about.
Yes.
Yeah.
I hear a lot of that too, Mayor, and I have discussed that with Matt.
And that's,
He said, oh, that would be $400,000 or whatever.
well, and that's what we got here, but
Yep,
we have
put it in the budget.
we have some stuff we want to present on
The
that.
key for me on zip lines is I'd like to know where they're going to end.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't see you getting on a zip line. You're too.
No, I go down
I did it.
I stay
Right
on
over
the-
that retention pond.
Matt,
Really excited.
I remember when the Rapid City, poor Matt was just a little over the old weight limit. He couldn't do it, so.
Project
How many acres
459.
do we have out there at Cone Park, may I just ask?
What?
How many acres are at Cone Park?
Oh, well, you go all the way over the hill to, you got a lot of acres out there.
Yeah.
Sertoma,
Yeah, you
That's all part
the
of it?
top of the bluff, I would say, is where the dividing is.
Right, but
I'm
even
just
that,
wondering
you
what
got
is
a lot.
available
There's a
for
lot.
development. How many acres? I always think in acres.
As far as developable land, for like the aquatics complex, that's more limited to Cone Park and the ball field area.
Correct.
But there's many acres for other activities on the hill, and Sertoma and Cone just kind of intermesh with each other.
So the low-lying, the bladdered, more built on.
You're probably down to about 3 acres there.
Yeah, I'd say, yeah.
Matt, could you ever do like snowshoeing trails or something?
talked about that.
Correct. Because a friend of mine just got into that down in Des Moines. They have some different trails or different areas. And I've just thought about like other outdoor recreation things that we could do to supplement or, to add on in addition to Cone Park. Like, I just think that'd be cool. I think about it there. I think about it at First Bride's Grave, like up in that area, that park. And then I always lean back to like Stone and other areas too. I just wondered if like we made snowshoeing a cool thing or cross-country skiing or, you know what I mean? If we had like a trail system or a map that we could put out or, even if you tried not paving, but tried clearing a path up through around Cone Park, you know what I mean? And had like a 1 mile up on that ridge or I don't know. Just spitballing and just thinking out loud, but it's like, I just wonder, I see other communities starting to do that and always get out.
And like Matt said, we have discussed that. There is a trail on that ridge. It's been there for quite a few years.
Yeah.
Coming down, it comes around the pond and you can come the other way. With some funding, we could probably look at a way of grooming it. The unfortunate is
some man-made.
right now, other than Cone Park, you can't find snow anywhere. So, we're weather dependent until, like last year, we were very scarce on snow at the front end of the winter, but heavy on the back end.
Yeah.
It would just be finding some equipment that's, good used that we could put in a single track for cross country or, the purchase of some snowshoes to be rented. So, yeah, we've been back and forth quite.
Oh yeah, I didn't even think about that maybe you could rent snowshoes out of the Cone Park. No, I've always thought you'd bring your own and then we just mark trails, but yeah, that would be a cool thing too, that because people like the 2 mile loop, you know what I mean? Like I even like that it's just a nice easy 2 mile loop around to roll around, but in the winter if you were like, hey, here's some snowshoes or something and here's the trail, how you map it up.
Hey, Leaf, how many shelters are you replacing?
The one that's there.
What are you doing with that one? Is it
That would come down. All those shelters were basically built in the same time. We're starting to have a little bit of the supports are, in ground. They're wood. They're starting to come and settle some. We've been basically bringing them back up, band-aiding them for the time, but we'd like to start going to an all-steel structure like you've seen out at Riverside, and that will last for the next 30 to 40 years, long past any of my time in the Parks Department.
Okay. Thank you.
Project 459212, annual Lewis and Clark Park improvement, page 236.
Done a lot at the ballpark over the last couple of years, so we're kind of spacing things out this year.
Project 459214, aquatics comprehensive plan, page 238.
Our bathhouse remodel's going well, and that will be completed prior to the upcoming pool season at Riverside.
Excellent.
I know the pool is going to end up in Morningside, but I'm going to oppose that and oppose it and oppose it. It's time we spread these amenities across town, and the place for this pool, you can close Leaf. If you put this pool down by that Aldi store, that we have enough land to do that, and the people from the north side and the west side that complain that we don't spread the amenities out are exactly right. I can tell you that I know you're going to try to put this pool at Cone, and I know I'm going to lose, but it's just not sending the message that the rest of the community has importance. And why would you not put that aquatic center right on the bypass? Why would you not put it and spread these amenities around our community? It makes no sense to me. I'm sorry. It makes absolutely no sense.
But we haven't done any.
Well, I'm not picking on Kelly because Kelly and I are friends. Kelly just said we have room for the aquatic center down there, so we all know which direction this. Yes.
That's where it's always, as part of our master plan that we did.
Yeah, I know it is, and
Yeah.
I've fought it every time you bring it up, and I'm going to continue to fight it. And I don't understand it. I just don't get why we can't spread park amenities around this community. You'd serve the whole north side. You certainly could get there from South Morningside quickly on a bypass. And you'd get rid of some of this. You take it out of our neighborhood and you give it all to Morningside. You'd get rid of that mentality if we figured out how to spread that around. But
Well, when we get to that conversation, we'll take a look at that.
well, I think you're already going down the road. That's what bothers me, Matt. I think you guys have already decided internally that this.
No, we haven't gotten on that road. It's just that's where the master plan identified it, and we will, if that's the preference of the council, there's no problem studying multiple locations for a future aquatic center.
I'll second that, Mayor. We still need to make sure that wherever we put it, we're on a bus route.
Well, you'll be on a bus route there.
Yeah, we would.
The other thing, though, that
Accessibility is so important.
Well, it's not down there.
Well, that's why, I mean, that's
That's my point. It's not down there.
No bus route to Corn Park?
No.
Oh, we need to get one.
It goes Singing Hills.
Doesn't it, Mike? Where's it go?
Singing Hills.
Right, but doesn't go by, is my point.
Right by Clyde's.
But it's on Floyd.
Yeah.
Can we change that?
Changing a bus route is like getting a stop sign out of.
Why?
Well, because
it's all timing.
Why do I always have
Because
to
it's
say
timing.
He at least has a defense. He has a defense, is that their routes are so tight.
Yes.
And they're doing a hub and spoke, and if you miss that, it's like an airline.
Right.
So that's why he can't. And those guys that establish those bus routes have the toughest job of anybody, and people don't believe they can't change much, but they can't. That's the reality.
So is that a hard no, Mike?
Right, exactly. I mean, you're critical when you go to South Sioux, North Sioux, Sergeant Bluff. It's hard to do what you do and get it done, so.
Matt, on the master plan that you referenced, when was that done?
2015.
When did we do all the pool closings, or look at the pool?
Year after.
About a year after?
Yeah.
I think, I can't speak, well, Pete concurred with the mayor. I concur with that too. Take a look at it.
Well, and the counterpoint of what I would say, because I agree that you should look at the feasibility in different areas. Like, I always think your due diligence is important. But I would say, too, is that it is part of, I think, with the vision of the master plan is you have a campus. You know what I mean? Like, you have a campus where you have multiple amenities in one area that it's like, okay, well, you can go to a ball game, then you can go to an aquatic center. It's just like Cone Park. The whole reason you would put a snowshoeing trail right there is because you have those amenities built in around it. You have the IBP center, you have those things. It's just like with the Expo Center. There's a reason the arena or, future projects might want to go up there. It's because then they can play off of one another, is my thought. So that's the reason why I would think an aquatic center would make sense, is you have all these amenities all in one area that people can go and use multiple.
Your points are well made, but I think Matt and Kelly would agree that a lot of this, and when you think about Cone Park initially, it evolved into what we have today. It sure didn't start out that way, did it? I mean, it was on a much smaller scale. It was very limited, and it evolved. I mean, because everyone, mainly the council and the mayor, they were patient with the project developing. So maybe that's what will happen here too. I think your points are well made, Alex, but I think it's still too early in the process, maybe, to...
Oh, to iron it out and say, it has to be there, yeah.
That's my 2 cents worth.
Okay, where are we at?
Project 459302, City Trails, page 241.
Can I just go back 1 second? So are we going to agree to do a little study on the north side in comparison?
100%.
Okay, great.
Well, all areas. I think you had to include all areas.
Exactly.
Yeah, the focus of the study would be where's the best place to put it, or
North, south,
where are the places that we could put it.
Exactly. Where do you have land? Where do you have possibility?
Good is a big piece of that.
Yes.
Yeah,
we're not locking ourselves in.
Don't limit it.
241, Matt, I thought we settled this deal that we weren't putting any money in. Is this from the original trail that Hydro didn't pay for?
Correct. Yes. This is just yes, you're 100% correct.
Okay, because he paid for all that extension himself.
Right, this is just to pay for the extension adjacent to the overlook development.
Thank you.
Project 459317, Big Sioux Crossing, page 242.
Let's go, buddy.
The city
Let's
and
get it
manager and I
done.
have had some recent discussions with the Dune CID, and there's some mutual interest in determining the most appropriate location for a bridge to link our trail system. So this money would be used to spend on some engineering on where that location is.
Because right now you're thinking north or south of the interstate. Is that what?
North of the interstate.
And is it like a $5 million deal?
No, this would be a couple $1,000,000 at most.
Well, but are we paying for the whole bridge?
No, there'd be shared, our discussions where there'd be shared funding for the project. A lot of it would come from grants and private fundraising anyway.
I heard there was some interest in private fundraising
Right.
for that project
And there's
because
some-
the golf course changed hands.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mayor, we can fix that project sheet, because it does show right now that it's all city funds.
Yeah, that's what
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Right.
That's what I was asking.
This is something the city of Sioux City has wanted for a long time. It just wasn't reciprocal at the time.
Yeah, exactly. I was going to say, Stan calls me about it all the time, so.
Project.
Who's driving it?
Project 459319, Highway 12 Trail.
The money for FY '22 is just to insert our grant money into that project.
Project 459321, Plywood Trail, page 246.
This would be proposed to get started next year if the plywood trail is underway near Lamar.
This takes us to the city limit.
Yep.
Maintenance too.
Yep, and this would also kind of combine two trail projects and link the Riverfront Trail to 4th Street, where Floyd Trail starts.
When is that going to happen?
That would be, it would start in FY '23.
But let's just say that doesn't happen, the plywood.
We could do it separately. Oh.
Yeah, I would like to really see that. You've got all that trail coming down from that side of town, and really at 4th Street, the trail ends.
Yeah, where at? Where are you talking?
So Floyd Trail
Famous
starts
Dave?
at 4th Street, and you could go down, it's similar to how the Perry Creek Trail is, you could go
Right.
down into the bank and connect all the way to the Riverfront Trail at the Expo Center where the bridge is.
It ends right there at 4th Street. The trail ends. It doesn't.
Oh,
go to the
along
river.
Perry Creek.
Can we just
Or which
separate
one?
it then,
You
and
just
go
can-
ahead
you
with
can-
our share of it?
Yeah,
Along
you
the
can
Floyd
totally
River.
separate it.
Oh, okay.
It was just,
I know, I get it.
It was lumped together just because you're gonna have to permit and all that stuff, and you do it at the same time rather than do it twice. But we can do it completely independently.
But it goes down, you go down along the bank on the Floyd River to get you, it'd tie in down there by Anderson's where it crosses the river right now.
But it doesn't go there now, right?
No, it ends. I mean, that trail is,
How many blocks is that?
well, 4th, I mean, the problem is it's only about 3 blocks, but the problem is it's expensive, very expensive 3 blocks.
Yeah, it's down in a floodplain and everything else. It'd be another Army Corps of Engineers permit. So no matter when you start, it's gonna take a while to get your permit.
Matt, I have a question for you just on trails in general. Over the years, we've been working hard to connect, to build, to improve. Just overall, what's your take on where we are with our trail system, and how's it looking, and are we where we need to be today, or do we have a lot further to go? Or just how does it tie in, just generally speaking? You don't have to talk about the specifics.
We're catching up in a hurry. I think we've done 7 or 8 trails over the last 6 years. We try to do one a year, and a lot of them are behind us now, and we're kind of looking forward to some of these bigger trail projects. The smaller ones are kind of few and far between now. And
You've filled in, you've done a lot of infill too, I mean, the connections too.
yeah, it's been a lot of fun.
Which was desperately needed.
Get a lot of comments on how much the trails have.
What are you gonna do on Hamilton Boulevard? Are you gonna bring that back?
That's part of the Simcoe's kind of bike lane study.
Right.
Okay, thanks.
Project 569001, Cemetery Improvements and Rehab, page 250.
$55,000.
Just continuing our road overlay work. We did try to do every year.
Do you bid that with the street department? You
With
do.
engineering, yeah.
Project 663-238, Revest District, Siouxland Expo, page 251.
This is a project that all of us, I thought I had it, but I didn't get it done. But we all need to really concentrate on getting a naming deal for this building. And it's gonna take council help to get that.
What can we do?
Mayor and Council, we're still confident we can. The problem
I know.
is that when it opened, everybody put their wallets away for now.
No, I'm not blaming anybody. I'm blaming myself more than anybody. I should have thought I had. Yeah, but I'm just saying. Yeah, I know, and if the council, I'm just saying if the council has any ideas, we should work together to try to get it done, that's all.
The one thing I would say too, Matt, I had this concern before and it's done nothing but grow since the opening, was just the ability to see the name from the interstate on that.
Yep. They put lights on it.
2 nights ago.
Yeah, I saw that.
The Expo Center actually lights up now.
It looks great. Actually, I made a comment on the way by yesterday. and
Thank you. I told you, I was like.
You do multicolor.
It looks really nice. It does. Because I've said that from the get-go. Why? And the other night we went by, it looks fabulous. It really does. It looks
Yeah, good.
It does
Good for you, good job.
Thank you, because I was just getting very concerned about
It
that.
won't be too difficult to change a light bulb. We'll let if one goes out.
They're LEDs.
They're
at least.
LEDs, it won't be much.
LEDs.
What are you looking at me like that for?
Yeah.
We'll send Matt up
When we
there.
exit there to go to the expo, that's another real area that we gotta focus on that.
I was gonna ask that too, where are we at? And it was probably, I was gonna ask it on the Riverfront project. Where are you at on getting that parking lot from the Iowa DOT? Like, what's that timeline look like?
Which parking lot?
Right by the gas station. Well, now it's a car lot.
They're waiting until,
Across the street from Anderson's.
yeah, they're waiting till the interstate's 100% closed out to start those.
And they'll wait a year after that.
Probably.
They gotta get everybody the option to buy the ground.
Right.
Yeah, but they have to give the owner they bought it from right of first refusal. Well, I say that unless if we already own it, they don't. Or if you have some ground that's in the public interest to trade or something, you can make it happen faster. But historically, like by Virginia Street, that Larry Book used to own that old milk processing plant, and then Lechner rented that building from him. I think Lechner may have owned that. Anyway, they've got to give them right of first refusal to buy the ground back, is how it works. It's not a given you'll get.
Whatever we can do, you know what I mean? You know that.
What is this annual median enhancement? What have you enhanced?
That money.
719011, annual median enhancement.
Yeah, what
Page
have you?
254.
Yeah, I know. What have you enhanced? I want to know.
Funding was used for South Lakeport, Sergeant Road, Singing
South
Hill,
Lakeport and what, Kelly? Help me.
Hamilton. Let's call it the mall area, South Lakeport.
Yeah? What have you done there?
Between Singing Hills and Sergeant Road was done. Sergeant Road.
We planted prairie grasses and trees and some other things.
Very similar to what we did on Hamilton.
Okay, all right.
The decorative median.
Hamilton looks awesome since you guys did that. I travel that daily, and what a difference.
It's awesome. It didn't have medians at all where the concrete's cracking. Doesn't stay. And what he did now, the bad curve shows too good now because you're.
Gordon Drive?
And up there by the McDonald's and that, the curb's all gone on most of that stuff where we bang it with snow plows. There was one time around here a plan to do those medians coming down Lewis Boulevard, whatever you want to call it, by Bob Rose and that, to cut some of those centers out and do that same thing, but we have never done that, right?
No. Bob Rose.
Oh,
Reach out
coming
the
down-
Half Moon Bar.
Coming down the hill, above the half.
Transit.
Yeah.
They're real wide and they're just ugly concrete from
Those are DOT.
Floyd Golf
though.
Course all the way down.
Correct, that's still under DOT.
You're talking about
It
like,
would require working with DOT, similar to as what we do on Gordon Drive. We need to do some revamping of Gordon Drive. It's time and it needs to be brought up to a higher standard than it is right now. So that's
Gordon Drive?
The Gordon Drive, whoops.
Oh, that's gonna be a
Is that
bigger.
where it's all concrete now?
It's
Or-
got pavers.
Right.
Basically, from when you leave, let's call it South Fairmont to the city limits, there are pockets that it's able to be landscaped. Some of those pavers have seen a lot of damage, either from car coming across it during an accident or the frost heave. So we need to
We
do
could take
that.
those out and put a plant where those
But
are and not have to do a lot of
Very
cutting.
similar to what we did on Hamilton.
I think that would be great. That's one of our main thoroughfares down into the city and.
See me on break, I'm gonna talk to you about that.
So Hamilton.
Oh, God, whose idea was it to cement that? I'm sorry.
I'll tell you.
Gordon Drive is on the list for fiscal 2021. When Alex brings up the entries in, we're waiting for DOT to complete those. There is money put aside for those, similar to the median as you come and head southbound towards South Sioux on 3rd and Wesley. There's an opportunity to do something there. Just rather than flatten grass, we can do something there. So that's what that 50,000 is pocketed for.
How is it that all that planting on Wesley Parkway, all those daylilies and everything, there's trees, all of that just is lush all of the time, but we just struggle in, is it the difference in the dirt or, that's in the?
Away from the salt that gets spread on the street.
Oh, we look at putting
It is.
protective borders around, but it's irrigated. So all of Wesley has irrigation in it. So
That gives us some thought going forward when we want something to look great.
yeah,
I mean, it is really nice through there. I notice it all the time too.
except for those trees that keep getting mowed down by cars, they
Yeah.
hit them. You know where I'm talking about, that curve,
They
man?
come-
Jeez, you keep,
as you're curving on Wesley, heading northbound, and you're kind of looking and you see Heelan's Camp.
yes,
Yeah.
yeah, those trees get hit all the time.
Or sliding, going too fast.
A little too much speed and not driving for the conditions.
Exactly, the mayor and the vet just taking them out right there.
Got speed, you gotta use it. What the?
The next department up is Economic Development, Marty Doherty.
Thanks,
Thanks,
Matt.
guys.
Thanks, Kelly.
Thank you.
His first project is 663150 Speculative Building Development, page 120.
Now, keep in mind, Marty, we're running way behind, so let's get her going here.
Oh, we're taking that out on.
We are a little bit behind.
I'm sorry. Good morning. Yeah, we want to move forward with the spec building. Our goal is to build that this year.
Been wanting to move forward with that for 3 years.
I was gonna say,
Let's do it, Marty.
Thanks, Marty.
We have,
We have this money and we don't even use the money because we put it out and let somebody else carry it. All you need is the interest.
understood. We have a site we think we've settled on now. We'd like to, and we're planning to talking to the council on Monday in a closed session about that. So.
I just don't get it. It's just, yeah, we've been talking about it for so long. I'm glad we have momentum.
We've been fortunate. We've had a couple lots we've sold that were spec buildings have been built privately. That's filled some of that, but I think it's important to continue to develop buildings because we have a real shortage.
Are you ready to break ground?
Yep, we will be.
Project 663164 Business Park Tech Studies, page 124.
That's basically we've been doing an increasingly number of those in the last year, and we actually changed the name from Southbridge to Business Park because, still in Donner, but because we've been doing some in the airport area, so.
Yep. Project 663198 Northern Valley Crossing Development, page 128.
The numbers you see there related to the stormwater pond that we're going to construct just on the other side of the bridge that supports 4 or 5 of these lots where there was not enough room to put individual storm ponds. So the individual property owners have agreed to pay for that stormwater pond and also to maintain it in the future. We set up a legal entity to do that, and then we do still own the lot. As you can see, is about 3.5 acres. So we'll pay that portion of that until we sell that lot. I think that's the lot the mayor mentioned possibly for an aquatic facility, so we'll keep that in mind. But that's available for sale, and so that's the funds you see there. It'll be reimbursed by the property owners.
Project 663.
Yeah, which one were you talking about for the aquatic, pointed out on that you thought the mayor was probably talking about?
Right behind Aldi there, 3.48 acres on that map.
Yeah.
That city still owns that. That's for sale.
Very big.
Right? Yeah, I'm not sure about the size of the
Well, yeah, you also own a lot of land
On the north side.
behind Telco Triad too. The new Telco Triad, Marty.
Yeah, because 3.4 acres.
Well, your pool, that's almost 30,000 square feet. I guarantee you, the pool doesn't cover,
Well, it's only going to be a pool?
well, aquatic center like Riverside, I'm guessing, is what they're proposing.
I'm thinking more like Tsunami in Sioux Center.
Well, he can have Matt call up there and see how many acres that's on.
Then we have to remember parking and.
Yeah, I'm
Well,
not
he
familiar
also
with
has
this.
land behind the Telco Triad Credit Union too.
We can work with Matt to figure out if anything was, what the sizes are.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you got vodka, we got Kahlua.
Project 663-301 downtown redevelopment, page 134.
That's a project we've talked about in the past few years. It's basically would be a facade type matching grant program similar to what we've done in other parts of the city. In the downtown area, we work with downtown partners on that. That was been pushed off another year. I think it'd be a good idea.
For what? Say that again.
So this project was conceived as a matching grant program with downtown partners. And we talked about the last couple of years in the budget session, and it's been kind of pushed back a couple times, but we think it's a good idea for the, it would operate similar to some of the other facade grant programs like West 7th and so on.
And complement what Downtown Partners is working on as far as their facade programs. It's just a little more money and bigger projects.
Correct. We would work jointly with them.
Yeah, I think, I was going to bring it up on a previous one it doesn't have money right now, but just continuing to look in those areas, we're getting a lot of development downtown and we have to capitalize on that. Like some of these properties, they need the investment, and then you need to push property owners to take advantage of it as well. You know what I mean? And I know Downtown Partners is somewhat working on it, working with firms to kind of give them a vision or, the engineering and what would be possible. But it's like, gosh, we got to work on that.
I agree. We do have some pretty good momentum downtown, and
because a perfect example that's challenging, is look at the Promenade Theater. You know what I mean? Like until you get that floor poured, in all of those areas, who in the world says, oh, well, I got however many hundreds of thousands of dollars that I'll put a floor in, and then I'll put my business in there and try that. We got to get these businesses to where at least someone sees themselves going in there rather than it's decrepit and falling apart, and then I have to go and not only take a risk for my business to go there, but I have to update the interior as well.
Yeah,
I'm preaching to the choir, Marty. It's just frustrating. I'm excited that we'll hopefully get the funds to do some of this and encourage property owners to take advantage.
I think it's been many years since we had so many things happening in the downtown.
Yeah, there's so much investment.
But for maybe the pandemic this past year, with a lot of the spaces that are available for things like restaurants and bars and so on are, people are holding off a little because they've been affected. But
we're asking people to live downtown with all these new apartment dwellings, so.
And if we don't make the investment in things like security or lighting or stuff like that, it's going to be hard to keep enticing that.
Project 663306, CBD, Slum and Blight, page 138.
This is a plan or project to push our, some of our redevelopment a little bit more to the north. We're working on a extension of the TIF district probably up to about 14th Street. And we have a couple of projects in mind, but we're working hopefully to assemble some sites in some areas that are really, tax value is really pretty low. And so we think that would be a good project. Would ask for funds to be spread out over several years to do that.
Are people taking advantage of the opportunity zone stuff? I mean, is that working out? President Trump talked about it a lot. I just don't know. Have we used it effectively, or have you seen a lot of investment?
We really just had one project that used it, which is the project on 4th Street, urban.
Over by the Marquee, right? That one?
It's just broken ground, is under construction. So, yeah, I think it's been slow to come to Iowa, actually. It's been used in a lot of parts of the country, but there's certainly, this is also an opportunity zone. You're correct that that's what this would have double benefit to folks that would be looking to invest in the area. So
I just don't know how we promote that or what you do. You know what I mean? And I guess as a member of council, I hardly understand it. You know what I mean? I think we got to, whether it's educational or what it is.
The problem is those guys that know what an opportunity zone is, they know what it is. I mean, and they know they're only going to invest where they see a return. I mean, you don't have to, listen, you and I don't know anything about opportunity zones. I know enough just to be dangerous.
Yeah.
But if you've got that kind of money that you've got that you need to park, you know all about opportunity zones. And you're only going to go invest in an area where you think you're going to get a return on that investment.
So you're saying right now it doesn't look like there's the ROI in our areas or in those?
I don't know that. I don't think with COVID there's any.
Yeah.
I would venture to say, I don't know, have any statistics to back this up, but I'll bet the opportunity zone, what they thought and what they've gotten so far is probably 50% of what they thought. Just because it's...
People held off on investment.
Yeah. I mean, if you were sitting on cash and you went through COVID, you're probably still sitting on cash.
Yeah.
I mean, the project would have to be... I don't...
The end result has to be profitable.
Yeah. Just because you can avoid tax doesn't mean it's a good deal.
Right.
So, but I'm just saying... You know what I'm saying, Dan? The guy that's got that kind of money, he knows all about opportunity zones and what the advantages are and that kind of stuff. And it's not for a small deal, because if you've got a sale of a small building in downtown Sioux City and you want to repark that, at 20% capital gains, you're better off almost to pay the tax. And be done with it and not worry about it.
Large project that.
Right. It's got to be a big deal.
I have read recently about some, there's some proposals, and I think you'll see some tweaks and some changes to the program in with the new administration and some.
Don't get me wrong. I think it's a great deal, but it's such a fine, small segment of the population that it works for.
That's true.
It's meant for guys like, I'm not being smart, but it's meant for guys like Donald Trump. That have that could sell a big piece of property and want to move that money and park it and not pay tax. So it's for those type of developers is who it's for.
It wouldn't hurt for you to just mention it to downtown partners as well. Just make sure they're aware of it. I don't know what they know, and it wouldn't hurt to reach out to them.
Yeah, no, we've talked about it a lot.
Where are the programs?
I mean, if you really, for a smaller guy that may have some to park, it's too bad we don't have something at the airport, because it's in an opportunity zone and we could kill two birds with one stone, get some development going there and help a developer somehow by, working with them to get a building going in there. That would be the ideal place for it.
Our airport is in an opportunity zone.
Right, I know. And it's a tragedy. I always say this, you've heard me say it 100 times. Any other city, the airport's the most valuable piece of property that the city has. What is it here? Nothing. It's not. It's unfortunate that we can't get buildings built at that airport that need that would need airport-type transportation, which would be helpful for landing, which would help the guard, all those sort of things that we need down there.
Is that where we should be spending money then for spec buildings?
I'll let the experts decide that, but
I think we're going to have a,
The industrial users are really the ones going after the spec buildings, which the
but
airport may
if you
not
go
be
to, if you
appropriate
go to an
for the
airport,
use.
FedEx and all those people are on the airport with industrial-type buildings.
Right.
That's how they move their freight.
Well, I'm talking about the users, though, the industrial users.
Right.
Some may not.
No, some
Even
wouldn't,
be
but
able
you'd
to-
have to have, but, you know, and we're not, I'm not saying there's even one out there, because there isn't. But the big deal right now in Iowa supposedly is build a medical manufacturing type spec building, because we've seen that we can't rely upon Chinese and Korean governments to do our drugs anymore necessarily, that a lot of that manufacturing could come home to the States, and if you had a facility set up like that, you might be in line to score one of those, so.
It's being also done in Canada, and if Canada can do it, we can do it.
Just, anyway. But I don't want people out there to think we've got this great big medical manufacturing, because we don't. Unless Marty's got one in his.
Yeah, exactly. Dolly, don't put that in the picture.
Project 663309 Innovation Center, page 142.
this is a new project we've been working on, and it would require significant amount of grant funding. We think we have some sources of grant funding for that. And with the idea to build on the entrepreneurship efforts that we've been making over the last few years and create an actual center downtown. Again, it's going to require some private investment and some grant funds, but we think we can make that happen, and we think that would do a lot to bring entrepreneurship up to another level.
And I guess I wonder, this is the West Coast provision, but yet the city of Sioux City's going to be the only one putting money in this 400,000?
No, we committed here that we would put 400 of it in. The rest would come from private sources or from grants. We've also looked at the possibility of using some HUD funds for that.
No, I'm asking why Woodbury County, Plymouth County, Monona County, why they're not all throwing money in of that 400.
I think we certainly can ask them to do that. I think this is just the early stages of this project. We have to identify a building or a site, and we'll be seeking resources from multiple partners on that. This is just kind of getting it started and hoping, we got a few ideas in mind of where we would put that. And
Is that in downtown?
yeah, the idea was to be in the downtown area, the
I
central.
would echo what Mayor says about the 400,000. I think that should be split by.
Well, or even if that's ours, that they need to come to the table.
Right, we've got a cost estimate of 2.1 million on this, so.
Yeah, so it's like if they come.
Right. This is going to require some ambitious fundraising and commitments and grants and so on. We've already identified a few that we will go after. And this is the West Coast Initiative is a partnership between a number of different entities, but it's never had a home or had a particular. We have making some progress in finding a location for this, and we can provide you with more information on that. But it's an ambitious project. It's an ambitious concept. Some other communities, Rapid City has a project kind of like this that received some
Nubo?
PDA
You're
funding.
talking about Nubo? Is it Nubo you're talking about, the Nubo City Market? Is that
Cedar Rapids?
Cedar Rapids?
No, I was mentioning it. Rapid City, South Dakota has a building, a brand new building they built, which is tapped into some of those same kind of funds from the PDA. And that's a model we've looked at. Cedar Rapids has some great facilities and programs as well.
So the location would have to be found first before you do any of the design work?
Well, ideally we'd have a site building in mind, and we can give you more information on that.
Project 663370 Commercial and Business Signage, page 144.
Yeah, I think Ann's here to address this. we've had some recent discussions on that.
This is the Welcome to Sioux City sign. As you can see, there's no request for FY22. The 200 in FY23 would be for that Riverside sign. As we talked about last month, we want to get through this first project at the Floyd Monument and then have those discussions as far as what the Riverside location looks like, because we'll need to identify the land. Obviously, that will change the cost estimate for that sign if we move forward with that.
Yeah, there seemed to be a misunderstanding that the last discussion council had on this item. We were just approving the design work, weren't we? Or
Yes, you approved a contract with CMBA for $39,400 to begin the construction, or to begin the design and engineering. Yep.
Right, design, which would include the where it's located, that kind of thing.
At that Floyd Monument site, correct.
On that side hill.
Because I don't know if you all received, I received a flurry of activity on that item that we had before us that day.
From citizens?
Citizens, yeah, from citizens. They weren't all positive comments.
I just had the one, and once I answered his question, he was.
Yeah, I think that related to, some of the cost estimates when it was thrown out there. It could be $250,000 for each sign in the future, which that isn't exactly accurate because we don't have cost estimates for those future signs because they could be different sizes. They'll be in different locations.
Topography, everything else.
Yep.
Well, yes, the images that were sent are very specific to this side hill, to the topography.
Right.
It's a hill, so it's a very specifically built, and it's really pretty.
Probably can't have your photo taken by it.
Yes.
Exactly. Well, and it's just.
You can or can't?
I think you could if there was a trail to it.
On the hill?
That's where it's just challenging, yeah.
Well, it's kind of like
you park for it?
Well, you mark
like
a Floyd monument, but yeah, I don't.
Because is that those terraces?
Like
they're
Norm said,
included in all that pricing.
Correct.
No.
Was there like 3 of them all together with the sign?
3 of them.
It's like 3 terraces. There's one here, and the sign is actually built into a terrace that they're making. So I would say no, unless there's a trail built to it, that you're not going to be able to get to it to get your picture taken with it.
He was
Not
talking
that
about
kind of.
the
Well, that's the sidewalk the mayor was talking about, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Trying to get a sidewalk from there down to, I don't know.
I don't know.
Are you talking from the former mini golf site, from that area?
Or from
Yes,
like
that's what
the
you're
Floyd
talking about.
Monument or something,
I don't
wrap around.
Safe to go down from the Floyd Monument.
Yeah,
but
exactly.
That would be for others to decide.
No, I agree.
It's one of those amenities that you don't get an investment or a return back to say, this is how much we've made on this sign, whatever the cost. That's the difficulty.
The welcome of your city.
No, but don't stand there and say you'll be able to go up and have your pictures taken
Yeah,
by
that's
that
right.
sign when you can't. Let's be
Right. I would say that you can't, just from the picture.
I agree.
Nor, I don't know that we would want people to. It's really not that kind of a sign if you see the pictures of it. It's not where you're doing stuff like that. It's very classy. It's very kind of low profile-ish. It's really.
Which is like the one that's down by the convention center where hopefully you would have an opportunity to take your picture with.
Yeah, and
not really that kind of a sign.
Or the mural that's on the
Right,
side
the
of the
mural.
M.
And then we talked about the
Not that
riverfront
kind of
as
sign.
well, yeah.
And now that I think about it too, I mean, I can't think of one community that has a sign next to an interstate where anyone takes pictures with it.
Right. I wouldn't encourage.
Or even a highway, you know.
I wouldn't
Oh,
encourage.
then you absolutely don't pay attention to Facebook, because every time somebody goes to a different state, absolutely.
I guess Colorado.
Absolutely.
Pulled over in
People
Colorado.
do that. I see it all the time. Welcome to Wyoming, and there's the whole family gets out of the car.
I
and
agree,
hits
but
the
just not this entrance.
Not at this place though. There's not even a pull off.
Right.
That's like on the
That's
welcome
the
to
idea
Colorado.
behind putting it up at that monument, according to your architect, was so it would be close to a place where people could pull off. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
Well, and for
But
sure, if you
guarantee
can't,
people have their pictures taken by signs on interstates.
Yes, they do.
Guarantee you that.
Well,
Project 663379, Airport Commercial Development, page 146.
This is our longstanding project to convert some of the old housing areas out there to new development, particularly with the completion of Al Haynes Drive. The traffic numbers have picked up quite a bit, and there'll be a demand for commercial development. particularly at that corner, but also a little bit to the north.
You got 650 in there already.
Do you recall what that's?
I can look. We can bring it back to wrap up on what that is.
Yeah, because I don't want to do any more bonds when you got 650. In fact, I'd like you to tell me why you need that much, and maybe we could give some back.
I think I'd like to check that.
How long has it been there?
I don't know the answer to it, Pete, but they don't have anything encumbered
No.
against it.
Huh.
I can get you an answer for that and bring it back to wrap up.
Yeah, I think we need to check that.
Project 663384, Gordon Drive, I-29 Development, page 156.
Now, just a minute, don't go,
Yeah, this is the area you.
156 or 153?
Oh, I'm sorry, 153. You're
I was gonna
correct.
say,
I'm sorry.
okay, you got
I'm
100
jumping
grand.
around.
So we've been working with some different companies in that, a particular company in that area. And, that's obviously opened up now with you had some discussions about that DOT right-of-way earlier here today. And, there's probably a tremendous, once-in-a-lifetime kind of opportunity there to redevelop that area or to use it for park functions or whatever. And so we've had some funds here. They've just been moving up in the years here. But we think there's a great opportunity there for redevelopment of that area, and some of that we'll share with you confidentially as to what's happening there.
I'd like you to confidentially tell us before we wrap up budget.
Oh, absolutely.
Project 663385, Airport Industrial Improvement, page 154.
So, a couple minutes ago, you were talking about buildings at the airport, and I think that's what this project is intended for. And I think you're aware that we've got a pretty exciting project. We're hopefully soon to announce, and we'll be working on that shortly. But this is kind of worded generally, but there's obviously a project that's pretty far along in the works that's be coming forward, and we'll see built in the next year, or this year, I guess.
Project
We've been
719.
working closely with Mike on that, obviously, with some other partners.
Project 719197, Southbridge Development.
I hate to keep talking about confidentiality, but obviously we've got some big projects we're looking at in the Southbridge area. We'll again be talking to you on Monday about some land acquisition that we're looking at, and we've got some updated information on for the council to consider. And obviously we're working with the state and our other partners on some significant industrial development in that area. It's our largest area, prime area for development, and we've had some great leads in the last few months, and we think there'll be some exciting things happening in Southbridge. But we don't have a lot of land to offer to sell, and so that's probably we've invested over the years in a lot of infrastructure in that area. It's prime for development, I guess, and we've been fortunate to have some pretty significant leads in the last few months. So again, we've got some ideas about how we can grow that area.
Okay.
Project 719356, Reinvestment District, Warrior-Davidson, page 160.
I think the million there that's reflected in that year is the Skywalk allocation. There's been some discussions about that, but that was the remaining portion of the city's participation in that outstanding project.
Thanks,
All
Marty.
right, thanks, Mark.
Lunch has arrived, so if you want to break.
Yep, let's go to lunch.
Okay, we'll break for lunch, and then we'll be back
Sorry, Jill.
in 30 minutes. Sorry.
Jill, it's good to see you, though. Jeff, good job. Yeah, everyone.
Chris.
No. And for how much?
Community Development, Marty Doherty and Jeff Hansen.
Money? Come on.
First project 611001, city share new residential development, page 90.
Just please.
Jeff Hansen, Community Development Operations Manager. This first project is an annual project. This is what we refer to as our DIG funds. The previous year's fundings have all been used on 2 council-approved projects, and those payments were done over a 3-year period, and those projects have been completed, and those funds have been distributed to those 2 projects. We're currently working on 2 other substantial residential projects that would utilize several years of funding with this current round of $400,000 per year.
But we're going forward, you're not going to get the money till you build the houses.
That is correct.
Projects.
That's correct. On the development agreements that are being drafted on the first project and ultimately the second project that we're working on, language has been added that the funding would only be supplied to the developers upon completion of every unit with a certificate of occupancy issued on those units. I just wanted to also highlight, I'm sure you saw the press release that was done about a week and a half ago. Last year in calendar year 2020, we had a record year of new housing starts. We had 521 new housing starts between infill, new subdivisions, and multifamily. So it was quite the year last year. And a portion of these funds were used for those projects.
Okay, and I do have a question. Let's address Mr. Bertrand's concern as long as we're here. 40-foot lot, what does my side yard setback have to be? And that's on the building, because you can have an overhang a little bit or not. That's what I want to know.
Typically, in most of our zoning districts, on the 40-foot lots, you're going to have a 5-foot side yard setback, and they are buildable. And actually, you could build on a 30-foot lot because the structure could be as small as 20 foot wide.
Okay, and that 5-foot setback, that's our rules, not anybody else's.
Correct.
If we wanted to change that on a 40-foot lot to 3 foot, we could do that.
You could request a zoning text amendment to change that, yes.
Okay, which would then give you a 34-foot wide house.
Could.
We could have one as small as 20 feet wide, you said?
Yes.
Yeah, the problem with that is you can't build 2 rooms in a hallway. That you've got to be.
What if we're focusing on a smaller home for?
I understand, but you still got to have a hallway. You know what I mean? And you can't do that at 22 feet.
It'd be more of a shotgun style house.
Right. So you better have a deep lot to get the footage. You're going to have one hallway with 18 foot over here is what you got.
And most of those infill lots are rather deep. They're typically 150 feet, which is half a block. And most of those infill lots have alley access for off-street parking.
So you could do narrow and deep.
Good.
Could you do 2?
Depending on the lot. Oh, you mean like 2 deep? One in front, one in back? Not typically, no. You don't meet the square footage.
We don't do, what did we used to call those?
Mother-in-law suite or whatever.
There's a special word for them because we had them all up off Ingleside and that. What did we?
Like the cottages?
It doesn't matter. You don't want to get into that because if somehow that ever got sold separately, the guy in the back could trash his and the poor guy in the front's got to live with it, and it's a nightmare for somebody like Daryl to do that.
And those are some of the lots that are not buildable, is where they've done illegal splits in the past and they've split off a rear yard and a home has been built. Those are cases where unfortunately some of those structures cannot be built on, or some of those lots cannot be built on.
So what if you did 33 or 3 foot and limited them to a 2 foot overhang? What would be horribly wrong with that?
We'd want to look at, I think, the individual neighborhoods and the zoning overlays and determine the density. I mean, the closer you get them together, obviously, it creates density issues. But
look at what we did on, I'd not vote for that again on Center Street. I would not vote for that again. You should have put 2 houses on those lots, and that's it. And if it meant, I mean, we're subsidizing the heck out of it anyway.
On Center Street,
yeah, you think that's a great project?
I think we got very creative with the layout of it, and I think it does.
Well, that's all I'm asking you, is be more creative in a regular lot.
And I think it does work. That project does meet the setbacks the way it was arranged, and Jill assisted greatly with that project and helped with the design. And then also with the shared garage, it helps with that layout. They have the 3-car garage, which is shared between the property lines. And so, I mean, it can work. That does meet the zoning ordinance. So if there was some direction to look at setbacks in our existing neighborhoods, we can do that.
That one is very, very unique, the layout and all of that.
I would have,
Because what are your thoughts on it, or what would you have changed?
Just odd.
I would have only put 2 houses on there. It's just too much mass. I mean, we're worried about a 30, what'd you say, 40-foot lot. We're worried about a 34-foot wide, 34-foot long house on a 150-foot lot, but yet we put 3 of those on a lot that's no yard.
Yeah.
That's, I mean.
Well, because
that's for the staff's being creative. I get all that. I'm not trashing anybody. I just wouldn't vote for it again now that I see
It was too many.
the layout. That's all.
Well, I think the thought was like transitional housing. It's not meant to be.
No, not when you talked to Kyle that day. It's for people to move in. That's why. And I mean, he did it right. He put the basements with the egress and all that. He did everything. But you're talking
3 is very unique.
yeah. And there's nothing wrong with the house. It just would be better if there were 2, I think, than 1. That's all. But okay.
Next project, 663211, blight removal.
One question, how much would you think you need if 400 is pretty much used? Or do you think it's going to be used if you divvy it out so much as they build? Do you think that's enough?
In the first year?
Yes.
I think it could work with just the one project, but if we have a second project come in, it won't be enough.
Okay. Well, got to talk about that at the end then, because we can't.
Going to bring that back to wrap
Yeah.
up? Okay.
Me, I do. I want to.
Okay, we'll bring that back to wrap up. As a discussion point. Blight removal, page 92.
Darrell Bullock, Code Enforcement Manager. This is a project that we do each year that helps take care of the blighted structures, typically the demolitions from the red tags, but also for other blight that's in the community. I am still working with several of the large projects. We do have one that's potentially coming up, but it'll be taken care of out of these figures that are here. This is monies for going forward for the next session.
So you have a big carryover, or no, you don't have a big carryover?
No, these projects that'll be starting here in the next month will pretty much use that stuff up. So I had one that just came through a little higher than I anticipated, one up at 909 Jackson Street. That one came in at $71,000, and that was after 3 competitive bids.
100,000 will go pretty quick, won't it?
It does in some cases. It just really depends on the houses. Some of these houses I can get done, for $10,000 real easily, but there's others that have got full of asbestos, and a lot of times the asbestos counts are more than the demolition costs anymore.
How many do you think you're going to be able to do with this 400,000?
I'm going to say there's at least 20.
And we haven't been hardly running 20, so that's good.
Yeah, I am seeing a little bit of an uptick in abandoned, vacated houses, which are dilapidating in these neighborhoods, and I'm hoping that's not a trend that continues. I'm hoping it's just kind of a little hiccup that we're having, but I'm seeing more and more of them sitting vacant that we're dealing with, and they'll probably eventually get tagged if somebody doesn't come along and buy them soon.
The process is you demolish the house.
Yes.
There sits the lot, and the lot's owned by
The deed holder.
whoever the deed holder is.
We assess the demolition
They don't
cost.
pay the taxes, they lose it to a tax sale, but otherwise the deed holder owns
Yes. Yeah. We've been we'll assess it against the property. We do invoice the property owner at the time. A lot of times banks end up with them, and then they want to clear the title so they can get rid of the property, so then we're getting paid from these banks. Other times we'll have an owner or neighbor or something like step up and try to buy it. Not as often as we'd like, but we do see that happening, especially in these areas, these neighborhoods that were built very tight when they were built 100 years ago, and they like to expand a little bit, so each neighbor will buy a little bit of it and take it over.
So it affects the infill program, doesn't it, to try to fill the vacant lots?
Yeah, we've had some success. There's been some people, Sam Moose is one of them that has bought a lot of infill lots, and some of those were demolished structures before and has put new structures back in there.
Are those your 40-foot lots?
Yep. Most of those are all.
A lot of them are.
40 to 50. Yeah. And typically, we work with the county very closely, so if there's a tax sale that has some demolition assessments, we work with them closely where we'll red flag it and let them know if the city has interest. If we know it's a buildable infill lot, we'll actually snag it up after they've cleared all the assessments off of it. And then we'll work with the county and we'll use it on our lots for sale and typically get them sold to have them built on.
That's a very dense neighborhood up there and no pocket park anywhere to be seen from that site that you just mentioned, 909 Jackson. It's a very, very dense neighborhood. And if there was ever an area that needed, because of all the apartments and that around there, a place for kids to go, it's that particular neighborhood.
Got a couple of vacant lots on 9th Street, right on the hill, one on each side of the alleyway there that was demoed a number of years ago, and then this one to the north end of that little quarter section of that lot. But yeah, then we have a double structure there. There's two structures left there, 903 and 905, that we are on the new owner about getting brought back up to, because if it doesn't, if they fail, then we'll have to move forward with something more severe.
But even if you just did one lot, it would be better than nothing, that we have nothing up there for kids. In that.
What's on either side of 909 Jackson?
Alley on the north
So how, that's a big old barn, and Hebert was tight taking that thing down if you watched. I mean, it was closed on both sides, so.
And now it has been graded out and is seeded now, so. But yeah, there's an alleyway right there, and then there's the 905 is right next to it, and it's probably 6 foot away, so.
And when you collect the money back, because some people do pay for the demolition, I'm assuming that doesn't go back in this fund, it goes in the big black hole, never to be seen again.
Known as the general fund?
Goes back into the, his operating fund. So that
I taught you how to do that, I know.
No, there's no black holes here. No.
I'm just very happy that we're able to get more funds than we used to. I mean, you go back a decade ago and we were collecting very little. I think our staff, my staff in my office has stepped up and really gone after more aggressively invoicing these folks and trying to get after the banks a little bit more too. So I think we're on the right track with it. So.
Jeff, do you find, I don't know if you can answer this, but do you find that the infill program, when houses are built on those lots that are 40-foot lots, does it turn out to be, and there are 100 definitions on this, but does it turn out to be affordable housing?
There was a few done off of Lakeport this year, south of Lakeport, on Maple, and I think one was done on Martha, and they were done on just over 40-foot lots. Marlon Nelson did a few of those, and depending on your definition of affordable, I think they were affordable for the market as far as the demand. I believe he was selling those between $190 and $198, and they were selling quickly.
George Benson too, right?
George did some as well. But yeah, they're, I think for what the demand is asking for on the affordable side, you could consider them affordable. But I don't know how cheaper you can go with what it costs for those lots, even these infill lots, when you're picking these lots up for $8,000 to $12,000, and by the time you get your construction costs in there, it's very difficult to get it any less than that 180 to 190 range.
We went to Des Moines last year to call on the legislators to try to get some funds for affordable housing. There was a formula that we did have, and I don't have that readily available, but I thought it was a percentage of, not gross income, it would have been net income, I think.
25% of gross income that you should be able to buy.
33% of gross income.
Now they've raised it.
But for the payments, you mean?
Right.
So 25% of gross income, and whatever it was, that's what we were using for affordable housing. And I thought affordable housing turned out to be a lot less. Well, it depends on what people are earning, what their earnings are. But if you're making 50,000 a year, how far will that, how far does that go?
15 grand, it buys a lot of house. Yeah, that buys a lot of house.
Divided by 12.
Also, the,
House payment, but that includes taxes too, so you're down to
That's tax.
About 950 on the house.
50.
the governor's new proposal is to put $50 million into housing, affordable housing. Obviously has to pass the legislature, but so in some form, there may be some new funds available with different program requirements. Be interesting to see how that plays out. We may want to talk to some of our legislators about that because we've had a lot of experience with
Would that be in the form of grants then? That we would have to apply for?
One thing that's going to increase is the workforce housing credits, but I think they're also talking about a new program too. So we'll have to keep an eye on that.
That'd be a good follow-up. Okay, thank you.
Project 663-221, Phase 2 Home Investment Partnership, page 94.
Here's the problem you got, is everyone we've looked at in the demolition hearings, there's no salvage. So I don't know how you're going to be successful. That's why you don't need any new money, because you haven't been able to do any of these, I'm guessing.
Correct. Jill Wanderscheid, Neighborhood Services Manager. One portion of the program goes towards homes that are currently on the red tag list that a new owner is acquiring and wants to rehab, and we've done probably 4 to 5 of those since we first started this, so not very many. The other part of the program provides funding to repair deficiencies in a home that, if left uncorrected, would cause a red tag in the future. So we've done some of those. We have not utilized a lot of the funding this year because we got a Federal Home Loan Bank grant instead. We partnered with Security National Bank on that. So we've been using that funding instead because that had an end date that was much sooner. And so that's why you don't see a whole lot of activity. We anticipate over the next year that we'll be using these funds quite a bit for homes that might not be on the red tag but have, huge deficiencies that would cause them to be tagged if not corrected.
Do they have to be owner occupied, or can landlords get this?
Owner occupied.
And so I have a question then. Let's just say we said we're going to take 400,000 of this, or let's do 180, let's say 360, and work with the developer to buy down part of, I don't know Marvin Nelson, I barely know George Benson, I just know what they did. And say to them, if you can deliver that home at 190, whatever Jeff said, and what if we bought down the closing costs on those homes to get that affordable for that person?
It's kind of a unique situation. I think that's a great idea, but we are limited to, this is funded out of franchise fee settlement, and there was very specific language in that court decree that outlined what we could and could not fund.
Yeah.
So they have to be tied to somehow to a red tag. So if a developer came along and wanted to rehab something that was on the red tag list, then we could go down that road for sure. But it's just,
But it has to be owner occupied too.
Owner occupied for one, well, the part of the program that is where it's already tagged does not have to be owner occupied. The projects that we are doing where they're not currently tagged, they do.
So if there were 2 guys here the other night in the demo hearing that were going to rehab houses, so they would be able to come to you.
Yep, and yes, absolutely. And what I find, I get a lot of calls about this program, but they seem to kind of, the roadblock is the people that currently own the red tags, they're not able to acquire from them, and that is a requirement of the program. It has to be a new owner, at least have a purchase agreement or something. So I think that's the issue.
Okay, well, there was 2 the other night.
Or 2, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
So how do you market this?
Good question. We did a lot of marketing in the beginning, but I do think we could do a better job at that. So I'll talk to Ann Westra and put together a plan, because we did a ton of press and stuff in the very beginning, but it's been a while, so I think we should update that. It's a good idea.
Okay. And does Daryl know this? I'm sure he does.
Yes.
I was going to say that would be the biggest thing, is talking to them and talking to.
And how much can they get on one of these deals?
So if it's currently tagged, they can get up to $40,000, and it's a 10-year forgivable loan. They have to match at 25%, and it's reimbursable based on their cost.
And how is it forgivable?
It's just secured by a mortgage and promissory note for 5 years, or for 10 years, sorry.
Okay, for 10 years, that's what I'm saying. Do they have to live in the house?
If they have to live in the house to have it fully forgiven and eligible for the 10 years. If they just want to flip the house,
Yeah.
then they'd be eligible for a year interest-free loan that would be due either a year after they got the occupancy permit or when it's sold, whichever is sooner. But if there was another project that came along, let's say you had a couple people that came forward and said, you know, we want to rehab red tagged housing for apartments or something, they had a project together, we would bring that forward and you would have the opportunity to fund that still. These are just our rules for our basic program right now.
Yeah, so if a guy can borrow money, it's not gonna be a big deal to borrow.
But there's some flexibility there, as long as it's something that's on the red tag list that they want to rehab into housing, that's allowable per the franchise fee settlement. It's just something we would bring forward and to you to review.
So is this something that we could initiate by saying, okay, here's our red tag list. Here's,
If you're interested in these
here's
properties.
some developers.
We looked at those the other night.
Yep.
Right, and then say, okay, now this falls under this program.
Jennings, though.
Yes, and we have a lot of, like, people will call Daryl or I, we'll sit down and meet with them, go over the list, and then they'll work with a realtor to try to acquire. Sometimes they can, sometimes they can't, sometimes they can't, for whatever reason, so that's really been the roadblock.
What about if the city owned the property? Once it was red tagged, and
We don't own them.
No, we don't, but if we did, what's the next step that we take if we want to?
Like we did on Country Club.
Oh, yeah, but they gotta be some historically significant building. You just can't go acquire red tag houses.
For a nuisance.
But don't they have to be historically significant? The attorney's not here. They don't have to be historically significant, like?
I don't think so.
Okay, all right, well.
I'd do the marketing plan. I mean, I'd do it wide, community-wide and beyond.
Okay. And the short answer really is if someone came along, they wanted to acquire a red tag property, they need to sit down with Daryl and I, and we would go through everything and see.
Project 663222, Downtown Aesthetics Improvements, page 96.
This project was the funding to pay for the wayfinding. You'll see there at the bottom of the page, the first phase of wayfinding was the sign wraps on the traffic control boxes in downtown. The next phase, obviously working with Downtown Partners in the Chamber, we went through the design phase, and
it looks good.
And the signs have been designed in order, so you can see that cost there at the bottom of the page. One thing we've taken out of this page is we had the potential for a downtown facade program. That has been moved into one of Marty's CIP sheets that you talked about earlier for downtown redevelopment, and Marty's working on the facade with Downtown Partners under that funding. So this funding is identified for downtown aesthetic improvements, including lighting and artwork and murals, and then also we've identified, at the direction of the Council and the Historic Preservation Commission, we've identified some funds to pay for the Downtown Historic Preservation District planning. You'll see coming up on Council on Monday, we've asked for we've applied for a grant to pay for an intern to assist with some of that work. But ultimately, we're going to have to hire someone to continue on that work in downtown. So that $10,000 shown in the work plan goes toward historic preservation planning.
Project 719026, Rail Crossing Improvements, Leeds and Riverside, page 98.
Since we've talked about this last time, there has been some progress. You'll see if you look in the FY22 column, it outlines basically each crossing that would need to be improved. Those that are less, the 35,000, they already have gate arms, flashing lights, and so that reflects the cost of medians, any curb improvements we would have to do as a part of that. 41st Street, we did receive a grant to put in gate arms and flashing lights. That's on the Union Pacific line. They have already signed the agreement. They contacted me last week and said they want to do construction this spring, so that's really good news. And then Fun Place, We've done the UP crossing. BNSF is the other crossing that needs to be done. So basically, out of all of those, the only crossing we don't have an agreement on right now is Fun Place. And I haven't moved forward with that because I wasn't quite sure overall if this project, if we were going to move forward in this year or not. But we have some progress that we've made over the last year.
So then they will be able to leave the yard at the UP and not blow their whistles or horns?
Yes, north of 28th, yes.
I have $100 crisp new bill in my pocket, and I'll take all the bets you want that they still blow their whistles. They blow their whistles when they go behind the Aldi store. For what? Tell me why.
They're just letting the customers know they're there.
Don't wave to them.
Curbside service.
Exactly.
It's unbelievable. And now that the leaves are off the tree, I had a guy complain to me up on like 36th and Jackson. It just goes up through that valley. Unbelievable. I bet you hear it, Pete.
Yeah, oh yeah, always.
Just why? You spend all this money and then they still blow their darn whistles. I don't get it.
I will say there is some noise that's going to be caused probably forever because of the rules they have within their yard, and that tends to echo through that valley quite a bit too with the switching, and then every time they're moving back and forth, they're blowing the horns, so that will always be there based on their rules. But
he can probably hear that better than me, but where I'm at, I shouldn't be necessarily hearing that. So
719130, annual railroad crossing improvements.
We have several projects that are in line right now. You'll see I'm proposing to use an existing balance. Just to go through the list really quick. Jackson Street, we've been waiting on. That is a crossing that we received a state grant through to complete the gate arms and flashing lights. BNSF just gave me an update last week that I should have the signed agreement in 2 weeks, so hopefully within a week, and that will go to council for approval right away. Military Road and West 19th, we have signed agreements. They've already billed us for several of the materials, so that's moving forward for this summer. Harbor Drive is on the UP line. We're under agreement for that. 41st
Harbor
Street.
Drive is under what? Harbor Drive is under
It's under agreement. They just haven't purchased any.
When you say under agreement, are they paying their portion, or are they just?
Yes, yep, yep, on that one. Yep, and that's a Union Pacific one. 41st Street, I just mentioned previously, we're under agreement, and that's moving forward. Court Street, we just got funded this last year. We do not have an agreement on. 6th Street, you'll see that's kind of a tiny amount. That's obviously there's already gate arms and flashing lights. That's for constant warning time, so that's just an increase in safety level there. And then with 41st Street, we will have to remove some trees as you're going westbound on 41st. If you can picture where all those trees are, it impedes your view of the crossing, so the DOT, FRA, and UP have requested that those be removed as a part of this project too. We've left some funding in for the Chautauqua Park surface project. UP did some improvements on their own, but we just need to reevaluate this spring and see if that's still needed.
That was so horrible going over down there. Jeez.
Okay. Project 719210, Jones Street Public Improvements, page 106.
We are still in the process of wrapping up the Jones Street Urban Renewal Area. We have 2 projects left. The one involves the green space that'll be kind of left over after the Ingleside reconstruction project because of that realignment. And so we'll be doing some improvements there. We've done the public input last summer. We have a plan. We're under contract with Schneider and Associates to design that for us. We're really just waiting on that construction project to be done because they are using that space as staging as well. And then over on Dale Street, we acquired the lot right across from the splash pad and to the north of the community garden. And our plan is to use that for some overflow parking space with some type of crossing improvements across that street. When that park was developed, it's really become more of a vehicular destination than we intended probably back when it was designed in '09. And so allowing for additional parking and a safer crossing across that street.
And the Thompson Park is never going to be replaced?
That will be replaced as part of the project that we're under.
But it's not going to be replaced where it was?
There will be some green space on that side, but then there'll be a much larger parcel right to the east across Ingleside.
It's on Ingleside.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I can't tell you how shocked I was that nobody would have mentioned that to us as part of that project. That was very disappointing, knowing, I know the whole history of that because Craig Thompson and I were good friends, that you guys didn't tell us you were taking a park out of service. I think before you take any park out of service in the future, I would hope the council would know that, because I would not have been for that, at least not replace the park. And it becomes a dang storage yard for the contractor, which is not the right thing to do in a neighborhood that has a lot of kids. They went a year, they're gonna go 2 years without a park up there. And I just don't think that's the right way to do business for these neighborhoods, but especially when one guy paid for that whole park. It's gotta be disappointing to his family, but I hope you're not gonna change the name. I hope it will be Thompson Park across that street. And
Yes.
I think we owe that to that family.
Yep, and there will be, there'll basically be two parks, one larger one that I would think you would prefer that be Thompson, and then the other one across the street where it will be a smaller green space area.
Project 719295, Lions Park Investment Area. Page
We've
108.
been delayed a little bit because we haven't been able to have the public input that we would normally have when we start a new area. But our public infrastructure plan, this outlines what we're going to do over the next 7 to 10 years. It's in the draft stage. We haven't finalized it yet. But we did bid out the tree trimming and removal in anticipation for these projects moving forward, and that came in way under budget. We're at about $68,000 for that, and that has started already. We'll likely work on sidewalks first because of the feedback we got from the residents in the area that they had a lot of concerns about the sidewalks in the area. So that will likely be where we start.
And will you do 5-footers? Aren't we doing 5-footers now for sidewalks?
Yes.
Right, we will, won't we? I hope. I mean, why do all this work and stay at 4 foot?
The new adopted subdivision ordinance has increased the size of sidewalks from 4 to 5 feet, and we've been enforcing that on all new subdivisions and infill lots.
Right, but that doesn't mean you'd have to do it here because you're replacing a lot of them, but you think you're gonna bid 5s is what I'm asking.
We're replacing and we're also constructing new. There's some sections that are missing along Lions Park, and so it's a combination of both. If we're able to do that without property acquisition, that's definitely something we would be interested in doing.
If nothing else, you can.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
Project 879018, West 7th Street Corridor Improvements, page 110.
This largely funds our facade improvement program on West 7th that's been going on for several years now. We did not have funding in the program last year. We did have a small balance left over from projects that either came in under budget or did not move forward, and that was allocated this spring. So I've been contacted by several property owners along the corridor inquiring if we're going to have additional funds left. So I do think there still is an interest there, and it would just further our work on West 7th moving forward.
Looks great.
Project 879019, Riverside Boulevard Military Road District, page 112.
Chris Madsen, Senior Planner. The next 3 projects are the facade improvement programs. Each of these would have $200,000 in funding starting this next fiscal year. So we are essentially ready to begin council approval for the creating those programs as soon as the funding is available. We did use or part of the balance in the Riverside program to essentially install streetscaping amenities with the engineering reconstruction project, so that has been included. So we would probably look at doing some of that in all 3 of these projects as well as the facade improvement program.
Your engineers think that double curb system is gonna be great? I'm just curious as who came up with that design. I'm not here to justify it. Do you know what I'm talking about? You put a curb
On Riverside.
Another curb for the flower bed. It looks like an absolute nightmare if a car gets out of control and you're just going to tear the underside of a car out. I don't understand what their logic was in that. bad enough when you jump a curb, but now when you jump a curb with another curb there, it's,
I don't know. I haven't been up there to see that.
well, it's the weirdest thing you ever seen. You know what I'm talking
I
about?
have not seen it. There's a little bit of that on West 7th. Is that what, have you seen it out there?
A whole lot of it on Riverside Boulevard. But what do I know? Those engineers are a lot smarter than me. So
Because I haven't seen it either. Describe, so you have your regular curb?
you got your curb, and then they stacked another about this wide a curb and about that high on the inside for the flower bed. I don't know why they did it, but it just looks like a real nightmare if somebody gets hung up.
So it's higher than the street curb.
Oh,
yeah,
so it's like a plant bed area or something like
why
that.
not?
Oh, have that machine that lays that curb, okay.
No.
No?
Oh, it's a lot higher than that curb.
Trying to find a
They
picture.
did they do that at 20th and Pierce too by Downtown Cleaners?
They did
They
not-
built something up there, they got flower pots out there, if somebody leaves the roadway there, it'll be a dandy.
Well, that's, on Riverside, people go
Same way?
fast, that's what I'm saying.
Oh, yeah.
We'll just have to wait till somebody wrecks their car and we get sued, and then we'll know if it was the right decision or not.
Chris, the only thing I would offer, and Jeff and I talked a little bit about this too. I'm a big fan of facade improvement programs and the ones that we have coming. I'm excited about it. I hope that a lot of businesses take advantage of it. The worry that I always have is the intent versus the final product. You know what I mean? Like, I think you saw that, or I've seen that serving on Downtown Partners boards. You know what I mean? Like, you go into it thinking that people are going to do this, and then they do that, and it's like, geez, I think you missed the intent. But I just would hope that there would be staff support or conversations, about these are companies and firms you can work with, or people that, I know it's tough for us to give advice, and we can't necessarily say go to this company or something, but sometimes even improving their sign or improving their facade. I wish we had more uniformity or more, like if we're going up in Leeds and we're going to redo that whole street, or there are going to be 5 businesses along the area, it'd be cool if it was more cohesive and they had like a theme to that neighborhood or to that area. And I just don't know how to do that because they apply to them all independently, and then they don't know if their neighbors are applying. Maybe they used a different firm. Am I making sense? I wish that we could have some cohesion and build up neighborhoods in a specific way.
The one new item we would have with these facade programs is we do have the design standards now in the municipal code. That doesn't necessarily create a theme or color scheme design, but it would have material listing that they would have to choose which of those decorative materials to use.
Like perhaps certain kind of an awning or something like that?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is you could have a common
Because
theme,
I could have an
but
awning that's super modern, and someone else next door to me could have a canvas one, that's old school, and I think that's what Alex is getting at is cohesiveness, so it fits the neighborhood.
Sure.
And I don't know how we do that. I mean, I
Well,
think
the way you do it is, and you're going to get a lot of resistance, but the way you do it is you have neighborhood meetings in the commercial corridors there, and you have them decide what's acceptable, and then everybody has to agree to it. It's not.
Or what you want to do, because like Morningside would be another perfect example. Is it's like Drilling and them have already done theirs, but would you be able to maybe do that then, use it for Madonna Rose and take that facade off and do something with that brick or?
Yeah, well, I mean, you got the money, so you can kind of dictate how you want to do it.
So it's also a question though, Alex, of whether you're going to be unique, your front.
The storefront, or you want it all to,
It's not going to be like everybody else's, but it's going to stand out in some way. Because that's a matching thing where you still could put a lot more money into it, the business owner could.
Yeah.
And I really am asking the question because it seems like business owners like to have their own.
Well, you want to stand out where people will go to you and your business.
Yeah, as opposed to being just uniform all the way down. And the only thing that sets them apart is the color or something.
I think the biggest concern I have, I guess, in working with like town partners is that you have the intent to do this and then, oh my gosh, you just replaced one element and it didn't really improve the streetscape. You know what I mean? Like you got to improve your building or what you were looking for, but gosh, changing the look or the structure itself was not really the remedy.
I was just going to say, this is the time to talk about it because we're about to launch these programs in 3 different parts of town.
Yeah.
And if we're going to look at the design standards or provide some kind of assistance or something to that. Now's a good, between now and this summer, it'd be a good time to come up with some ideas on.
Because the other thing is, like, I'll give you an example. Jackson Street Brewery. I love that they have an outdoor space, right? Like, I love that they were able to do that. But if other places, like say Hardline, wanted to do an outdoor space as well, and there was a conversation, a broader conversation of why don't we both apply, and then we have this type of thing, and you have all along that, even with Subway on the corner, you all went in on it, and then it's uniform, outdoor space, outdoor space, outdoor space. You have one firm that came through, it was cheaper for all of you, it looks beautiful, people want to do that. Like if we did that on 4th Street, or if you did that at Morningside, or you know what I mean? Like, that's where I think the benefit is. But I think Dan does have a great point too, is that it's like sometimes you want to be unique or stand out. I think that's a good point to think about too.
One thing we can look at is as we're preparing the program details, knowing that they're going to be competitive grants, we could look at potentially having like additional bonus points, or you rank higher if you work with your neighbors on a joint project. I mean, there's ways I think during the scoring process that we could address that. We couldn't force them to work with their neighbors, but
you can incentivize.
Correct.
I like that idea, because now I'm thinking about, if Jackson Street would have partnered with Hardline or Subway or something, and you could have a uniform outdoor space, gosh, that makes it a lot more inviting rather than, well, Jackson Street has this, the metal pipe with the wood on top, and then Hardline one is something more modern, and you know how franchised Subway would be, you know what I mean, to be able to do that. It's like if you could have one thing throughout, that would be a really cool space on that block.
Sure.
Like your design standards address some of that. I haven't looked at them recently, but it seemed like you did a good job of having those standards.
Well, like on the West 7th, and I think Jill's still here, but she has it very clear within the program guidelines for West 7th that all the facade applications and the design have to be reviewed by staff, including Jill and the planners, to determine the design standard.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's something.
So I require as part of the application that they have to meet with me first. And so we go over what their plans are, and I give them a direct feedback as far as if I think that's something they should move forward with or not. And then we also do have built into the scoring in West 7th, they get extra points if there's development occurring in their same block. And so that's how we address kind of cluster development with that.
I don't talk to the landlord because I sold the building, but are they going to paint the side of that building? Are you going to put a mural there or not?
Yes, they are painting the side this spring, and then we do have funding available for a mural there, and we're moving forward with that right now as a separate project.
Okay.
Be in by May.
Yes.
Right, before May. Yeah, because my thing is, I think like West 7th used the money well. Like, I think some of those spaces look really beautiful. What I'm saying is some of them, like if I was at Jackson Street and was applying, if I don't know that other people were interested in doing something, or if I haven't talked to my neighbors, that's where it's city staff. That's where if I met with Jill and Jill was like, oh my gosh, well, have you talked to this other business? What if the two of you put your idea together and you presented it like this?
Well,
and I don't know if you have like
5 or 6 months, you could do some neighborhood meetings in these neighborhoods too. I know that I think Leeds still has a commercial club, I think. And
Morningside does.
And Morningside does for sure. So
yeah.
We could, and they meet at the library there, and Leeds meets now. I don't know where they used to meet in the old library. I don't know where they meet anymore, but probably the school, I'm guessing.
Because I think it's where you can really establish some cool neighborhood feels. You know what I mean? Like, look at New York, and you have the different boroughs. It's like, I love the idea of what West 7th and how unique that is, especially with more ethnic cuisines. And then Leeds does a great job of having identity. And
it's not just a facade improvement program, it's a corridor plan. You're trying to upgrade the whole corridor.
Yeah.
And it's important to have those meetings and discussions up front with the businesses. We can work on that.
And let me know how, I'm happy to be a part of it. If you have meetings and you want a member of council, I like thinking about that stuff and can pitch ideas, but I just want us to get out in front of this before, all these people are applying for money, and just so that we can make sure the program is really beneficial. Cool.
Hey, before you get away from design standards, I'm just curious, I'm thinking of the building they're building in the 1800 block of Pierce. Is it just the metal building and the brick at the bottom, or no, there's more to come?
The brick is essentially the underlayer on the building. So if you go by now, or the metal is the underlayer. If you go by now, they are installing brick. So it'll have brick, niche ha panel, and it does meet the decorative design standards of the code.
It does?
Yeah.
And the brick's going to be the whole, no, just up so high?
Be some pillars, but it's more of a knee wall of CMU block, and then it'll look like a wood panel.
Okay.
Between.
And it does meet standards? Okay.
No exposed corrugated metal.
Okay.
That's just the interior wall pan that's been exposed. It appears to be an outside facade, but it is not.
All right, thank you.
Did you send that to all the council members?
What's that?
Did you send that to all the council members?
I did not, but I believe there's going to be a story in tomorrow's Journal to...
Included some drawings, I thought.
I did. The renderings would show the...
You might want to send those out.
Yeah, I haven't seen
The
it.
story's coming from our perspective in
And
response.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I did have some questions, that's why I was.
From the mayor.
Thank you, Mayor.
You know, it's the rest of the story, isn't it? I mean, what are the facts?
Yeah.
Oh, trust me, I was livid.
We got the facts now, thank you.
We'll move to utilities next with Mark Sims.
Mark
That's
Sims.
Thank you, guys.
First project is
And Jill, thank you.
Yeah.
519127, emergency water main replacement, page 374.
Biggest spender in all of
Mark
city government right
Sims.
here.
You know him.
Biggest spender of money.
Look at all the
City has.
projects. Holy cow.
Well, you're teasing me already? I just got out of bed, so give me a break.
No.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council.
Afternoon, Mark.
I'll just entertain any questions you have, since we have a number of CIP projects and a couple that I'd like to stop on and visit with you about, but for the most part, we'll just follow in order here, so.
Wait, let me get to 374.
Okay.
There we go.
By the way, I did bring some of our experts today, and I do want
Look
to
at that, he's got
Emergency
say happy birthday
water
to,
main.
want to say happy birthday to Joe.
Happy birthday.
Hey,
Happy
happy birthday.
Joe, did you pay extra for those hideous green ugly trucks, or that part of the deal?
Those aren't his.
Whose are they?
Those are John's.
Well, does John pay extra for that paint job?
I think there was a fee for the wrap, so.
So we're wrapping them, we're not painting them.
I don't even know what you're talking about with the green.
You haven't seen those ugly green, all utility trucks are green now.
Like safety green, fluorescent?
That's a
Yeah, kind of, yeah.
Oh, it's
Kind of lime green.
Ugly.
Isn't that the point? You
Well,
don't-
one good thing though, if they wrap them, they can peel it off.
The whole point was.
Well, I tell you
We
what.
don't get to peel that off.
I tell you what, the day that I take the mayor's
Peeled it off myself.
fashion advice or that type of stuff will be.
Well, I've been around. We used to have hideous yellow trucks. They matched the tanks on the riverfront, and we couldn't resell those things like you can a white pickup. That's what I'm trying to tell you. You start that, and your resale value, even though we don't get much, will go down.
Well, and if they're wrapped, you just take it off.
No, it's not that easy.
We did that for safety reasons. Obviously,
What?
you got a white truck and you can't see it in the wintertime, and,
Oh,
Yeah.
sir, that's how we felt, so.
Hey, Joe, we got
Mark?
some bars and cookies.
unbelievable.
Project 519130,
No, before you do-
Grandview Park
No,
tank replacement.
before you do that, I'm still on page 374.
Okay.
I'm way over budget because you had all those breaks.
Well, emergency water main replacement. Do we have a program where we have a non-emergency?
Yeah.
Yes.
We have an
Separate
annual
CIP
too.
for that.
That's a separate deal?
Used to be
Yep.
combined, and we separated.
So with
them a
that
couple
new one
years
you're
ago.
going to have later on in here,
I'm sorry?
does that address the 750,000 you need now?
Yes.
Does that lower that?
Yes.
Or was that lowered?
No, this
No,
is
this is-
strictly, for example, the Pierce Street break that we had last fall, I think it was, that ate up almost the entire budget, was just that one break.
What caused
and-
that one?
And we had 3 or 4 major breaks this year. This is really for the major breaks.
What was the Pierce Street, what caused the break?
We think that water hammer caused it. So
Talk to me like that.
that means that
Dorothy building.
somebody closed a valve too fast. It could have been a fire hydrant. It could have been operation of a safety device. in a building.
So human error, not the pipes, not the
Right,
age, not the
right. Now,
soils?
Age
Age of the pipe.
contributed to it. I mean, it was a weak spot, but
So a new pipe could take that kind of, that
it
sudden?
depends. It possibly.
Okay.
Yep.
So what are we doing with page 374 and 375? We're leaving it that way?
Yeah, we're trying to correct the negative balance so we don't go into this year negative like we have the last 2 or 3 years. And then we've obviously increased that quite a bit, and that 750 is based upon the recent history, the last 3 or 4 years of multiple larger main breaks that require, emergency response and outside contractors. So,
Thank you, Mark.
we believe this
That's
is
what I
more
need to know.
realistic.
Sorry I interrupted
No,
you.
you're
but
fine.
Yeah, but I wanted to make sure I understood your emergency.
Yep.
Okay.
519130 Grandview Park tank replacement, page 376.
Why has this grown so much?
Brad Pitts, water plant superintendent. The only reason it grew, well, it shouldn't have grown any, actually, from when we brought it back last year for CIP discussion.
Shouldn't have? Then why didn't we fund it last year?
The only difference it increased in SRF funding is because they did allow us to use SRF funding to demolish the the north tank when originally they were not going to allow us to do that.
Well, I'm just asking, it's $1.8 million higher than last year, I think, isn't it?
Yeah, and that was the reason. It was, the $1.8 million was there, but it was a different funding source. We went back and asked DNR why they were not allowing us to demo the north tank with state revolving funds, and they came back and they allowed us to do that. So that's why it increased by $1.8 million.
So the total project did not increase, just the
Correct.
funding was changed.
Project 519132 Booster Station
Now,
Improvement.
I want to go back just a minute.
Okay.
Okay, part of the problem you got with the new jail is, I'm guessing, and I'm practicing being a water expert and engineer, because you guys can't seem to figure what's going on out there. Is that new jail feeding off this reservoir? I'm guessing it is.
It is in the Grandview pressure zone, yes.
Well, and so you're building it at a height miles away. I'm not a hydrologist, but guess what? Friction causes loss in pressure. You know that. And you're about the same height. So you're never going to have until you figure out how to tie that north high loop with north high somehow, which you did going by my house, because I used to be on that same tank, and at 6 o'clock at night I couldn't even take a shower. How far away are you from high pressure north high to that line? Because you're down in Leeds with high pressure now.
Yeah, I'd have to look at the map to see exactly how close we are to 28th Street with Indian Hills, but it's quite a ways. And you'd be commingling two pressure zones in that area to make that work.
Somehow you did that. I don't know what you did in Leeds, but you used to come up Floyd Boulevard, right, into Leeds, and then you'd go all the way to my house, which you determined you couldn't build any more houses up there, basically, because you didn't have enough water pressure. So somehow you came down, when you paved my street, you came down, and I got high pressure, and that line goes into Leeds somewhere.
Yeah,
it doesn't dead end at my house.
Again, I'd have to look at the map, but that pressure zone line where it splits Grandview and Indian Hills is right in that area. Because, well, it's a little different area, but where I'm at, right on Glen Oaks, that's the split of Grandview and Indian Hills pressure right there. And it kind of stays on that similar line as it goes north. But again, I'd have to look at it.
But we're never going to get water pressure out there. I mean, you're not, are you? Unless you build a higher tower than what you're building here, and you're not. You're building a ground. I asked that question. You told me I didn't know it wouldn't work, but now, as it turns out, maybe you should have built a water tower rather than another dang tank.
The biggest issue, well, we physically can't do that because Singing Hills and 38th Street reservoirs
float,
and Grandview all float. So we wouldn't be able to build a tower in Grandview if we tried to fill the tower, we would overflow Indian Hills and 38th Street. You would never be able to get the tower to fill at Grandview.
So what about the tank that's out there off of Correctionville Road?
Yep. Morningside.
So that's tied to the Morningside water?
Yes, yep.
Which is tied to the Correctionville Highway 20 that we put in for Camp High Hope, which must be high pressure then, I'm guessing.
Right.
And there's no way to, you're telling me it's gonna cost $8 million to run from Correctionville all the way over to Outer Drive, $8 million in open field digging.
I think it was 9, but yeah, that's an unprogrammed CIP.
Well, the only reason I'm questioning that is $5 million. You ran a whole lot more water line through the town out to that Blue Harvest store that you're tearing down. That's a lot. That's as far or further than I think than what you're talking here.
Yeah, that was a total of, was it 3 miles total on the Western Hills project?
You're only 3 miles up the interstate. You're not even 3 miles, guys. That's what I'm trying to tell you. It can't be more than 3 miles up there.
So your request is to run it through the back way on Morningside pressure?
I asked the question, and then you guys say it's 9 million, and
That's what's in the CIP.
But the Penrose job was only wasn't even 5 million.
Yeah, it was substantially less than what we had budgeted for all 4 phases.
And here you got you're out in virgin soil digging right along the bypass right of way. That's what I don't know.
Why it would be more expensive.
Exactly. It should be relatively cheap. I think we ran, I may be wrong, but I think we ran from Correctionville Road to Highway 20. Did anybody look and see what those bids were? Because I thought it was $1.8 million.
I don't know whose project that was.
Okay, well, I don't think we're really looking at that like, I want to look at it globally. I don't want a development that we know there's some developers looking at that property and say, well, we got to spend $1.8 million or $2 million now, and then we already spent $900 that we just kissed goodbye. If we have to spend $1 million and it takes $3 million or $4 million to solve the problem, I'm for solving the problem now, because that gives you
future development
and a big loop around the city. But
You can look at that and follow up on it for us?
We can look at the other CIP and see if we get numbers that are closer.
Something back to wrap up?
Well, I don't think it's going to happen in this budget anyway, but
Yeah.
it's just aggravating that when I hear $9 million and I look at that other project between DA's contract and Penrose, I don't think we're even close to $9 million, and a lot nastier job by far than what you're talking here.
I have another question that you might be able to answer for me. These are the 2 tanks? Is this the south one?
Yep.
So that's being taken out. Where is it going to be built there again?
Yeah.
Yeah, the south tank will be demolished, and then the new tank will be built basically right on top of the south tank, but the circumference is much larger of the new tank.
Yes.
And then the south tank will be the north tank will be demolished, and that'll be returned for park use.
So when you're working on the south tank, you're going to rely solely on the north tank for the...
Yes. Well, that's
South tank doesn't work
Yeah,
now.
the south tank
We took it out of
been
service
abandoned for
a long time ago.
95.
So then when it's working, then that'll work while the north tank's being...
Right. The
Correct.
south tank we took out of service 20 years ago.
Yeah, I think it was 95 is when.
Yeah, I was here back then.
If I'm looking at this picture, how much larger is that going to be? Is it going to go out and touch where the paths are now, the roads?
They took it completely out.
No, it'll extend further south than it
where
will.
those trees are, where those 3
Oh, so not that much bigger.
Right.
Get kicked out, you're not far away.
Are there any windows in it?
Yeah, no windows.
Sorry, I'm sorry. Back to the mayor's earlier point, though, please follow up on that, because I think you've had some email traffic talking about the water line and the water pressure.
Yeah, and it's still being looked at.
Yes, okay.
Yeah, we did rule out another possibility, which is not good news, but we were hoping to find the problem. We did replace the fire hydrant out there on Friday, and thought we might be able to find that either pipe had a bunch of tuberculation in it, or that there was another valve closed or something, and we ruled both those out. So
All the valves have been opened.
yes, yep. So there's still some other cause there, so.
Project 519132, booster station improvements, page 378.
I have this one marked.
This one I had marked as well. Oh, and I marked it because of, I think it's along the same conversation. I'm definitely not as well versed as the mayor about some of this stuff, so I apologize. But my thought was with the outer drive booster station, if we needed to bump that up. Because my whole thing is like, and I apologize for my naivete, I don't know, but I'm just saying, like, we want to develop that area, you know what I mean? And thinking about it for future stuff, I just had in my notes, you know, and that also goes back to 539-214 with the sanitary sewer, the 28th Street sanitary sewer CIP. You know what I mean? All of those things are going to have to be bumped up. If we have that in, I mean, Jeff's not here, but if it's like, we're thinking comp plan in the next 10 years or whatever, we really should start getting on that now, right? Or bringing that sooner. Am I wrong?
The water master plan looked at that outer drive booster station because you're right, that's exactly what that booster station is for. The original plan, I believe, was to put a booster station out near outer drive in 75 and have it boost back to the south for the Morningside pressure zone.
Okay.
So if the plan is to construct water main from Morningside back along the bypass, then that's an option to do at that time.
And that would help the future development out there then, right? I mean...
Well, it would help alone just being on Morningside pressure. I think without looking at the elevations, I think that would boost pressure out there. But only because it's elevated alone.
So there's two options.
I'm just speaking about where we're going to grow our city and what people are looking at and what plans are in motion, that it's like we need to make sure our side of it is in motion as well, and we're not like, oh, we're ready to develop this huge parcel or do other things, and then they were like, well, we don't have sewer, we don't have water, we don't have all that stuff ready, and then so we're going to delay it 3 years, and then maybe people aren't experiencing the growth, or, you know, there isn't the appetite that there is in the near term. You know what I mean? So I got to trust you guys of what that timeline.
A lot of that development discussion out on Outer Drive, I think, is fairly new to us anyway.
Okay.
So, you know, this stuff is there for that. It can be moved up if we need to.
Yeah.
So 38th, is this at the tank up on 38th and Jones?
Yep.
Okay, so water comes from Grandview, gets pumped up to 38th Street.
Pumped to Indian Hills. City Center, Grandview, includes both 38th Street and Grandview. So when we pump from the plant, it fills 38th and Grandview.
Right.
We have the capability to repump from 38th and Grandview to fill Indian Hills.
To Indian Hill.
Yep.
Right, that's what I'm saying. This pump will pump the water to Indian Hills.
Correct.
Out of Grandview, but it all comes, out of 38th Street, but it all comes, in 38th Street, if you guys don't know, it's the same thing as Grandview, only underground. They have a big tank underground up there across from the Jewish synagogue, basically, right around the corner. So you're going to build a new pump house. And so from there, it becomes high pressure.
Correct.
It sure would be nice if this whole town were high pressure. And all your problems, you could loop anywhere you wanted to loop them. It would, which I know is dreaming on my part, so.
Project 519164, annual water distribution system improvement.
And that's gonna cost that's gonna cost $2 million for that?
You have in there.
A lot of money for a pump house.
It's a brand new station. They're gonna build it down further to the west off of the hill. The station that's currently there is dilapidated. It's 4 stories into the ground. It's just not safe anymore. So it's gonna take a considerable amount of excavation pipeline-wise.
Where are you at now?
Page 386.
386.
Project 519248, Western Hills to Indian Hills Pressure Zone, page 396.
Okay, I know you want to get caught up here, but let's let everybody turn their pages and make sure. Where are you at now? What page?
396.
396. Mayor, I think you had a question a while back about the demolition of that tank and whether engineering fees need to be paid for that. And Brad and JEO have identified a way to do it without the engineering fees, which looks a lot more reasonable in price.
Since about 1990 around here, I've heard that it's ready to fall down, so I couldn't imagine that it would take me to knock that in the head, but.
Project 519252, South Bridge Water Improvement, page 398.
Okay, you're expecting 120,000 in the bank, and you've got 120 is the most you've ever done. Why do we need another 120?
I think you're on the wrong.
You looking at? We're at
398.
398.
I'm jumped ahead. I'm sorry.
Ready.
That's the next page anyway. I mean, we're not.
Project 519254, Annual Hydrant Rehabilitation, page 401.
This is the one you had the question on, Mayor?
Yeah.
Yep, and the answer to that is, if you recall, we've had, I don't know, 2 or 3 contractors hired, and we ended up
firing.
They didn't work out.
Right.
We now have one that's performing very well, according to John, and so they're doing a little bit of catch-up work, and then they intend to get back on a regular schedule in the following fiscal year for.
And just for clarification, he didn't request additional money. We're using the project balance.
Okay, good.
So we're using that cash balance to fund it through. Oh, that's okay. Project 519256, Water Facility Chemical Improvements, page 402.
That's in next year's too, right?
Yeah.
Yep. Project 519262, Water Facility SCADA Upgrade, page 405.
The old SCADA, once they hook you, you just keep reeling you in every 4 or 5 years. You gotta love them.
This one is dependent a little bit on fiber, right, Brad? So
Yeah.
it
So
may
all of
have
our
to move.
facilities now, well, most of them, we've switched some of them over to fiber, but, as we run city fiber past our facilities, we try to hook them up to fiber. We'd like to do that on the riverfront, in the well field. Everything we do there is run off of radios, which works just fine. But this really can't be done until any city fiber is constructed on the riverfront.
Which we just asked for, right, or which?
I don't recall what Glenn's plan
I
was.
don't think they had the riverfront on there, Alex. I don't think.
It was, but it wasn't this year, right?
Oh,
Wasn't
yeah.
it? Just like one of the coming up.
Yeah, I think it coincides with this date.
Yep.
Oh, okay.
Here's your place, Dan, you were asking about.
Oh, okay.
Project 519263, Annual Water Main Replacement, page 406. This is your annual.
And
Did most of these 2021s get done?
I think they're in the works. I don't think they've gotten done yet. And essentially, this replaces about a mile, which is good news. We're replacing a mile of substandard or sub-sized water main, which helps us to improve on the replacement cycle.
Project 519264, Pourback, page 409.
This was a new CIP, and we've been using it this year, and it's been successful. I think yesterday we got a report from Kevin in engineering, who's handling this, and they were down to 8 open holes, and now we've had another 5 main breaks this week, so it's back up to 13. But it's down considerably from what it was, and there are 4 contractors working on it.
Mark, back on the annual water main replacement, it probably wouldn't serve any good purpose to say, could we move those other ones up to 2022? But isn't there an offset? Doesn't that affect our operating budget as far as when we do have a water main break and all the damage it causes?
These aren't breaks, these are subs.
Yep.
Oh, they're not the breaks.
No, that was the emergency project that we saw earlier. Those were the breaks.
Yeah, but, okay, so I'm not asking the question the right way. So how can we get, those are emergency breaks, how can we start getting a program where we're
That's what this is, right here.
fixing ones that are breaking?
But these aren't.
Well, they're not, it's fixing ones that are at risk of.
Yes.
Yeah. I guess that's what, okay, so that's a.
So when they do paving and that, they do a bunch of new water.
Yep.
But could we move some of those up?
Only if you're gonna do a complete street and you don't have enough money to do all of that.
So the ones that are listed for 2022 are the ones?
These are like 2-inch lines and they've got no pressure, you couldn't do a fire or anything, so I'm assuming you're running a 6 or 8-inch line.
Yeah, there's a minimum of 8, I think now is what DNR requires, so.
Oh, so you're updating.
Yes.
Updating.
Yeah, they'll be upgraded, so.
But these aren't the ones that have the potential of breaking.
Well, some of them may. I mean, they may be old and be breaking, but this was designed several years ago to gradually replace those that were undersized.
If they're 2 inches, they're pretty old, because that's not
allowed. Yeah.
Okay.
So anything under 8 would be on this.
Is this
If
aggressive?
it's public, it has to be 8 or more.
Is this aggressive enough?
I think based upon what we've got for funding, and I don't think this is such a concern, it's more, other replacements. And generally, when we have multiple breaks in an area, we go to engineering right away and say, we're gonna look for a way to move other projects back to get this area replaced sooner. We've got a couple examples of that right now that'll be, it's multiple blocks that we've had a number of breaks over the years, and we just can't keep doing that, so.
Where do the funds come from for the emergency water main breaks?
Water.
Water? Where do the funds come from for the claims that are made for damages that have been done?
The water fund.
Come out of that project.
Yep.
It does not affect operating. We pay for it out 100% out of the project.
Water fund has to stand on its own.
Well, this year we did have, that's why we funded it quite a bit more than we have in past years, because we haven't funded it sufficiently, so we've upgraded that funding. We've corrected the balance this year and upgraded funding for future years. And we work closely with Mark, and we'll probably start to see tweaks to that, to the budget amount as we work together to determine what's appropriate. We've determined that in the past few years, we have not appropriately funded the project. So we have changed that, but we may have to tweak that again in the next 2 years, depending on what happens in history.
But are we making progress? I mean, that's my.
Well, I appreciate that, Dan, and I think you'll see another CIP here, which is new, and you'll have to determine whether or not you want to have us proceed with it, but it really involves much of the downtown area. We know that a number of our mains down here are 100 years old or older, and we've got a lot of concerns about that age and their condition, and the vulnerability of nearby, commercial properties or whatever, potential of flooding them or whatever, like when Pierce happened. And so John has created a new CIP. It's not for next year. I think it's 2 years out, but we'll see that fairly soon here, I think. But that's designed to determine what priority should we put downtown in at least, and that's going to be a significant project. And I think we need to tie that in with any other potential things that might need to happen downtown. So we've had a couple of meetings with who we think all the stakeholders are, and we'll need them to contribute to that in future years. And somebody else may be better suited to drive that project than utilities, but we started it just so we could have that discussion.
Thank you.
Project 519265, downtown infrastructure reconstruction.
Yeah, the next one. There you go. So this is it. So fiscal year 23 was when we were requesting that.
So this is the one that would be proactive, we would be proactive.
Well, it would help us determine what the needs are and how they should be prioritized. But again, this needs to be done, I think, in conjunction with maybe other things that may happen downtown. So we've had that broad discussion. Our concern is with the utilities, so that was our focus here. But it would replace, over time, would replace quite a bit of pipe.
So what exactly would you get done for 310,000?
Well, this would be one of your favorite things, Mayor, it'd be a study to determine what order of what priority needs to be done in, so we don't, don't get behind the 8 ball, I guess. And
I looked at this whole deal, and again, my biggest regret in life is not telling somebody to become a consultant or an engineer, because this book is loaded with it this year.
But at least it's there. We haven't had this before.
Well, and I don't know what else to do.
Study.
You know what I mean? I think the biggest thing is I don't know how else how else you're proactive.
That guy's going to come to town and he's going to have to give them all the information, how old your utilities are. Okay, where are your breaks and how old are your utilities? For $360, I might be able to tell you where to start, but we'll pay $360. But anyway.
So Mayor, you feel like we're hiring someone to do something that we already know?
His guys should know. If you hire me to go say, tell me the age of the water line in front of City Hall, how am I going to know that? They know it. They've got it. And his staff's going to have to spend an awful lot of time doing the report, basically digging all the information out. So.
Yeah. Our concern is how it's coordinated with other things that have to happen downtown.
What?
I don't know. What other?
I don't know either. That's why. But we're going to spend.
Would have been nice to have this before the Warrior was done.
What would you have done differently?
We'd have replaced that water main.
You had every opportunity to do that. The street was torn up. But I'm not being critical of you, Mark. I'm just saying we're going to spend a lot of money with a consultant that's going to rely totally on everything that we have here. He can't do anything without the information that you have somewhere on one floor down or wherever you're at.
Mm-hmm.
So are you saying we should just trust our staff or just have them prioritize for us?
They're going to tell you they don't have enough people, which I think that's probably true. I don't know what the answers are, but I don't get it. I just don't get it.
If we didn't have the consultant, if this didn't get approved, what would you do to make the project happen?
It'd still be a whole lot of coordination and determining what else needs to happen downtown. I don't know the answer to that. That's not utilities department. So if there are other things that are going to occur with whether it's areaways or other, if we're going to disturb, tear up big parts of downtown to do this, we need to make sure that we aren't missing something that needs to be done at the same time. And, this talks about 126 blocks that are in the downtown area that we think are affected. So certainly we can provide them information on how old the mains are, what type they are, how many breaks we've had, and whether we think there are problems with them. But that's kind of the extent of what we can do.
Project 529002, landfill expansion, page 4 of 14.
This one really is trying to be proactive as well. Ron Engel has worked on this a little bit. We know that at some point we'll probably be bidding out our solid waste contract again. It I think goes for another year and a half, and we may be able to extend it 1 year. But at some point we'll be doing that, so we'd like to have a little bit of leverage here to say that, hey, we do have an option for a landfill if we want to revisit opening it back up.
I've already think we figured out that the new owner is not as easy to work with as the old owner. And I don't really want to get back in the landfill business, but I don't see that.
I don't either.
I don't see that you cannot, I don't see how you ignore the fact that we may have to. I don't, and that doesn't mean you have to have the people and the equipment out there. That means figure out how it sits on that piece of ground we still own and how we do it. I really do. I'm not going to be dependent upon somebody else's landfill to make sure that we can, we wait and then we'd be trucking garbage to God only knows how far. And
that's our concern. That's why we're trying to be prepared to jump on this, so we kind of get those.
I personally
bump it up to next.
I would. I mean, what you're talking about here is a study, which I just said I'm opposed to, but I'm not opposed to a landfill study because we're not anybody smart enough to figure that out. I don't mean that to be critical of your staff. That's not something you're going to.
No, there's a lot of factors. You got all the groundwater stuff you got to deal with.
Absolutely.
Neighbors,
But we own the land, do we not? I mean, that's what that land was for. But way back when that landfill went there was to continue to expand. So.
This little landfill, is that still just in use for residents to come out there?
Well, all they do is
the convenience center. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a transfer station is all.
How many
That
acres?
and they dump trees and then burn the trees once a year, right?
Compost, yeah.
How many acres is this?
Well, I don't remember off the
You
top
gotta
of
have
my
at least
head.
120 out
Yeah,
there yet. I think that old landfill was 80.
Looks like 160 to me.
Okay, it could be.
Pretty good size.
But we wouldn't necessarily dump garbage right at the edge like we did in the past, right? We'd probably stay off the edges in that, I would hope this time around.
Yeah, I think we need some guidance.
Yeah.
To be able to do it right.
Can we look at that and?
You want to bring it back to wrap up? Okay, we'll bring this back to wrap up as a
Do you mind?
move up.
Do you mind also bringing back for me the 519-265, the downtown infrastructure reconstruction? I want to talk to you about it in the meantime.
Sure.
You want a report, or what would you like?
No, just bring it back on.
Just for discussion.
Put it back on.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm still wrestling with the cost of, not the cost of this, but the cost that all the expenses we've paid over the years. And I want to try to get on the track of what's a better solution. I get in trouble for doing that though, Mark, from time to time, but I'm just trying to find what solution can we have. And this might be it, but I just would like to.
Well, I'm disappointed because I thought I was on the council when we paved Pierce Street. And why would we have paved Pierce Street back in the late 80s, early 90s and not put a new water line down? It amazes me. And the reason we paved it, if you know, is we had combination sanitary sewer dumping in the river. So we had everything torn up. Why did we not do it right? That's why I told Bob, that's a water line can't be 20 years old.
Well, and I think this study would help us to avoid some of those.
I don't have a problem with that, but $360,000 to tell me that is just.
Yeah, and it may not be that. That was just a quick ballpark estimate from somebody,
Once
with a limited
AEO
scope.
sees that, or DGR, she'll be pretty
Yeah, it'll be
right.
$359.99.
Not my first rodeo here.
Are we bringing that back?
Yes. Yeah. And Mark, just so you know, from my standpoint, I want to take whatever steps will help. I'm not trying to hinder or do anything else. But I'd like to see different. This is part of the solution.
I appreciate that. And certainly you would expect somebody from utilities to want to pay attention to utilities. And we feel that, the system is long overdue for a lot of replacement, but it's expensive to do that. And rates only support so much of that. So we're trying to, work within those boundaries the best we can, and gradually move us back to where we have a replacement cycle that is kind of adequate for the failure rate. Right now, we're not anywhere near that, so.
But it seems like, I could be mistaken on this, but it seems like the environment's right as far as what our citizens are looking for. They're talking about streets, utilities, water lines, that kind of thing. And we've made progress, lots of progress, don't get me wrong. But this might be a time when we can actually propose some ideas and some solutions.
Well, and it's always good to have what they call a shovel-ready project, so if grant funding comes along, who knows if there's going to be anything infrastructure-wise, but hopefully there will be. And it's a lot easier to get that if you've already got, you know, some plans you can pull off the shelf pretty quick.
Project 539102, annual manhole rehabilitation, page 418.
This obviously, you can see it doesn't rehabilitate very many manholes a year, but we have, I don't know, probably thousands of manholes in town. Some of them are still brick construction, many of them are, and anything that we can rehabilitate, it reduces the amount of water, groundwater that then comes into that manhole, reduces our operating expenses at the wastewater plant because it's less we have to pump, and it preserves the life longer. There are methods now that we've started to use in the last couple of years that add about 70 years of life to manholes, called monoform. That
70?
70 years, yep. And they're actually very inexpensive compared to, you know, traditional remove and replace type of things. So we want to be as aggressive as we can and reduce that leakage into the system.
Project 539103, annual sanitary sewers, page 420.
What are we doing here?
Well, this is I think this is where we did the large trunk line along the interstate. And we had to use money from this, I think, for the Northern Valley issue that we had. So these are really large trunk lines that are too big for us to clean. We can go up to about 15-inch with our equipment. And we've got seven different segments that have large trunk lines that are 30 or 36-inch diameter.
What are you doing up in Northern Valley? Because you know we're going to have the same problem again one of these days.
Dave is still, and yeah, he's here. He's still working on it. He just sent another email today to remind them.
Yeah, we're still working with them on getting reimbursed for what was done up there and working through their insurance company and going forward with I think we're going to move forward with our investigation, especially the one under Outer Drive, because that's the one that's most concerning. The rest of it's kind of in that open property north of Outer Drive. And find out if we can hopefully line it versus doing replacement. That would be the preference, but still working with the people that supplied us the pipe, Michigan Pipe.
Yeah.
Project 539117, wastewater treatment plant asset renewal modifications, page 423.
And as I understand this one, which I don't understand much about what you're doing down there, but if you convert that one clarifier to primary or whatever, then that's the one deal that can increase the capacity of the plant?
No, sir. Actually, it's the digesters.
Digester, I mean.
Right.
Sorry.
Yep. The digesters are the ones that have, each one of them holds about 1 million gallons of sludge.
Right.
And they produce the gas for us.
And we funded a building a long time ago to store that sludge, and still we haven't built it.
Right, and we may not have to. It's a little too early, a little premature for me to give you a lot of information about that. But
where'd that money go?
It's still there, still in the asset renewal CIP, but there is potential for that to.
Do then. What if you took that out of that? Because we can always put it back in. What is that? I want to know what that does to your rates. Because I don't want to put that money in there for 2 or 3 years.
You can sure look at that. Right now, DNR still has the expectation that we're going to build that. So it's in our approved facility plan. We've had the discussions with them, and they're willing to look at this alternative that we've been investigating. They haven't seen it done in the state before, but they're not afraid of it at this point. They're kind of excited about the potential. And so we'll be bringing something to you potentially in February with more detail on that.
Hey, Mark, I have this, I marked 424 for some reason, but I didn't circle what I asked you. And I'm wondering, the asset renewal 2 and asset renewal 3, what are those again?
They are defined on 425, Dan.
Okay.
If you look under for reference there.
Yes.
And probably one of the big things there, which the mayor had mentioned just a minute ago, the primary clarifiers. The north primary clarifiers are those when you first drive in the facility, you've got aluminum covers over the top of them. The aluminum covers trap gases in there which eat up the concrete, hydrogen sulfide, and they're pretty bad shape. Instead of spending that money there, we have other clarifiers that can be rehabbed more cost effectively kind of at the south part of the plant. And so that's the direction that DNR has approved and that we're going with that. And then we don't have to be concerned about, we've had a number of failures in those clarifiers in the last couple of years. Some of them because of all of the loadings we were getting from Big Ox, and some of them because of the flooding. So
that answers it. Thanks, Mark.
We probably spent almost $500,000 on just repairs on those in the last couple of years.
Project 539143, annual wastewater treatment plant building maintenance, page 426.
Okay.
Project 539189, annual sanitary sewer and septic cleaner, page 430.
And I'm sorry, this is the one that is the trunk lines. And I don't know if you remember, for years we had trouble down in Triview area near the water plant with a lot of businesses complaining about odors. And upon investigation, we found that that trunk line was very full of debris. And so it took, probably 3 years to get that project done and a lot of money. But I don't think we've had odor complaints since then. So we just need to continue to maintain those large sewers, and it's expensive to do so.
Project.
Teresa?
Yep.
On the previous one, on 426, 539, 143, and actually on page 427 for the 2022 figures, 15, 15, 30, and 25 only adds up to 85. I got 100 in my book. I don't know if 15 doesn't seem like it makes a, I don't know if
We'll look at that, definitely.
Yeah, there's something missing there, so.
We'll either update the work plan and
Thanks.
total. Thank you. Project 539204, sanitary sewer master plan, page 432.
And this one has obviously existed for several years. I started with you about 5.5 years ago, and honestly, the way this was originally funded was inadequate for the type of work that wanted to be done. Half of it was basically be spent at the treatment plant, and the other half in the system. You can't do a master plan of the collection system, the sewer system in town for that kind of money. So we kind of held back, and now we believe that we can get a lot of economies of scale by combining this with a storm sewer master plan. And that storm sewer master plan would also involve several properties in town where we think that maybe somebody's built over top of the sewer line. And you probably remember the issue a few years ago over a storm sewer. And so we think we have a few of those properties, and so we need to address that. Along with this, Marty has offered to use one of his CIPs for Northside commercial and residential development, it's 663,382. He's got 85,000 in his approved 21 budget, and he'd like us to have that area where the jail is going studied and determine what needs to be done there to properly service that. So he's willing to put that money in the pot basically to do that. And so if we look at all those CIPs, there's probably 5 or 6 there total. If we can combine it into one RFQ, probably take a couple of years to get the whole thing done. But we believe we can get a better product for all of those things rather than individual plans, and that we can speed up the part that Marty needs done quicker, which would be the outer drive.
What was that project number of Marty's?
663,382.
Do you know what page that's on, Teresa?
That'd be about 150.
And we've
48, thanks.
I think Dave's here, maybe Gordon as well, but a number of times they've needed a tool, which would be the master plan, to help with future planning for storm and sanitary. So I think they'll both support this wholeheartedly. So
my question about it was, does this tie then to the GIS system that we're looking at upgrading? Like, does that help that then we have a better understanding and like the map of that? Is that how that works, or it's not?
I don't know. We haven't got into the scope enough to see if anything with GIS could be added to this, but there may be some benefit.
Normally on these we're on the master plans.
Yep.
Missed it. That will help us tremendously when we go to do all of our reconstructions, and if developments come in that are in undeveloped areas, we know right off the bat what we need for a size for pipe, what the plan is to do with it downstream or upstream, whichever. It's not so much what's going to happen on the GIS. It's just another tool in our arsenal.
And I thought the GIS was like a map that told you where different things are and what it is.
Well, it does. It tells what where stuff is existing.
Tell him like when you need to hold his feet to the fire, because we spent a lot of money determining what we needed for a sewer line at Seaboard. This ought to address that, so we shouldn't have to come back to you later and say, hey, we got to do a study to see what we need for pipe down for Seaboard. This should address it, or you just, throw it away right now and not spend the money and keep doing it piecemeal. Because I don't want to be here 2 years from now and say we have a development, and these guys say, well, we better hire an engineer to do a little study to see what we need out here. No, it better be in this plan, or you have failed the citizens miserably, right?
So that way to have that and be prepared at least for that.
This plan would be
Similar to our water master plan that was accomplished a couple of years ago. Yes.
Oh, yes.
It'd probably look at 20 years or longer. It depends on what infrastructure, but, it might be 50 years or 100 years.
Oh, I wouldn't go that far, but.
Yeah, I think coordination sounds really good, if you can do that to save on it.
Project 539207, lift station improvements, page 434.
This is just an ongoing annual maintenance of the 13 lift stations we have.
Page 539, project 539217, utility lining improvements, page 440.
This is similar to the manhole lining or repair that we talked about, but this would be the pipe themselves, and this has gone on for a number of years as well. So it's just, rather than having to replace sewer line, it can be lined and it can extend its life and also reduce the amount of groundwater that's getting into the system.
Project 539221, sanitary sewer realignment, page 442.
And this is one of those that I just mentioned as far as the master plan. This wasn't really initially thought of as part of a master plan, but it was really just being able to put enough money in so that we could start to look at, you know, all these different areas we think we have problems and define a priority list for development of future CIPs. And so we have the same thing for storm sewer as sanitary, but those are all part of what I'm suggesting we combine and do all at one time. And it may take the effort of 2 or 3 engineering firms to be able to accomplish.
I want to know the total estimated cost when you're done, not give it to me today, of this master plan. How many millions of dollars you're talking?
Project 539227, bypass pumping equipment.
I just back one sec. Bob, are you referring to page 433?
442.
And the other one.
He's got all kinds of different pages. I want to know what all those pages total when he gets.
The total master plan?
And what all is going to be combined, or what the benefit.
What the scope's going to be.
Page 448.
This was one that we brought to you last year, and it came about because of the issues with the Northern Valley sewer that collapsed, and we had to, on a kind of emergency basis, bring in a bypass pumping company. And I apologize, I didn't get the numbers, but I think we spent probably in excess of $500,000, maybe $750,000 in bypass pumping during that whole issue that took several weeks to take care of. And we've been able to locate new pumps, and we're recommending here the purchase of these pumps so that this wouldn't cover every situation. There's still going to be potentially some failures, hopefully not, potentially failures that are bigger than what this would pump. But this 10-inch and 8-inch pump would pump bypass sewage or whatever around a problem area until it could be fixed, and it might save time in terms of or money in terms of you know, if we were to flood business or something.
My only question was if you needed both of those from the jump, or if one would suffice and then it's supplemented with the rental, or no, you really think that you need the 2 of them, right?
Alex, we were trying to spread this over a couple of years to lessen the impact on budget, so that was the only reason we did that.
And I get that. I'm saying, yeah. I appreciate you spreading it out. My question is just, once you have one, what is the need? How often are you going to use 2? You know what I mean? Like, is there that need, or is that emergency? Because if we said, no, you'd rather have the 10 this year, because then you don't know how often you'll need the supplemental one. Or
the issue with bypass pumping is, in order to satisfy DNR's concerns about not having a failure, they want you to have a redundant pump. So
no, but I think his question is, Mark, or at least mine is, why would you not buy the 10-inch first and the 8-inch?
We could. I was just trying to.
Because the 10-inch, you're putting them in manhole covers or manholes.
Yep.
So why not buy the 10?
Get the bigger one first. I'm fine with that if you want to
see if that suffices for a while. But
the price is close enough that it's better off to start with the 10 and go to the 8 later, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Want to bring that back as a change to swap those 2? We can do that. Project 549022, stormwater realignment, page 450.
Can I have you repeat what you said? They would rather have you have both?
Right. If we're in the midst of a situation where we have to pump sewage around.
Like we were last time.
Yeah, when we had to rent, the company that did it for us called Mercino. They had 2 pumps, and they had people standing there 24 hours a day.
No, they weren't, but they were charging you.
Yeah, it was ridiculous price. And
they weren't there, but
we're pretty vulnerable in that situation because we absolutely need that work done right away.
But my question is, you have to have 2.
They like you to have it, or do they require?
We don't
you to
have any, so he's gonna be able to show them he's making improvement.
Yeah, they'll be happy with this plan, but certainly 2 right away would be better than 1. It's just, you don't know when a failure is gonna happen. We might not have a need.
I think I don't think, I was gonna say, I don't think I'm being clear. I'm just saying, I'm all for you getting the 10. I'm saying if there's an accident, or not an accident, but if something happens like this last time, will the 1 suffice? You know what I mean? Or is it like, no, you have to, anytime that there's a failure like that, you have to have 2. You have to have 2. It makes sense to have 2. Or if we get the 10-inch, is that going to work? And then if there's something extreme, then you have to rent as well, or?
Under most flow conditions that we have, not in every sewer system here, but most of them, the 10-inch would probably pump that flow depending upon what was happening and if we were getting a big rainstorm or something. But if it fails, obviously, then we can't
back
pump.
To the rental
and then, we're at the rental, plus we may be doing a sanitary sewer overflow, which is illegal in EPA and DNR's eyes. They happen, but they call them illegal. So when you have sewage flow out of something onto the ground, that potentially reach a waterway or cause human health issue, that's not allowed. So you can, your DNR doesn't want to have that happen.
Bring it back 2 ways, but if you get, like for instance, get down by the Floyd station and something happens by the expo center, these aren't going to do it anyway. You're going to have, there are some cases where you're going to have to bring people in. You can't afford to have a pump that'll handle 36 inches of sewer. You can't afford to have that just sitting around. That's the problem. We're always going to be at the mercy of a contractor on those big lines.
Well, but this kind of gets us by. And,
right. I think
situations where
for a majority.
This would have handled what you had going on out in Leeds for sure.
Yeah.
The 2 wood or the 1 wood?
I don't think they had more than a 12-inch pump out there.
Yeah, I think the 1 would under normal situation, but again, if during that event we would have had a big rainstorm and a lot of water going into the sewer that we couldn't control, they might have needed the second one.
But I don't think that was more than a 12 that they had out there.
Right.
I just don't want to spend $110K if it's going to only be used very rarely. I mean, I understand that when you do have to use it, or when we did have to rent, the cost was exorbitant and just astronomical. What I'm saying is, are we going to spend 110 and have it sit there for 5 years and use it twice?
Well, there's a number of situations.
You bypass all the time when you have a broken sewer.
Yeah.
So you would use it more, you're saying? I don't know, guys. I'm guessing.
At the wastewater plant, pumping down tanks to be cleaned and stuff like that as well.
So,
Okay.
Yeah, I think we would find ways to keep it exercised enough so we didn't have any concerns about it.
Okay.
We're going to bring it back and say we're going to purchase the tank.
You get a manhole collapse, you're going to be out pumping around it.
Don't wear it out, though. We got to have it ready for an emergency.
Yeah. No, that sounds.
But the 10-inch should get them going at least.
Yeah.
Project 549101, annual storm sewer, page 452. Project 549111, stormwater master plan, page 455.
And this is the one that's going to combine with the other.
Right. And this will give you your answer, Mayor, on the total dollars. We'll just add those together and it'll be significant, but.
It'd be the 8 and then whatever the other ones would too.
Yeah.
I mean,
80 and 240 and 100 twice and 400, you're $1 million.
This alone is 8, right? I mean, this is $800K, and then the other one was 400.
Oh yeah, so it's $1.4 million when he gets all done.
But it's a large system, and
that's where it's like, to your point, if you can do it all in once, what does that cost look like? Is there savings there, and then justifying it to us of this is why we need it?
I think these were estimated assuming they weren't put together.
Yeah.
So
yes. So can you
no promises, but you would hope then you would get a much better price.
It's going to take one gigantic engineering firm to do this.
Or multiple, you said.
Yeah.
But will multiple produce what you want?
Be careful when you do multiple, because you've got people that won't accept responsibility when it's all done, but.
And, point the finger in different directions.
Do you have someone in mind, Mark?
I mean, there's probably half a dozen different firms that I can think of that would be qualified. There's, some that I think may be better qualified than others. And we'd vet those through the RFQ process. And
So these estimates, you said that's kind of a best estimate by somebody.
yeah.
Yeah. Saying, oh, it'll probably.
For example, we know that, I can't tell you how many years ago, but Sioux Falls had just sanitary sewer master plan done. It was $900,000. Of course, Sioux Falls is a little bit larger and different situation, but that gives us something to compare. That's why I didn't think the money we had in the initial master plan was going to be, it wasn't worth spending the small amount of money. We wouldn't get a good
How much
product.
Was that?
We had $750 total in that, but it was roughly 50-50, half of it to be spent at the treatment plant and half of it collection system and
That's what I wondered.
Project
When you
549.
bid that, I hope you will bid that so that they have to define what part is for what, so that we know how to charge it.
Project 549133, annual storm inlet rebuild, page 456.
And this is just an attempt at getting more aggressive at these, Dan's point of trying to catch up a little bit on the infrastructure side.
Be able to build manholes and inlets for about $6,000, isn't that?
Project 549165, Ravine Park Oak Savannah restoration, page 466.
This is that, if you remember, we had the controlled burn out there at Ravine Park, and it's required to continue to comply with the grant that was received several years ago.
You gotta keep burning it?
And I can't tell you how many years off the top of my head, Mayor, but you have to continue.
I think that might have been a little detail that was left out. I guarantee you that was a detail that was left out. You gotta be kidding me. You gotta do that every year? Huh?
For a period of time.
Why? Unbelievable. The same area?
Yep.
Well,
I didn't remember that.
no, nobody remembered that.
And burn isn't necessarily the only solution, but obviously that's what we did the first time around, so.
How about for 75, you can buy a good used dozer and.
Yeah. You can buy several goats too, so.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, I like that idea.
Project 549166.
Unbelievable.
Emergency storm sewer.
I want a DNR, I want to see that they're telling us you have to do that every year.
I can provide that.
That's unbelievable. Alex, you ought to be opposed to that. Putting all those cartridges in the air and come on, where's my good liberal friend?
Exactly, yeah. I'm just surprised you have to.
Emergency storm sewer, page 469.
We do have failures, obviously, that occur in storm sewers, just like the sanitary sewers. And in some cases, they're unfortunately in pretty difficult situations, like under the railroad tracks or whatever. And we had one this last year that was threatening the food bank that we had to deal with fairly quickly, so.
We had to deal with it pretty quickly because we didn't do anything for the 5 years we knew it was bad. But, I mean, we knew that was bad forever. So, I'm not blaming you, but the engineering certainly knew. You guys knew it was bad for 5 years down there. I went down there 5 years ago at least and walked that ditch with the guy from, and he's like 3 managers ago with the soybean factory. We knew that was a horrible situation.
Cargill?
Cargill, yeah.
Teresa, here's another one on this one, on page 469, where it says work plan. 2022, it's got 197 for the emergency storm sewer. I don't know if this is, but it's got a 250 total. I don't know what the issues.
Yeah, I'm guessing that just didn't put down. We can
Oh,
update
okay.
that.
I was gonna say, Pete sharpened his pencil.
You buy a new you get a new calculator for Christmas?
Hey, Pete,
Eagle eye.
work at our firm?
Exactly, yeah.
Project 549197, Outer
baby
Drive
buck.
Pump Station,
Pete's
page
looking for it,
474.
yeah.
Now, where's this at?
This is along the Floyd Channel.
Flip for me, or is this where we're at?
It's flood control.
This is, oh, that's that storm sewer one, right?
Bet.
As you go across
You
the
bet.
bridge down to the left.
And I think for a few years, nobody realized whose responsibility this was. When American Water was here, they were apparently handling it, and then they didn't do a good job of a handoff, not surprisingly. So wastewater's taking care of this, and with help from Kelly Bach.
But this is not for sewer, is it? It's for pumping in case the
It's a pump
river goes out.
Right.
Yeah, where the train bridge is,
Right, yeah. Okay.
Next department, Public Works.
Mark, thanks,
Thanks, Mark.
buddy.
Dave Kearney.
Thanks, Joe, everyone.
This first project is Project 138002, Annual Street Light Repair and Maintenance, page 264.
Tomorrow night, David.
I was gonna say, it's a big day.
Boy, oh boy.
Find out.
Are you starting?
Huh?
Are you starting?
Exactly, he's ready to charge the field.
Sorry, Dave.
They just had the career of Fred Jackson, my son showed me on the NFL channel today.
Here's a good one.
Okay, what page, I'm sorry?
Page 264.
Annual streetlight repair, this is usually knockdowns, things like that on annual maintenance. We've gone through, we've got, all of our lights are LEDs now, so we won't have any more of that. Our utility bills are way down.
Cool.
Project 139006, Annual Sign Signal Pavement Markings, page 267.
We did change the contract this year, do most of our painting at night, especially in the downtown and our priority 1 street, so, but the rest of it's, pretty much, it's pavement markings and.
Project 139007.
But if that's the case, how come you got so much money left over? I mean, do we need that much money is my question. If you went in with 354 and you're coming out with 268, why do you still need 308?
I'll have to look. I think this will part of this will get expended when we do our painting contract because it goes in the spring. Even though a lot of it's paid out in the spring, only the crosswalks are done in the fall. I'll have to double check with that.
Looks like we're using that for project balance too, but he's saying in total.
I know, but if
why
you're
do we
not
need it?
spending it, why are we putting another 40 grand in? That's my question, so.
Yeah, I'll look into that.
You want to bring that back to
Yeah.
wrap up?
Is it because they get paid more working at night or something?
No.
No, it's just, I'll have to look into why we have that cash balance. I didn't remember that when I went through the budget the first time.
Project 139007, Annual Intersection and Traffic Signal Improvements, page 268.
This is for our install of new and replacing or outdated traffic signals. So our next one will be 4th and Floyd is on the plan, and not this coming year, but the next year.
Project 139019, traffic studies and investment.
This is a new CIP. This is covering, we get so many requests for traffic signal report or studies. We do some in-house, and we don't have, so part of this will be our staff billing to that number, since we have to account for all of our time. And then some will be for studies that are beyond what we have the capabilities of doing, that we can consult out maybe 1 or 2 a year.
These are studies for?
Speed studies, all-way stop studies, traffic light studies, lane reconfiguration studies, anything that comes through that is requested for us to.
So that when people say, could you lower the speed limit to 25, and they go out and do a study and everybody's driving 40, you should raise the speed. Be sure and vote for this, because it really will have a really.
Well, as far as the staff time, we do it already, but so here's how we have to charge, and then we get what's called the chargeback rate. Our chargeback rate on our other projects gets inflated because whatever we do on traffic stuff, or whether it be resident complaints or traffic, we're trying to find ways that we're billing those hours out so that it's not inflating our chargeback rate. It just gets spread amongst other projects.
But now this can go specifically towards one.
Traffic studies, yep.
Project 173019, outer drive drainage, Floyd River improvements, page 278.
Does this help us be, back on the other one, does that help us be proactive on different things? Like, I mean, because I think about that with down on Sunnybrook and stuff like that. You know what I mean? If we could have been more proactive getting that going, and I don't know.
It could.
Just thinking about, you know what I mean, where we see future developments, where more residential units are being put up, where this could be, you know what I mean, if we could have been. And I know that one is kind of an anomaly because, well, number one, we didn't think it would be warranted. It was, which is good. And then the utilities weren't marked, which pushed everything back like 6 months.
I guarantee you'll go through that intersection slower than what you go through with a stop sign.
Oh, I know. Trust me, I know. I agree,
But I mean, yeah, it should. I mean, ideally that would be the thing. Ideally, we're always looking ahead. I mean, it'd be great if we'd had, when we had developments like that we'd push the developers to do a traffic impact study. It really should have fallen on the developer to do, in my opinion, a traffic impact study when they came in. But
I'm down with that.
We'll get pushback.
Because then the next one's going to be down by Lowe's or whatever. You know what I mean? Where that is, that it's like.
When they're adding hundreds of units, that's going to be an impact to the traffic in the area.
Yeah, and we studied that area. When we did the Sunnybrook study, we studied the entire Sunnybrook corridor, and there is going to be an issue with that new residential development because the intersection that they're tied into is too close to the bypass.
Yes.
Because we will eventually need a light at the bypass. If we put the light in,
and there's no way for them to empty out. You have to put the light at Lowe's.
We tried to push them to work with Lowe's.
Yes.
Lowe's wouldn't work with them. They really should be coming out where the north Lowe's, not the main one, but the north Lowe's exit. And that would be the.
God forbid that we would ever do what any other city would have done, and that's condemnation for a road. I know you guys don't want to hear me talk like that.
I'm fine with that. Do it. Why?
It's perfectly legal to condemn for a public purpose, and instead of doing what we should have done, we're going to live with the mistake now.
Why? We can't pursue it now?
Well, I think the way they build it, it'll be terribly tough to.
They have an emergency exit or access point there, but I wholeheartedly, that was our point too, is we should have went after it. But.
I don't know why condemnation. I understand it. You don't want to do it, but when it comes for the public good, you have to do it once in a while.
Yeah.
That's why they empower us to do it.
Yeah, and
I think there was concerns about it being condemnation for development, which I don't know the rules on that, but.
Well, and what are we putting out? Oh, a you know what I mean, or a box store, whoopee, you know what I mean? Like, it's not like you're taking a property or a house from someone.
You have our support with
Yeah.
Well, it is a taking, though.
Yeah.
But of what? You know what I mean? It's like of part of their parking
the way
lot.
Lowe's did business.
Exactly. It wouldn't have had a negative impact on their business.
They still got 2 other entries. But.
Well,
In
they
fact,
still
they
use
could've.
that one, Pete.
Yeah.
You wouldn't close it off.
Oh, yeah,
just
no,
put a
you're right.
stop sign.
You're right.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think we ever talked about condemnation, though, did we?
It was discussed internally, but.
The dirty word around here.
Boy, that Sunnybrook's going to be a nasty place
Well, I don't know what to do. You know what I mean? Like where we are now. And my whole point of saying that again was just saying we need to just really be proactive and saying,
And that's,
you know what I mean? Because now we're looking at the north end, right? Like if we get future development up there, where do we need to be thinking about what this is going to look like and where we?
and that's what that study did. It did look at that. So
Yeah.
It looked at,
how we should have progressed up through there, and that was their big
what
recommendation
about on Floyd?
on Floyd at.
Are we thinking about more, any traffic lights up there as that develops?
Yeah, you're supposed to put one in someday at the Walmart south entrance.
The Walmart south entrance will probably never meet warrants, even with the traffic from.
Well,
What about by Casey?
Because Walmart will be the predominant
I'm
movement.
with you, Alex.
And when you do a traffic
33rd
signal
Street.
on the minor street, you're only looking at
Yeah.
predominant leg of the minor street.
Casey's.
well, more people turn into that leg than they do the other
By
one.
Trinity Prep.
33.
But
by
what it says is that that leg will never, well, they don't predict that ever meet warrants. We'll do it in our study at some point, but I don't see any time in the near, it's been studied in 2015. And was said that they didn't ever see it need.
No, but there'll be more development with Aldi's and everything else.
But
That's what I'm
it
saying.
took in the development of Northern Valley when they.
Oh, it did, okay.
Yeah, but Northern Valley's traffic would have to exceed Walmart's traffic before it became a factor. Walmart's or Aldi's traffic isn't a factor because the Walmart traffic is greater, if that makes understand.
No, but I know as an engineer, you get it, so that's all.
Well, you did say something, Dave, that intrigued me, and that was, if you're doing a development, condemning to complete that development. I'm not sure. I think you raised a good point. We definitely.
That's what we were kind of told, yeah.
Well, I think we definitely want to check into that, because I'm not sure condemnation would be appropriate.
Because when they were going through site plan review, we were really pushing that, so.
Raised a good point. But then what happens once you get the development in, and it's in place, and then you have the problem? I don't know the answer to that.
The question where we're at right now.
And then why did we approve the development, like
Yes.
Floyd, why did we approve those developments and those given building permits, and then?
We definitely have a legal staff, and I get it, that shies away from ever talking about condemnation, but it is a tool that you sometimes are forced to use.
Well, when would we need to put in another traffic signal out at Sunbrook?
Well, you're not gonna put it, that's the problem, you're not gonna put it in, it's too close to, you can't put two traffic, well, I'm engineering now, but you can't put them that close together.
That's the big issue is how close. It was the same in Hy-Vee and Carl's.
Oh, yeah.
On why there's no traffic signal there. It's too close to the other
The
intersection.
main one, yeah.
But we could go after condemnation and do that now, but the problem is the parking lot of that place doesn't exit out there properly. They just left it as an emergency now, right?
Mm-hmm. Well, I'd have to go back and look.
I think
don't
they had
remember.
emergency through the two stores, that's their exit, which you don't gain anything. They exit between the two strips, as I remember. the
Yeah, I think you're
layout.
right.
It
Between,
doesn't go
like,
to the
Between
south.
Greek to me.
It comes out the west. You got the marijuana place and the
Greek to me.
Greek place, and
Yeah.
it comes between there. That's the emergency out,
Yeah,
pretty sure.
it's something like that.
And then the main out is CNOS, or the one that.
Yeah, Prime Bank.
Yeah.
Page 278, outer drive drainage, Floyd River improvements.
This is the flood mitigation out in Leeds that we've been working on. I think they've had some recent discussions with the property owner. This is getting into, I think, final design, I believe.
We still have to do that unbelievably worthless project, just to get rid of that damn flood insurance.
This project?
Yeah.
Yes, we have acquired, Gordon Fair, this is the engineer. We have acquired the property, the easement for One Fun Place from Jolly Time, for that portion of it. The second portion would be down on that piece of property that's in, that Dolph Eibner owns, and he is requesting a large sum of money.
No.
No, it's true. And we are going to look at other alternatives.
But our funds are for design.
But our funds are, yeah, the 390, well, that was originally for the purchase.
Oh, that's property acquisition.
So we've already covered the design.
Is this a public purpose? I'm just asking the question.
Say what?
Isn't a flood control project a public purpose?
Yeah.
Oh, so it really doesn't matter what someone wants for a piece of ground, what's the appraisal comes in at. Just throwing that out. I'm not telling you how to vote. I like golf a lot, but you gotta be realistic.
Project 539003, reconstruction of Bacon Creek Channel, page 280.
I wanna see this council do one condemnation, even if it's for
This is a project that's somewhat tied to if we can get FEMA funding. Gordon and Mark Sims have been working with FEMA about getting FEMA funding for damage that occurred during the last flood, which I think was 18 or 19, I think. So they've been working with FEMA, who's sometimes slow to work with, but that will only come into fruition if we get the FEMA funding.
I hope that you either get FEMA funding or that waits until I'm out of here, because that's the most expensive project you will ever, it'll make the Perry Creek, you can tell me it's only gonna cost 30 million, but I don't buy that one.
That's a can of worms when it gets opened up.
Yeah, that's once you open that up, you're stuck too.
And I know the last time we went to DC, both
I was just
at the
gonna
time we
say.
talked to Mr. King and
Ernst,
and they both believe
Yeah.
that it's a federally created problem.
Yeah.
The feds should have some responsibility.
And that's what I was gonna say.
They
is if
create a
we're-
lot of problems, but they don't normally pay for them.
And that's what
They
I'm
normally
saying.
walk away from them. You're right.
If we applied for FEMA and stuff, are we reaching out to them to write letters or do anything? What does
But
that
we're
help
we're
them?
just trying to go through. This is just to report the sanitary that's in there, but
What?
Your gig's not gonna be in FEMA, is it, when you get there?
Yeah, God. Yeah, I'll write a letter.
Project
Can you
549002,
walk down the
Southbridge
street?
Drainage Ditch,
Yeah.
page 282.
the Southbridge drainage ditch, excuse me, is there really? I mean, the property we own down there is kind of in a low spot. We need to get an outlet, so this is to create the outlet so we can make that property fully developable.
About getting the easements, but
That's
Project 549156, Bacon Creek Culvert Improvement, page 286.
We are currently working with DOT to coordinate this project with the viaduct. DOT local staff seems supportive of cost sharing in this, although this is probably really ours.
Knock on wood.
There's three, I think I've sent you guys a memo, there's three conduits.
Yeah.
The middle one's the one they're willing to cost share on, the other two, no, those are 100% our cost. This is the project that we're going through alternatives right now with HDR, that's the consultant that DOT has hired to evaluate it.
And do we combine and do all one instead of the mid and the lower and, yeah.
So we're waiting for DOT local staff has a management meeting, and when the results of that, then we'll start to send more information to council on that.
This is another one I asked them to wait on.
this starts at Lewis Boulevard and goes way back up to Alice, which is up by that little hotel. And what's wrong with that conduit?
The south one, which runs under Gordon Drive, it's close to failure. The big chunks of the bottom are no longer there.
Under Gordon Drive?
Yep.
This is the one we found out almost kind of by accident.
No, I know where it is, but I didn't think it ran under Gordon Drive.
One conduit runs right down the center of Gordon Drive, one conduit runs up under Correctionville Road, and then the third conduit kind of runs north towards where the creek originally ran. And you can kind of see that if you look at an aerial map, you can see where the creek used to run, kind of where all the empty space is. So there's three conduits.
So if Dave Ferris is going to run again.
And then, okay, but the Gordon, okay, but the.
So they're looking, if we have to rip up Gordon Drive, that if we could do it in conjunction with the Gordon Drive viaduct, then they may be able to replace the viaduct in place instead of moving it north or south.
to try to keep the viaduct open when we're gonna have the other section of Gordon Drive.
Traffic go, yeah.
But when it gets down towards the end, they all come in together.
Yep, they all, 2 of the 3 start together at Alice, but all 3 discharge into the old Floyd Channel at the same time.
Together though, not separate deals.
They're actually separate cells, but they're right next to each other, yep.
You ever walk any of those underground like that?
Wouldn't recommend it.
Project 719001,
Back in
annual
your younger
CBD
days.
infrastructure improvements, page
Cleveland
290.
Street Down off of Glen, it's that way.
Dave,
Yes.
back before that on 288, there's nothing going on with that.
The IJR is in to Federal Highway, and we're waiting on their response. I know they've had some comments back to DOT, and they're answering those, but once the IJR is approved, then they'll go in the next step of looking for funding.
So are they still moving ahead with the viaduct planning?
Yes.
I think you guys would be crazy if you don't have some discussion, because what that's gonna do is they have to build that high enough to double stack cars for the railroad, which means this thing is gonna get a lot worse for trains coming through. Once you double the stacked cars, your train traffic increases dramatically.
It's the only,
It's gonna be unbelievable coming through here, and they won't rebuild the viaduct unless they can do that. Just so you know.
they have to meet that height
They
requirement.
have to meet that height, and that just is gonna, if we think train traffic's bad going through that corridor now, wait.
They're gonna double stack?
Double stack the cars, that's how they make all their money now.
It's the only pinch point between, I believe,
Right.
Kansas City and Canada.
Our
Is our
viaduct?
viaduct.
Right.
Wonder
So
if
once you let them double stack that, once you rebuild that, and to do that, you take out a whole bunch of the stuff on the east side, a whole bunch of the businesses on the east side. I won't say who today, but, you know, you can figure out who's gonna be gone, because the viaduct has to move over.
Get enough
To come
grade.
down, because of that height, to come down, it lands a block and at least a block east of where it lands now.
Correct.
Well, whose decision is that to make?
Tell you what'll happen.
They have to build it to that standard.
They have to.
Yeah.
Or they rebuild the viaduct.
Mm-hmm.
It's a state road.
But even if we built it, we'd be required to meet
Yeah, we'd be required to too if we build it.
meet the requirement over that.
You're gonna have all kinds of, if they do that, you think the interstate was bad, you're gonna have all kinds of utilities in that are gonna cost you so much money, and you will gain nothing out of that reconstruction, or new construction of the viaduct. You will gain nothing as a community, you'll lose because of the double stack trains.
Well, what choice do we have?
Oppose it. Insist they rebuild the viaduct. That's an option that's on the table.
But I thought
These
you
guys
said they
don't
had
like
to
that.
rebuild the viaduct.
No, I don't think they can just redeck it again, is my understanding.
Yes, they can.
Okay.
Yes, they can.
They can do what?
Redeck it. They can
Redeck.
do that.
Oh, I thought that's why they were wanting to rebuild.
No, they want to get rid of a bunch of that viaduct, because once they get rid of that, it becomes a city street and they don't have to do as much maintenance on the viaduct.
So we would need to agree.
Well, they can do it without you, I think, but you should at least voice your opposition to it.
And the problem then too, if there are a lot more trains, it's how in the world do you get across on 6th or anywhere else?
Exactly.
How are you ever gonna get down?
And you know, you're going down, so you're gonna, on the other side, you're gonna be crossing the UP tracks that are gonna be ground level at that point.
No, right now they're talking spanning both sets of tracks.
Up and down.
Yep.
But wait.
And they haven't started any public hearings. So.
Oh, yeah, they have.
They've had one, yep.
Yep.
Did they?
Yep.
Do you have the information when there are more, or how do we get more information on what decision they're gonna make or what their recommendations are?
Well, I don't think there'll be another one until they start to get into the real nitty gritty of it, but.
But they're working on this.
Yes.
That's why Dakin ought to come here and tell us what he thinks they're gonna do.
I can arrange that.
Have them come to your Public Works team meeting,
Yeah.
discuss it there first.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
or have a study session so that we're all on
Yeah.
the same page.
That's fine.
democracy is a team effort, they tell me.
Well, but it's nice to have it. It's nice to have
Okay.
a committee take a look at it.
Alrighty, page 290.
Spoken like a real patriot.
Oh, God. Oh, that's, stop.
Okay, I'm done.
You send it to wherever you want, David. 'Cause I'm with you tomorrow night, buddy.
This is funding typically used for areaway replacements when we have partners that want to, and I don't believe at this point we have any expected partners right now. So we will wait and see on that, and then
719015, reconstruction, undermined pavement and drainage improvements, page 293.
this is one of our problems we keep finding more and more where we're coming into streets that finding that there's voids or whatnot underneath the street, and us putting in sub-drains and replacing pavements and patching street.
Where's this at in Whispering Creek?
Whispering Creek Drive.
Well, I drive that on occasion. You know what? They can live with that street. I live with it on Indian Hills Drive. I'm sorry, unless you think it's.
No, this isn't a complete repavement.
No, I know, but you're going to fix all those cracks as you come down.
We're fixing where we find them voided out, yeah.
But you've got 225,000 in there for this year, for them, for
Yeah.
last year. Why is that any different than any other street in town? A little rough.
It isn't.
Huh?
We have the same as Kensington and,
Because it's Whispering Creek, I understand, but.
well,
Well, it is. You know, I'm telling you that Indian Hills right now it's falling to pieces.
yeah, Indian Hills is deteriorating, yes.
At a more rapid rate than this. I drive this at least twice a week during the summer, and it's not even.
And I think we are gonna do some patching on Indian Hills this summer, aren't we?
Well, and you guys can tell me all you want that it had nothing to do with the construction of that subdivision, but why did it crack where they cracked the pavement? I'm telling you, that's what caused that to happen. You should have made them take the whole street out at that particular point. When you're taking that much out to do a sewer line, we should have made them take the whole street out.
I'd love to be able
The only place that street is cracked is where they busted the heck out of it to do that sewer line. And I understand they had to do that, but we should have known that was going to, all it did was hairline everything that was next to it. It just broke it up.
How old are those streets now?
Not
When
that
did
street's
Whispering
not
Creek-
anywhere near, well, Whispering Creek could be,
1,099, something like that.
Shoot.
yeah, I suppose we've been 20 years there, yeah.
Because it was done
It's
before.
not very long.
No. And Indian Hills Extension isn't, well, it's probably, they paved it when I was on the council before, so it was probably in 96 or 7.
30 years coming up.
Yeah.
So, Mayor, what do you want to do? Shift?
Nothing, I don't want to do anything. I just love how, I'm not going to go there. Let's just keep moving.
You already went there. You already went there.
Well, and I own part of Whispering Creek, so yeah, I want something to be done there, but it's not like, I mean, I want to make sure we're equal in how we do neighborhoods. That's all I want to do.
I agree.
And I just don't know that it's that bad, but these guys must think it is, so. But you're going to be replacing, I mean, not just going to be replacing panels, you're going to be replacing a lot of panels on that street. If I'm thinking where it is, you come down the hill, right? Yeah, it's horrible, but it's not that rough riding or anything, just cracked like crazy.
One of our high complaint areas, I know.
What's that?
I did fall
You fell?
in a hole there. Yes, I did. Absolutely.
How? What were you doing?
Walking across the street, and then it gave way because it's a huge void underneath the street.
Walking across the street for what? There's nothing there. Where are you?
Well, I'm talking about on Whispering Creek Drive, but across that whole entire thing, it's voided out underneath of it. So,
I don't know where you're,
right in front of, well,
right in front of the golf course?
no, just further up, right where you can cross, or you would cross to go across the street where the sidewalk starts.
Yeah, but that's not where they're talking either. They're talking.
You're talking the whole street.
As you come,
Well,
as-
throughout the whole
right,
street.
but you're talking,
Be the whole
most of this
street.
is where you come in right away.
Down where
What I'm talking a
okay.
different spot than you.
So you're saying where you're fixing, there's cracks, and underneath the cracks, there's holes?
Voids, yeah.
Oh, yeah,
The holes.
less hill, it undermines.
It's
Yeah,
terrible.
this isn't just limited just to the one area.
I know.
Okay, it's
It
all
was-
along Whispering
Whoever
Creek.
paved it obviously didn't have good compaction anywhere.
What are we doing for Indian Hills then, since it's so bad?
Yeah, just recently, we just repaired one intake to get rid of the source of the problem, or one of the sources, and 2 panels, and this was during December or January, 1st of January, so we didn't want to go any further than that this winter. But we do plan on continuing that on further north towards
Is that
Farrell.
in the CIP? 'Cause I didn't see it.
No, it'll be done under probably
I don't.
121.
And we're
The
fine, I
reconstruction.
just don't.
It's not listed, it's
Oh.
like a repair.
My whole point is we let developers tear up the street and we should just say, do it all. We just make them do it all when they do it.
100% behind that.
Because now here we are, we're gonna redo the street that we shouldn't have to be redoing.
What umbrella is that gonna fall under, though, to put the requirement? So since we're talking
Well,
about
when
it,
they're gonna,
does it go?
these guys came up that they couldn't put sewer, they couldn't run it down, which I don't understand, but that's fine. So they had to come out and they had to tear up a bunch of street because the manhole for that Indian Hills Court was 120 feet away from where they needed it. There was no sewer in that street for some reason. I don't understand why they didn't tie sewers together, but they didn't. So they had to tear all the street up. Well, they just jackhammered the street, which you got to do with one of those big machines. Well, when they did that, it started to hairline.
The developer did this.
But it's not the developer's fault necessarily either. You had to take the street out in order to put the sewer line. So my point is, when we run into one of these deals, you know it's going to ruin the other half of the street. Just make them tear it all out and pour it one big pour.
I'd be all for that.
Okay, so who are we making do that? That's just where.
The developer.
No, the city's going to do it now because you didn't.
But we're saying going forward, put it in
Forward,
development.
I think these guys, I mean, you don't get into that very often, but this one, I know you guys are telling me it's not the case, but why does it crack only where there's new street? Come on.
But there was some cracking before it, but it was,
No.
yeah, it was exasperated by the.
I drive every day. That street was not that bad. Trust me, Dave.
No, I agree with you. It wasn't
I
that bad.
drive it every dang day.
It's been exasperated.
Yeah, and just make sure that it's in future development agreements that we
Yes.
talk about.
Yes, that's what I'm just trying to emphasize right now. If
We'll be ready for the phone calls, Dave. Because there'll be a lot of them.
Project 719017, reconstructing asphalt street, page 296.
This is one that's pushed by, if the residents want to be assessed and whatever happens, when they come in, they realize they have to pay for it, they usually back away. So we always have money out there, but it usually ends up just getting pushed every year.
And the bad part is the one that may have gotten that done on West Kings Highway died on us. Probably pushed that Ted. I think he would have got it done on that project. But.
Hey, Dave, just out of curiosity, under CIP comments, it says the projects in this program are accessible 25%.
He would have.
To the abutting and adjacent property owners, 50% to the city. Who pays the other 25%?
Each side pays 25%.
Each side does?
Based upon the value of the house.
Yep, as long as it doesn't exceed 25% of the value of the house.
Okay.
That kills a lot of them too.
It doesn't matter. An assessment hearing and condemnation are 2 words you're never going to get in your life. Or the third one is a sidewalk hearing. You don't do that either, so.
Project 719071, 18th Street Viaduct, page 302.
This would be to get plans together to do for the Hooven Drive extension, so then we could start looking at trying to reapply for a build grant, or whatever it's going to be called now, but it'll change.
We almost had that once.
So
I thought it was in the,
What are you talking about, Pete?
I thought it was within our reach, but it didn't pull out.
No, it was not in your reach, because I said from the very beginning, my vote wasn't, if you don't extend Hooven, it doesn't make any difference.
I use it as an example to people I talk to. When they say, well, one person doesn't make a difference, I said, oh, yes, it does. One person can come to council and express his concern and change a $20 million project just like that.
Well, I left here with 10 million, and if they'd have put a downtown trolley in, downtown would look even better than what it looks right now, but they.
Yeah, probably so. I'd have voted for you.
That wasn't the case,
Sure it was.
wasn't?
What was the case?
I was on the deciding vote.
I know it.
He's talking about one citizen.
Did not make, the citizen had a lot of input, but my vote was based on the parties that were sharing in the percentages.
Yeah,
We
they
had a
were.
2 or 3 year old bid. If it goes from 20 million to 30 million, will you share in that increase in your percentage? And they said no.
No, they were doing the bare minimum.
Yeah, the city can pick up the 10 million. I'm not going to vote for that.
What was that again?
The one person did not change that.
The railroad, if you remember, started that they were gonna do so much, and then they went down, no, we're just
I remember that
gonna do the
discussion.
minimum.
I remember that.
And Cargill, nobody was
I was
going
gonna say
to,
Cargill was the other.
Yeah,
they weren't going to pay their percentage share of any increase in an old bid.
It wasn't $10 million, so.
Well,
was
it could
it?
have been. Oh, it easily could have been. We didn't know. And I said, whatever it is, will you share in that? So the city doesn't have the full burden of an increase in whatever your
yeah,
price
that meeting
ends
with
up.
them didn't go well afterwards either, I remember.
What?
You and I went over there, that meeting wasn't.
No. But I just wanted them to share in whatever it is. They sure would share in it if it came in at 15 million.
In a typical railroad, they get all the benefit out of that, all the benefit.
Yeah,
out of
I agree.
that. And they don't wanna pay anything.
I agree.
That was terribly upsetting to me that they wouldn't pay their percentage share of any increase.
Typical the way the railroads do business.
Well, we had three partners in the deal. Two of the three partners,
Cargill and the railroad?
yeah, two of the three partners would not share in the increase. I could not put that on the backs of the citizens, taxpayers, to pay whatever the increase was and go from there.
So are we revisiting this project?
Well,
It is.
basically, if you can extend Hooven from 18th, you really can get this didn't really get the traffic at the Burlington Northern, didn't help it a bit, where if you can extend Hooven from 28th Street, which gets you to Outer Drive, which gets you all the way back to 18th Street, it makes a lot of sense in that you finally can get across town. If you get stuck with the train inside, you can still go all the way downtown and not have to stop.
What was the percentage of the project, or that they would have had to contribute, or of the railroad and Cargill?
I don't remember what the percentage.
$2.5 million for the railroad, and not because they wanted to, because that's what the feds told them they had to do. And they would not agree to leaving 11th Street open if you didn't leave 11th Street or close 11th Street and 28th Street, then they weren't participating at all in the deal.
No,
Well, they had to close
They
2
were
of the 3.
doing only the minimum.
Yeah, they were required to pay for.
No, they aren't. Only if you closed according to what you put into that Tiger grant. They had to pay only if you did close those 2 streets. I remember that.
No, there's a small portion they had to pay. They had to pay a certain percentage of the amount of the viaduct over the rail.
Right.
For 18th Street. They were willing to expand that if we close the other 2, and
no,
it wasn't enough for the people to be satisfied with what we were going to get. But they did offer more if we closed those 2 streets. And
But Linda didn't want the food bank to be moved, right?
That's another story. We'll talk about that later.
I think we move on to the next project.
On the paper.
Project 719101, new paving program,
Pete,
page 306.
Pete, when I voted that night, before I voted, I explained my full position. I explained all of that night.
I have to go back and watch it again.
Please do,
Yeah.
because that's very upsetting if you think one citizen.
Well, I definitely do. And the cost,
that's not
I'm
a
asking
fact.
about the cost because the cost, I'm not sure what it would have been, even if it were, I don't know what it was, if it were 3 million, 5 million. The advantages of having that viaduct far outweigh
I wasn't going to
not
put on
doing
the
it.
backs of the taxpayers to have a blank check. I wanted an agreement. And I made it very clear. I didn't say.
Well, they both contributed, right? They just didn't contribute as much as maybe you thought? Is that what it was?
not what I thought. We had an old bid, and if it increased in price, I didn't want to have the taxpayers have to pay that full amount. They needed to share in that. That was my position. That's what changed, because I thought it was going to be an easy answer. We got a three-way partnership, Dave, Bob, and me. If it goes up, you guys going to kick in your share? Sure. We're a partnership. It was no. City can pay for it.
I didn't think Cargill in particular had ever said they would pay a full share.
Oh, yeah.
Did
Oh,
they?
yes, they did.
Because
Yes,
they would have expanded.
Well, I know I went down to Union,
Yes.
went down to the UP, and they,
What's the next project?
New paving
Well,
program.
no, this is important. I'm sorry to take your time, but this is important that the facts are clear. And go listen to it, people.
I will.
Because that is, it's a little bit insulting for me to think that one citizen could have that kind of influence, because that's not the case. I'm just saying I wish you would have talked to me about this long ago. I didn't realize you were saying that to people or thinking that.
I've been thinking it all along. Yeah, I refuse to believe that Rick Corey didn't have a huge influence in this. Is repeated at coming to council. But that's another story. I'll read it or look at it.
Well, I was pretty clear all along, so.
Well, Pete had the 3 votes, as you know, and.
Right. No, but I'm saying I
when we
never
went to the
was a
meeting
big
to
fan
try
of
to-
it.
No, you weren't.
So what's the difference, I want to ask, what's the difference between a Midtown East-West connector? What is that?
That's the project that's always been out there about trying to extend like 11th Street through the middle of, Midtown between North Side and downtown.
Guess I never knew that. Why are we paving Ingleside and all that, but okay. Hey, what about, go ahead, I'll think of it. Oh, up here at Heelan, are we making them pave that this year, or what are we doing?
The 11th Street between the two buildings?
Important to me.
The parking lot?
No.
No, I want the street to go through. That they have, the building's down now, the deal is the street goes in.
Yeah, you've said that before.
I guarantee you that's the deal, and they didn't deny it when we met with them about trading land.
That's not, that'd be.
Yep.
Yeah, I drive by that and the street is down. The building's down, and that was the deal, Bob. You were in those meetings too.
We'll get a report back to you. Project 719101, new paving program, page 306.
Yeah, and this is another assessment one that as soon as people find out they have to pay, they don't want to.
Do you actually float bonds for these?
No, this is a year out.
It's a year out.
We always move it out a year.
Okay.
They had something that we.
All right.
So next year we'll move it when no one comes forward.
Okay.
Project 719121, annual resurfacing panel patch curb gutter, page 311.
Our resurfacing overlay program.
But you weren't spending $1.9 million in crack sealing. One of the reasons you lowered this, you said, is because you put it in the operating.
No, that was a reduction we were asked to take out of.
So you just lowered that this year?
Yes.
Okay.
No, that has nothing to do with the crack seal.
Well, it says something about that.
Well, they did, that was last year, they did.
Right.
Last year,
yeah.
And during operating, we'll have a report on how we've been doing with that, because it's been pretty successful.
Doing your own cracks?
Yeah.
719133, annual infrastructure reconstruction, page 315.
Just keep working, plugging away. This is the one that replaces all the utilities, under the street, water, sewer, storm. This is versus just either reconstructing the street, overlaying the street, or patching the other one.
Complete street.
This is a complete street reconstruction.
2020.
Question, just go back on the asphalt. Is Cheyenne Boulevard a higher priority than Hamilton Boulevard for the amount of cars, or is Hamilton, will it last another year?
I think that's based on input from the street guys as far as what they're spending time
Are
on.
we on page 313?
312, yeah, yeah. Okay.
And the Hamilton one also, we're working to get state swap dollars.
Yeah, Hamilton needs it.
Yeah.
When, you think the state will pay that?
Yeah. It's in our tip. We have to make an amendment to our tip because we changed the limits. We went, initially it was just, I think, the northern part, and we're going to include 15th to 19th or something like that, or 15th to 20th.
So when would you find out if you get that?
It's just, all we got to do is do a text amendment. It's scheduled for the year. It's slated in here, 2023.
Okay.
It's already been
You got bonds in there for that, right?
What's that?
You've got bonds in there to pay for Hamilton, I think, don't you?
Should be showing.
A portion of it.
Yeah. I don't see any, oh, there it is. Okay, I got you. Good. Okay,
Yep.
Go ahead, my bad.
Project 719133, annual infrastructure reconstruction, page 315.
We are running into some problems on the Fairmont one due to property acquisitions. We have a condemnation hearing for the 18th. And we can't get it on the DOT letting until we have the property acquired. Which, we have that hearing, it'll be deemed acquired.
What is this for, or where is this?
Fairmont, South Fairmont, between Fairmont and Vine. The one property owner doesn't want
sidewalk and retaining wall and.
He doesn't want a sidewalk in front of her house. Yep.
Oh my gosh.
So
why does that go through a state letting?
because it's got swap dollars in it.
Okay, all right.
Hear that? Condemnation.
Exactly.
Yeah, but, yeah.
Hey, you said you wanted to see it. You said you wanted to see it.
Like 4 feet, for crying out loud.
Project 719138, annual bridge repairs, page 318.
What's that?
The condemnation is happening in your lifetime.
Yeah. Page what?
318.
This is for our minor bridge replacements.
Howdy.
Repairs, excuse me, not replacements, repairs. The next one is our deck replacements and bridge replacements.
719206.
These we typically give federal funds for through the city bridge program.
On page 320.
I asked you about 11th Street, and you said it wasn't in the program, and here it is.
No, I said it was in there. We were waiting on getting our federal funds through city bridge funds.
But okay.
It's not. It hasn't been awarded city bridge funds yet.
Well, I know, but you got it in the CIP at least. You didn't.
Sorry for the misunderstanding. I thought
719283, Riverside Boulevard resurfacing, page 328.
This was for our utilities that were associated with DOT's overlay program on Riverside Boulevard.
There's more you need to do?
The costs were higher than we anticipated.
What do you mean? You're all done with utilities, aren't you?
Well, yeah, but when the budget was done last year, we weren't.
Is that a negative project balance, correct? Or you're using project balance?
Yeah, they're using project balance, and I don't know what for. What do you use?
We won't get billed. We won't get billed till the project's all done because it's a DOT project.
Oh.
Yep. You're right. Project 719306.
They're nice that way. They kind of lend up front.
No, they're not, because they know.
Annual alley reconstruction,
Nice.
construction, page 331.
This is another one that typically gets bumped back every year because people don't want to
Pave an alley.
participate.
Project 719338, Floyd Dace intersection.
Go back to that one, because I think South St. Albans is 1700 block, isn't it?
I'd have to go look.
Okay.
Don't know off the top.
Let it go. I'm pretty sure it is.
The Royce, it says, South St. Albans Royce.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Yep.
$4 grand is not.
Page 338, Floyd Dace intersection.
This is a project that's kind of been on the books for a while and kept getting pushed back because the DOT was, when they were going through some of their viaduct options, thought maybe the Day Street Bridge would go away. That's not going to happen, so we're looking to move forward. That'd be property acquisition of the Mid-American building, which I believe we have an agreement for already. It just hasn't been done because we're waiting on the project.
Project 719347,
You're good. No.
Andrew Avenue paving, page 340.
This is a project that came to us through economic development for the Sabre, to pave the road out to Sabre.
Well, actually, I do want to ask the question. Otherwise, I'm going to forget it. I'll flip back a page. That intersection right there, this isn't even your department. Maybe you remember, or Padmore, or someone else can remind me. I thought that one company was going to build on that corner where we
They
have
sold the company. Sioux City Brick, and they sold out.
They did.
100-year-old company sold out. Yeah, we did. They had to turn it back in, I think, Bob.
We received it back, okay. But yeah, it's back on the market.
They sold the company to a big brick company out. They're a huge company they sold out to again. They don't own it anymore.
What was the name of the family that owned that?
Mahoney's. I told you they would struggle with building a new building, and then somehow they must have got, and not financially struggled, they just are real cautious how they did business. There's nothing wrong with that. Looked at the operation. I don't know that there was a lot of family left in it, and they probably decided it was, I don't involved anymore, so.
So that building is still there, and they're leasing the space, because I know there's a real estate company operating out of it.
Mm-hmm. But their they had very few people there. The main deal's down at Sergeant Bluff,
that was just
over
kind
in
of a showroom.
Adele, Iowa, or somewhere. They had two plants. I think Adele, Iowa, Sergeant Bluff, I think was Adele. Anyway, they sold out to, gosh, I can't think of the name. They're a big brick company, though.
The Brickworks, it's actually an Australian company that bought up.
Yes, it was an Australian
Right,
company. I met somebody
but the
in
local
Sioux
company,
from there.
the local name in the United States is like, I can't think of it. But anyway, yeah, it's.
Okay, no worries. I was like, I thought we were going to build something there for the longest time.
Yeah. School or whatever, right?
Yeah, and even when we did, we had knocked out the areas we needed for the modifications.
Well, and then I thought it was held up because of the viaduct company.
It was. That's why it was being held up, and DOT told us to go ahead with it.
Oh, okay.
The resale of it.
No, for us to go ahead with our project.
Oh.
Because we were holding it up because they thought maybe Dace Bridge would go away, and now they're.
Well, the sale and the bridge, yeah.
Yeah.
There you go, Glengarry, big brick company.
So.
Project 719361, Woodbury County Jail Infrastructure, page 343.
This is the money that we've agreed to put into the infrastructure for the jail project, if we can get the water figured out.
Project 728012, annual parking ramp repairs, page 344.
And one correction I want to make on this, there's a project under this current fiscal year that's listed as Discovery Ramp Project. That's actually for cameras. It's just for security cameras at the entrance and exit points and in the stairwells.
Where are you at?
What's that under, Dave?
It's
the
200,000.
Oh, okay.
It's listed as Discovery Ramp Project. That's supposed to be cameras, and it would cover Discovery, Rivers Landing, and Heritage.
Have you ever heard any more from those?
Oh, we hear from them quite frequently.
Do you?
So, yeah, and we tell them that we were putting it forward in the budget. So
I still think with this,
we got improved lighting at Discovery was the other part of that, the 400,000.
Thinking of what's the one by Mercy? Is that
Discovery?
Yeah.
Discovery, yeah.
That we just have to do something with that. We've talked about it and everything else. I mean, if you're gonna have to develop a partnership to redo that, we talked about it too. of trying to coordinate, because with Badgero and other developments and stuff, you're gonna have to build capacity and move people to incentivize them to then park in Discovery, and you're gonna have to do updates of Discovery. We talked about that.
Well, that's the lighting updates we're talking about here, is updating the lighting in Discovery and adding security.
But we talked about if you're gonna have to raise that whole structure and rebuild it or whatever, you know, and then we talked about buying those businesses from what's his name, and
yeah,
I mean, that's going to be a big project, but if we want to continue development, especially with Badgero and other projects going in, we're going to have to be proactive of working with the school system, working with others to try to help make that happen.
Yep. I mean, right now, I mean, we're just trying to make the ramp as usable as possible in its current state. I mean,
because I'm just,
I
think there are going to be headaches with Badgero and then moving those tenants and different things like that. That's where I don't know. Trying to think proactively of what we're going to do.
Project 758201, Skywalk Rehabilitation, page 346.
Got some HVAC, window replacement projects, and annually we're going after doing a couple of doors for automatic openers every year.
Hey, and the other thing that I've asked, I think I asked last budget cycle about this too, and I meant to ask it about even the convention center and stuff. Do we think about doing those automatic sliding doors rather than like the push button handicap accessible? Is there any thought about transitioning like the Skywalk and other buildings?
We looked at that probably 5 to 10 years ago, and the cost is 3 to 4 times as much. And so you could do them, but then
And is efficiency better? Like, why do other communities do that then and we don't?
That was before I was here, so it's.
They could get a current price.
I just don't know. I mean, and the only anecdotal evidence I'm using is I went through the Des Moines ones last year, and they're all that like automatic open ones, you know what I mean? And then, gosh, I didn't have to fight with a push button, or if the push button wasn't turned on or something. And then I thought about it with the convention center and otherwise, you know, we're looking at upgrading those doors and putting more push buttons in. And it's like, go to any venue, and they usually have those doors like you would have at a Hy-Vee or something like that, you know.
I bet they're not as expensive as you think anymore, Bob.
Or Target or anywhere.
We can do some looking into that.
Yeah, look into it.
I just wonder if it's more efficient, or, you know, I don't know. If you guys could, I thought it was slick the way it worked.
Yep, we can do some looking into that.
Well, look into it. I'm not being smart, but relatively quick, because they're talking about doing some of those doors at the convention center. And so,
and that's what I wonder, if you
make sure we do the same thing.
If you update them, or exactly, if you can update others.
Are they talking about doing it to the door that they have that accesses the Skywalk, or there are other doors throughout their building?
Some downstairs and some upstairs.
Street level.
Jessica would know for sure exactly what.
Yeah, because I just haven't heard anything about it. That's why I was a little concerned that they're doing the Skywalk door.
No, it's street level.
Okay.
Jack, on the parking ramp, is that something that our board could look at? Parking in Skywalk?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we can.
Why don't we refer it to them and have them
as far as
come up with a plan for the parking?
Yeah, well, the future of Discovery.
Yes.
Yeah, I think we need to have ideas. You know what I mean? Like, we talked about it, that it's going to be like $9 million, is what we said, right? What you said.
I think it'll exceed that, but I mean, your cost to raise it is over. I'm trying to think of what the last time they gave me the estimate. I want to say it was $2 or $3 million just to tear it down. I mean, it's going to be. I know when we've talked to Bo Bronger about buying the business, and he wanted $500,000 for him.
He has to show that.
I know.
I mean, not being smart, but he has to show.
He's getting like $6,000 a month rent on them. Seems kind of, I don't know, commercial rent. You might know better than me.
Because I just wonder about future development and the hotel and everything else. But
there's 700 parking stalls in that one.
Yeah, 725. Something.
That's easily 17 million to replace that.
I think the last time we built it dropped 20,000 stalls.
That's what I just took. That's where I got the 14 million. Yeah.
I'd refer it to that board and have them take a look at it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if it's you or Mr. Padmore that does it, but.
I do, so I can take it.
Okay, all right.
Yeah,
thanks.
that parking ramp's been a problem since Leader came to town and built it. And all the local union contractors loaded up kept all the good men, and that poor guy got, I know the whole history of that.
How old is that ramp?
70s?
Yeah, I was gonna say, I was working for T. Denny Sanford, so it would be that time frame, yeah.
And it's sinking?
No.
Crappy?
It's just, yeah, we.
Outdated. It's just outdated, and it takes so much money to invest, to update, and to do all these other things. And then my point is, we have this future development and expansion that we want to keep going, and we have a hotel that's not playing ball. So if someone really wants to buy that, you're connecting to our oldest ramp. You know what I mean? So if we invested in that, is it possible to continue future development or get someone that has more of an appetite for the hotel or whatever? I mean, I'm just trying to think 10 years down the road of what we need to be doing, and I don't know, you know?
Bronker's little strip there?
Yes.
Yeah,
There's the Latino club.
Yeah, and it's open Fridays and Saturdays, and they have some events on Sundays, and then there's
Yes,
an ethnic restaurant nightclub thing that's in the other half of it. That
where Territoria was.
Yes.
Back in the
Oh,
80s,
old
we
first
had this
edition.
discussion, and it was about $1.5 million to tear it down, and we should have knocked it in the head then and didn't.
When?
Back in the 80s, we talked the same thing.
Well, if we're gonna knock down Discovery, then the hotel should go with it.
I don't know.
You have to condemn.
Project 759005, annual sidewalk program, page 348.
Paying their
This is
sidewalk fees.
This is our annual program to go and mark sidewalks and replace sidewalks throughout the community. We didn't do it this year because we had, it was kind of a area that didn't have much sidewalk. It's divided up by number of parcels in area. So I think each one has about 4,000 parcels in it. And,
You didn't mark any, you mean?
yeah, we didn't mark any this year.
But you did them this year.
Yeah, we were.
A lot of them.
Yeah.
We did mark a few that, due to customer complaint, or citizen complaints, but it wasn't necessarily in zone 10. That's what we would have done. We did it in there, we do it as normal.
And again, when people pay for these, it goes back into the big black hole and.
Get much of a payment on these, so not yet anyways.
I think a lot of them let them sit on their taxes for a long time.
You're right, yeah, a lot of them sit there until they get sold. Project 759114, annual sidewalk ramp program, page 350.
Where we go and try to update our accessible ramps throughout the community, so.
I still metal, or not metal. What is it? Steel.
Cast iron.
The steel bumps or whatever. What are they called? The truncated domes.
Truncated domes.
I'm seeing it in more and more communities, and I keep wondering if we switch to that. But
What are our yellow ones?
Plastic. High density polyethylene.
The more and more I see.
What's the difference between the two then? The benefit of one or the other?
The steel probably puts up a little bit better to if it gets hit by a plow or people's snow blowers or.
The upfront cost, I'm imagining, is
So.
double?
Oh, I don't know what the cost difference.
No, I bet it's not hardly anything. Price of steel right now is pretty down.
I don't know if you want to look into it. I mean, I know we want uniformity. You and I have talked about that and not changing colors, especially in downtown and different things. And we talked about you have to have the contrast.
Got to be a contrasting color. I mean, fortunately in spots where they've done decorative concrete, they've tried to match the same color. That can't do that.
Anyway, I don't know if you want to look. I don't know if it's worth your time looking into it, but I'm seeing that in a ton of communities about the steel.
Yeah, it's just we kind of stuck with what we started with, and we can look into it. Open it up for bids that way, you know.
Okay.
Project 879006, GIS enhancement, page 352.
Another one of those deals. Once they hook you, they just reeling you in.
Unfortunately, I think there's only one real, arc view is kind of the, our Ezra arc view is kind of the leader in GIS, but this is upgrading some of the software that we use and upgrading our phones that we use to do some, the phone system that we're using to do some of our survey work with. Go through a data package, so.
Get your ending balance out of the, with that in the back and the 39,000.
Yeah, I'll have to find out where we're at with why we shouldn't be that far in the red, but.
Went from 24 down to 39.
Yep.
All right. Thank you, David.
Thank you.
Thank you, Gordon.
Thanks, guys.
Yep.
Go Bills.
Go Bills.
Next department is Finance, Teresa Fitch. Project 8590025, Annual Technology Improvements, page 178.
Got lots of questions.
You do. This project is funded by a lot of, you'll see in the operating budget, some improvement requests, typically that other departments are looking for technology. You will see in this department that $21,064 of it is being funded by Red Flags. That is for a piece of software for the fire department. The next department actually is what we call non-departmental. We've added this. Sometimes we have a project that may fall in an area that's not technically a department. So Bob Padmore will discuss this project. It's project number 859046, ISP Utility, page 206.
Is he getting picked up? Is he getting picked up on the
You want to come up to the mic?
media?
No, he's coming up now.
I don't think you're getting picked up. They probably can't hear anything you're saying out there.
Would be most comparable, this would establish a internet service provider utility similar to what can be found in like the city of Cedar Rapids. The first year money would be for a feasibility study to look at the costs associated and the governance structure and the other things related to actually setting up an internet service provider. I would point out that this would require a public referendum to create a public utility board, and then in the out years, you'll see the $50 million in out years, that would be the estimated cost to actually establish that utility in our community.
I was gonna say, man, I thought I pitched this to you a long time ago, and it was like, yeah, this amount of money, I don't think it's gonna happen.
Yeah, but this is, Bob, I know you're not, how do I do this delicately? I know you've not been a big fan of this. This is my idea. It doesn't mean we're gonna get in the utility business. We have thousands of feet out there.
Right.
Of fiber.
Somebody's gotta tell us how to do it, because Glenn's not getting it done. No fault of Glenn.
Yeah.
John Malloy's not getting it done. No fault of John Malloy. Bob doesn't know any more than I do. No fault of either him or I or you. But somebody's got to tell us, you know, you got an asset here, and here's the best way. And I hope that's what the study is. I hope it's not, I'm not a big fan of starting, I mean, I would have a long time ago taken over the Cablecom. I proposed that we did that years ago, and nobody bought that story either. But as it turned out, with what we've ended up there, I'm not so sure we shouldn't have. But anyway, somebody has to figure out what we have and what we can get out of it. To run the kind of money that we're running, to run streetlights and pump stations is stupid. There's value in what we've got in that ground, and we just got to have somebody help us figure out what it is. And we don't have anybody, through no fault of, we don't have anybody on this staff that has the expertise.
But I thought that's what Fibercom was helping us look into.
But Fibercom has a vested interest.
Yeah, yeah.
And there's nothing, I'm not trashing Fibercom.
No, I know.
We need a third party that has the city's interest, that makes sure that what Fibercom or AT&T or God only knows how many are out there tearing our streets up every stinking day, make sure that we know what we have and what the best alternative is to maximize that for the taxpayers. That's all I'm asking. I'm not asking you to think about a $50 million utility. But I am thinking that we should figure out what we have and how we can get something out of it. And $70,000, I hate studies, but $70,000 seems like a reason, because that's what we were quoted, right?
100 in here.
I know there's 100.
That's as comprehensive as we want.
Okay, well, that's fine.
That's why we put 100 in.
Okay, but then you got, but get somebody that'll come in and tell us what we have and here's the.
What potential is.
Here's what you ought to try to do with it.
Well, we can make the list of what we have, can't we?
We got, that's the one thing I'll give them credit for in the last, they've got a good inventory finally.
Okay.
Yeah, they've got a good inventory. You know, but the other side of the coin is, what I forgot to ask Carney is, no more streets should go in, no more streets should be torn up, that we don't run a conduit. I can almost guarantee it. I think they did run them on Pier Street, I think, but, you know, we put a road down to the Expo Center. Did we run the conduit in the ground there? I don't know. I hope we did. So.
Make it easier to do
So we
that
just got to
fiber.
get a system where somebody ties it together is where I'm at. But if you don't
I
vote
agree
for
with the mayor. We put a lot of conduit in. We don't have the staff capability to manage it appropriately.
you shouldn't.
Just because, you look at WIC, that's not WIC's job.
No.
WIC
No.
maintains our, so that we operate. They're not a citywide function.
Well,
WIC
and-
does the best he can to manage fiber.
He says, I don't know how to sell it, I'm not in the.
No,
Right.
that's not his job.
Yeah, that's
We
what
don't
he,
have anybody that's just there to say, okay, we're gonna take up and manage this as a revenue.
But what city did we talk to that had the young guy from Sioux City? Cedar Falls.
They did go into the ISP utilities. If you go to Cedar Falls.
Yeah, they did.
There's MediaCom and then there's the City of Sioux Falls, or City of Cedar Falls, excuse me. They run cable, TV, telephone, and ISP.
And do quite well, by the way.
What companies do these kind of studies?
Off the top of my head, I don't have the names of the companies. City of Waterloo, we also talked to the mayor of the City of Waterloo, and they're going down this path now. Just off the top of my head, I can't think. It's a major international company that does.
The only other question that I made a note on to ask about, and again, way above my pay grade, or like I don't understand internet as well as I would, but I was talking to some tech people in the community, and one of the things we talked about is, like Elon Musk and some of those now are putting satellites in orbit, so to speak, basically, that's blanketing internet available, whether you're in the middle of Montana or in downtown Sioux City, that's giving you a standard speed. So it's one of those where I appreciate that we already have some of the fiber in the ground, but my point when I was talking to this tech guy is we want to make sure that it's a lot faster than what Elon or whoever on the satellite is going to provide, otherwise it's not worth it.
So we're going to leave this in?
Yeah, I would leave it in.
yeah, I'm okay with it.
Well, might as well pursue it. The more, I'm a fan of knowledge is power, you know what I mean? If we don't.
No, but do we want to leave the $50 million deal in?
The 50 million.
With the utility company?
it's in a program.
Unprogrammed. But yeah, leave it in.
All right.
If the study goes well, we'll move it up for next year.
Yeah.
There you go, man.
what's gonna make so much money, it'll pay for itself.
You think take that part out or
I think
separate?
so. It makes us look
I think
silly and
it's really
makes us look
valuable.
like.
I
Well,
think
we
it
should have
helps us
set
to
the-
be a
should
more
have set the gas
sophisticated.
sales at the sewer plant up as a separate company. We didn't do that.
I will say that $50 million
That-
shows in our budget, but in reality, to do it legally, it would be a separate entity. It would be the Sioux City Public Utilities ISP Board. They would actually issue the bonds for it.
Who's going to explain that to the public?
Quasi member of the city, but it'd be run by a separate board.
Who's going to explain that to the public?
Well, when we get to that,
Worry about it.
Some people do actually read our budgets.
I referred to the, how the city of Cedar Falls functions.
I really like the idea of doing,
One,
that we're looking towards the future. I mean, that future's here already, actually. And for me, it adds like even a certain level of sophistication that we're smart enough to separate this
Try to
out.
be
and do-
proactive.
Right, and try to get ahead of it.
Are you in favor of the utility company? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Separate utility?
I guess I would be a little more cautious with 5G coming in.
and the satellite and everything else, yeah.
Right.
You don't say 5G though, because that's,
People get scared.
yeah, don't say faster.
Gonna happen.
You know, 30 years ago, cities were going into the cable TV.
I'm telling you the truth.
I even think Cedar Falls will tell you right now that's a dying business.
It is.
Now into internet.
Cable One is getting out of the TV business. I have a friend who's a manager there, and she said it's all about internet right now.
Satellites now are coming into play.
Yep.
Wireless is becoming a lot bigger.
Mhm.
Fibercom, where before was looking at running a lot of fiber all over, now wants to rent the fiber we have to run radio-based or Wi-Fi, broadband Wi-Fi. So
Yep.
we'll tread carefully into any utility.
On the
Well, what I meant was this one.
Yeah, to look at it.
Yes, to look at this one, yes. Mhm.
Well, I think we should actually do, definitely do the study. It's the $50 million deal that bothered me.
Yeah, that's-
On the overflow, I don't have any questions on the art center, library, or police. You said they didn't have anything in the first 2 years. I'm okay with that, and if anybody else had anything.
The only other thing, Bob, that I wanted to talk to, or at least just have a conversation here while we're talking budgets and everything else, was the email I sent to the mayor and then you, Bob, was just talking about looking at energy policies and initiatives. I mean, I know Des Moines just passed that initiative to look at coal-free or looking at different options, and I think we're really set up well in Sioux City to follow some of that line, even if we don't do everything like the zero carbon like they did. I want us to be proactive. I should have talked to Mark about it more while he was here. But it's like, gosh, if we have the renewable fuels, then we have someone that wants to bag and sell the fertilizer, you know what I mean, or compact that and sell that. Then at one point in time, the mayor and I talked about putting solar down there to get even more tax credits for our renewable fuels. I think some of those projects, and then also, I was talking to the city council member from Des Moines, and he was saying that they were putting solar panels on a lot of their municipal buildings. I've talked about doing that years ago. Like, I think a lot of those things are within our reach. And I don't know when we develop a master plan or have a larger conversation about a project like that to put forward an initiative rather than doing it. It feels like sometimes we do it piecemeal, whereas I was inspired when Des Moines was like, well, we're going to set forth this, and this is our ambitious plan to do it multifaceted. Whereas I think we could do that.
I'm a big solar, I think we're way behind on solar, but.
Because it's like you look on top of some of our buildings, and we could be doing that, and then, I don't know.
We have solar on this building,
Mayor and Council, we're still doing solar. I just wanted wastewater, because we're looking at the wastewater area.
Yeah.
Before we start doing new projects at the wastewater plant, I wanted some to get done first. So now we're almost done with biogas and some of the rehab. Then we can move on to the next project. We were loading so many things that I was worried about failure. And so I want to get some things done before we start the rest of these things.
And I get that, and my whole point is the whole plan then with like what Des Moines is doing is saying, how can we make this multifaceted so that everything is in coordination and really making a collective impact rather than, okay, well, we did one thing, now let's move on to the next thing. You know what I mean? Trying to walk and chew gum at the same time or see, because that way then the whole reason, right, like the city council of Des Moines did this and voted unanimously for it, is because big tech companies and other organizations, they literally looked at Google's playbook and said, if Google wants this, if this is their goal for their company, we're going to make it our goal for our city so that places like Google and other things are looking at us. And it's like, I think we're fools not to have a similar game plan as how do we set ourselves up to at least do some of those things, you know?
And I looked at that and I gave Mr. Padmore an opinion. It's just one man's opinion that was in the Des Moines Register that I asked him to distribute it on Monday, talking about what his opinion was. He was a professor or something.
He's a retired professor of political science, yeah.
And he just gave a different side of it, so we'll have an informed decision to make.
Yeah, totally. And I'm not saying we have to aggressively pursue something. I just think that there are real opportunities that we might want to consider.
I'm glad you said that. Okay.
anything else? Move we adjourn.
Second.
Waters?
Aye.
Greckin?
Aye.
Moore?
Aye.
Shaner?
Aye.
Scott?
Aye.
Thank you.
So I'll be back.
Yeah.